following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
In last week's Big Ten opener, the Wolverines found a way without their best player on offense, only racking up 32 passing yards, despite letting up a 14-point lead temporarily. The reigning Big Ten champs welcomed USC to the league with a grinded-out Michigan football-style win. Is that way to win a sustainable model? No, probably not. But over the course of these last three championship seasons, Michigan has done what it takes to win. And to do that, after what happened against Texas, it puts Michigan right back in the thick of the race for all of the big prizes. Now a rivalry game against a team coming off a rivalry loss. It's the 99th meeting between Michigan and Minnesota for the Little Brown Jug, and the Wolverines are hoping to keep the trophy room complete and maintain their stranglehold on that jug. This is the oldest trophy game in college football, and for the first time in a decade, it's taking place in back-to-back years, this time at the Big House. Wolverines, Golden Gophers. We're getting you ready for the game over the next 3 hours, right here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from north, east, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the players, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Now, with former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
And Jack, last week was so big, we'll talk plenty about it throughout the course of our countdown to this one. What can a victory like that do for a team?
Well, I think it gives you confidence back. You know, after that Texas loss, it looked pretty bleak for a minute there, right? You know, the offense wasn't firing at all, and, you come in here, get embarrassed by a Texas team like that. And then, the next week after that, Arkansas State, a convincing win, but that doesn't mean a whole lot. And then a USC team that looked really, really good comes in here. Certainly wasn't our best offensive performance through the air, but you found a way to get it done. And what was a really, really cool environment, we were talking about it before, besides the Ohio State games, we haven't really had a nail-biter, big-time game in here in quite some time. And so the atmosphere was incredible last week. They find a way when it matters to get things done, and I think that can boost morale, that can boost confidence to try to get on a hot streak at the midway point in the season.
And the reality is, I think a lot of fans expected the Texas game to be one of those, and it really wasn't. Texas had control of it. Last week certainly was awesome. Now, here's the head coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore, reflecting on what he saw in that win over USC.
You watch the film, we looked physical, we looked fast, we looked dominant. On offense, I thought we ran the ball extremely well, obviously 290 yards and averaging, I think, 6 yards a carry. Really, really good football. O-line played their best game, really with a front that is really good, that has some big, strong dudes that, proven to have a really good defense in the weeks past. So, I was really proud of those guys and how they played, and it really started from the first play. We ran an ISO play the first play, and you saw the holes and you heard the pads, and that was part of my reasoning for going on a 4th down the first time. And I think when you do that, the kids look at you like, okay, you're riding, you're with us.
It was a game where so much was connected. Every play mattered. Of course, we know about the big plays from that one. Kalel Mullings, plenty on offense. Josiah Stewart, several on defense. Will Johnson's pick 6, that came at a crucial time. Donovan Edwards, his longest run of the season for that touchdown in the first half. Give me another underrated play or two from that stands out to you as you reflect on a game where Michigan needed pretty much every one of those plays to get the win.
Well, so they did need all those plays. And so instead of 2 plays, I'll give you 2 players that I think stood out that played really well. Mason Graham, and we know he's obviously a wrecking ball. He does a lot of things, but there was a lot that he did in that game watching the film that was unsung that allowed other guys to go make plays. I thought he played terrific in that game. And then special teamer, punter, Tommy Doman. 4 punts inside the 20. I think he averaged just shy of 50 yards. When your offense doesn't get a first down until late in the fourth quarter in the second half, that means you're playing field position really well, obviously playing great defense. Those go complementary football. Tommy Doman had one heck of a day last week, and I think he's a total unsung hero that led to that victory.
Yeah, Doman, the West Bloomfield native, Big Ten special teamer of the week. His first 3 games, he averaged 38 yards a punt. Last week, 49 yards a punt. Pretty darn impressive. Obviously, there's been plenty of discussion about the sustainability of this style of play. And sure, throwing for 32 yards, that's not really feasible every time out, but you do what you need to do to win. And, hey, Minnesota is coming off a loss to Iowa in a game where the Hawkeyes threw for 62. I mean, we're talking earth-shattering. I don't know if it was the spread offense for Coach Ferentz and Cade McNamara, but it feels like now weather may not be as much of a factor as we thought maybe midweek or early in the week. But, boy, that run-first, run-almost-always style might be the right play just based on who's on the other side.
Well, yeah, I mean, you like your style matching up with this Minnesota team. To your point, last week struggled, defending the run against Iowa, who had their way with them. Threw for a little more than us, but, you can make up 30 yards in the air pretty quick. So it does match up well coming off of that game that, Michigan wants to run the ball. Candidly, probably has to run the ball, doesn't have enough going on in the air game right now to move the ball consistently down the field. But Minnesota struggles with that. So, I think from an optimistic standpoint, you say, okay, we know we're doing this well. Let's continue to refine it, continue to do it well, see if we can do it against another team this week. Of course, even today, but definitely as the season goes on, you're going to have to find a way to get the ball in the air a little more effectively. We'll see if Colson Loveland plays. We'll see how that affects certain things. I think Khalil Mullins now probably being running back 1, that allows Donovan to go where I've been calling for him to be all year, which is that number 2 guy who can, catch that out of the backfield, who can do some unique dynamic types of plays instead of trying to run between the tackles. So it might be able to open some things up, and you feel pretty good about, look, this is a Big Ten team. Minnesota's a proud school. They're going to play us tough today. But you feel good coming off that USC win that you can still try to refine some of the things that you're doing well and get better with the things you're not.
And Edwards, we talked about it last week, still just 5 catches for 22 yards as a receiver. I expect there to be a game where he breaks out as a pass-catching threat. We'll see if it's here today. Plenty to do on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We will tell you about PJ Fleck's Golden Gophers coming up around 9:30. Frederick Moore, our guest at 9:55, tells us about a unique nickname of his. John Jansen joins the fun a little bit after 10 o'clock this morning. We'll go in the trenches at 10:10. Then in the final hour of pregame coverage, you'll hear from center Dominic Giudice and the head coach Sharon Moore. For right now, though, it's time for our first traffic and weather update here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will recap the week that was for Michigan football. Hey, you've heard the saying, it's always better to improve after a win than a loss. A lot to celebrate, a lot to improve on. We'll talk about it as we get ready for a 5th consecutive game at the Big House. Michigan and Minnesota coming up, 12:05 kick. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The Wolverines defense could score you a great deal at Big Boy. If Michigan records 2 or more sacks during today's game, you can enjoy 50% off all appetizers at Big Boy on Monday. From crispy onion rings to their legendary mozzarella sticks, Big Boy will be the place to be on Mondays if the Wolverines deliver 2 or more sacks. So as you follow along with today's game, remember that 2 Michigan sacks mean 50% off appetizers on Monday. We're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Only at participating locations.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
Things that I tried to go into the game and do was, one, the number one rule of playing quarterback is try to win the game, and I think that I did an okay job at that. And next, after that, is eliminate turnover-worthy plays, and so those are the main 2 things that I'm focused on, and I carry that to every game.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
That is the new starting quarterback for Michigan football, Alex Orji. Of course, much of the talk over the last couple of weeks now, in terms of personnel and decisions, it's revolved around Orji. Jack, assess his performance from last week.
Well, I think he did a good job at the main reason that they brought him in the game was he didn't really make mistakes, right? There weren't any costly mistakes that hurt the team and put him in a bad position. So from that standpoint, good. I would say it's a good grade. Can he obviously, we're going to have to figure out something in the air a little bit, and I don't necessarily put that all on him as much as it's he's got to be in coordination with Kurt Campbell and the rest of that offensive coaching staff to figure out what he likes, what works, how they're going to scheme up the opponent to find some easy type throws and get their playmakers in space to create yards after catch, right? He doesn't have to go stretch the field and throw 20, 25, 30-yard passes, but you got to put your players in a position to be able to have big plays like that. So I think he played well last week. I think there's plenty to still work on. They didn't really open up the playbook that much, and what I mean by that is those read options, he didn't pull a lot of them. Now, they probably anticipated that. There were some of those decisions that he might have been able to keep the ball or should have handed it off to Khalil Mullins a couple times that would have been big runs. But you're going to have that in a game. I would say it was a pretty good performance from him. I'm looking forward to seeing a big jump. We always talk week 1 to week 2. Well, that was his week 1. Here comes his week 2.
It's a great point. Now, we talked earlier about some of the key plays or players that you don't want to let get forgotten from last week, right? There were the big, obvious headline plays and players, but some of the most important plays were Alex Orji holding on to the football. And it's not that this staff and Kurt Campbell and Sharon Moore didn't have some pass opportunities in the game plan. You go up 14-0 early.
Yeah.
Your defense is playing really well. I don't think he can't do it. It's just a matter of seeing, okay, can he, when he's needed, when the game plan calls for it? I mean, Davis Warren had several completions over 10 yards. He had several more throws over 10 air yards. That was the longest one last week for Alex Orji, was that 10-yarder to Marlon Klein on that game-winning drive. So it's there, but if the game plan doesn't call for it, why would you throw in a first-time starting quarterback to try to roll the dice when it's unnecessary?
Yeah, you wouldn't. And part of being a good player is understanding your skill set and what you bring and what you're good at. And he can run the ball, and he's really good at that. So when the pocket breaks down, when the play gets extended, instead of sitting back there and trying to find someone open late across the middle, when that's not necessarily what his forte is, when he can tuck it and run it and get 4 or 5 yards, we know that this offense is more than content with doing that, the entire marching down the field that way the entire time. Just take what the defense gives you. If you're a powerful guy, if you're a quick runner like he is, then you can fall forward and go get 4 or 5 yards and play safe instead of taking a risk down the field over the middle, do that. And I think he was able to do some of those things last week, which put the offense in a spot which is all that matters at the end of the day to go win the game late.
Of course, this week also came with some wonder about injuries. We heard Will Johnson immediately after the win against USC with our Jason Avant that he was good. He spoke to the media on Monday. That's probably a pretty good sign that Will be fine for this one. Obviously, we'll see with the availability report coming up in a little bit less than an hour. The question will be tight end Colston Loveland. And certainly, Sherrone Moore did say this week, hey, he's close to playing last week. We'll see how the week progressed. Again, availability report out at the top of the hour. That's a huge difference for this team. Whether Michigan throws a bunch or not, having Colston Loveland, to me, Loveland not being out there could be attributed as much to that 32 yards passing as anything, including Alex Orji's first start.
Yeah, I agree. And, hopefully when you can win last week only throwing for 30-some yards, every defense now is going to dare Michigan, which they have all year, but they're going to even get more aggressive. You're going to have to beat us in the air. We are going to sell out against the run. No matter what, we can lose, but you're not going to pound the ball on us. Now, Michigan thinks, and I believe them, that they can do that the majority of the time, but that should open up some of that play action game, right? You don't necessarily have to have the throws down the field, streaks down the middle of the field where you're hitting guys. But if you're able to establish the running game the way that they've been able to, keep that going, defenses are going to sell out to stop it, and that's where Colston Loveland over the middle comes into play so much. He's such a mismatch. He's too fast for linebackers. He's too big for safeties and corners. And if you have everyone running up to stop the run, then all of a sudden you can dump it over the top of those linebackers to Colston Loveland. That opens up the offense in an immense way.
Be interesting to see how Michigan deploys its wide receivers here today. Samaj Morgan is second to Loveland in catches and yards. He's the top receiving threat. Tyler Morris is, Alex Orji said this week that Tyler Morris is kind of the leader of that wide receiver room, the most vocal, all of that. We'll see what Michigan can do there, but there hasn't been a lot going. Maybe there's some. Fred Moore has certainly been someone that it seemed like they have tried to scheme up more. It's an important spot.
Yeah, and Grant Newsome said in his press conference this week that the entire third quarter last week, USC was in cover zero defense, which means that there is nobody in the back end helping. It's man-on-man across the board, and everyone else is in the box blitzing or coming after you. And what's that going to do? Again, if you get one of those fast guys that just gets an edge on somebody because there's a motion, there's a delay, there's a ball fake handoff, and all of a sudden somebody has to freeze, all of a sudden a receiver can run by him, and you just got to put it in the air and let that guy go run under it. It doesn't take that much to find those types of plays. It'll be really, really interesting to see if they can hit a couple of those today.
As we gear up for the oldest trophy game in college football, let's go way back in time. With this day in Michigan football history presented by Buddy's Pizza. On this day in 1901, Fielding Yost made his coaching debut here at Michigan, a 50-0 win over Albion at Regents Field. That 1901 team went a perfect 11-0, did not allow a point all season, of course, and that team, like this Michigan team, played its first 5 games at home. Slightly different foes. Albion, Case, now Case Western, Indiana, Northwestern, and Buffalo. Who can forget?
Yeah, well, I mean, what was the one Wisconsin name that you pulled out back in the 1920s or something?
Pull it out.
I thought you had another one of those for us
yeah.
today. There's nothing better than that old school football, though, I'll tell you, with the leather helmets and a lot of it was basically rugby, right? And they've evolved the game into this now. But, yeah, do you remember that? What was that?
I'm trying to pull it up here. Glenn F. Thistlethwaite. Boy.
I thought you were going to pull out a name like that. This day in 1901,
well, let me
Fielding
tell you.
Yost took on.
No, we can find that one here. This segment brought to you by Buddy's Pizza, just like Michigan football. Buddy's knows all about being the best in the game and has been since 1946. Stop by one of their locations today to score your original Detroit-style pizza. We'll see if we can find the Albion head coach, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan and Minnesota coming up to close the loop on Jack's question. Chester Brewer was the third-year Albion head coach in 1901. The captain, though, Jack, P.B. Exelby, who was so good against Michigan that Coach Yost said, hey, why don't you transfer here? Big NIL deal, maybe.
Yeah.
And he was with Michigan in 1902 and
Who
1903.
knew? 120 years ago, we were dabbling in the transfer portal back then. Traditional program.
Oh, yes, very much en route to a 1901 national title. All right, Michigan looking to repeat as national champions. Big one today against the Golden Gophers. We'll do our self-scout next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Rave Associates, importer and distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Family owned since 1974, Rave Associates has distributed some of the most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers and wines available through Washtenaw County and Southeast Michigan. Whether you're enjoying a craft beer or RTD at the Big House or watching at home, elevate your football experience with the finest beers and wine Michigan has to offer. Think local, drink local.
There are only a few chances left to watch the Wolverines at the Big House this season, but only a limited number of tickets are available. The marquee matchup with Oregon is sold out, but some seats remain for the rivalry clash against Michigan State on October 26th and the home finale against Northwestern on November 23rd. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets to secure your seats. But hurry, they won't last long. mgoblue.com/tickets for your seats to the Michigan State and Northwestern games at the Big House.
It's a Michigan game day.
Progressively, over the past couple of weeks, I think you've been able to see the offensive line gel a lot better. And, that's just given the experience of being able to, trust each other and build our communication through the past couple of weeks. So I think it's been progressively getting better. And I think that it's just going to keep getting better and better as the weeks go on. We're able to trust each other more and really play five as one.
That is senior center Dominic Jadis. We'll hear more from him coming up around 11:20 this morning. What say you, Jack Miller, about this offensive line from last week? Was that their best of the year to you?
Yeah, it certainly was. I think they definitely elevated their game from the prior weeks. We talked about it all season. I think it just takes time. Unfortunately, it took a little too much time maybe to gel, and you heard Dom's comment, 5 playing as 1. It felt that way last week. I think their pad level was better. There weren't many missed assignments. Really getting guys off the ball, moving guys, particularly late in that game when it mattered. They really showed up, and there was a little lull there. Obviously, I think USC did a really good job last week making some adjustments at halftime to come out and kind of stifle the run and not allow Michigan to get much going offensively until the end there. But the way they started and the way they finished, definitely an upgrade from what we've seen this far in the year, and hopefully they keep that trend going.
The O-line paved the way for some massive runs. Cologne Mullings, 53-yard touchdown in the first quarter. Donovan Edwards followed suit with a 41-yard scoring run midway through the second. And, of course, that 63-yard run late by Mullings, which much of that came after contact. Sharon Moore called that last one a Michigan legend run. What Mullings is doing is truly remarkable.
It's fun to watch. It really is. He's a guy over the last couple years that you'd see flashes of. Didn't get a whole lot of time, obviously, with the Blake Corums of the world and just all the weapons that they had on that offense. They didn't really have a spot for him. But when he did come in, he did some really great things and was certainly a big part of their success, but not to the extent that he is this year. And really happy for him. He seems like, from everyone I've talked to, he seems just like a really genuine guy, really a kind, humble young man. To see his success and to see what he's doing, the what he brings to the offense and that mean running style, that aggressive running style, that Blake Corum style of I can get hit at the line of scrimmage and still fall forward for a couple extra yards. Or if my offensive line really does well for me and I get hit 3 or 4 yards, I'm still falling forward for 5 or 6. And that's huge. And when you play this style of football, you have to have guys like that. It's great to see that he's filled that void for Michigan this year.
I mean, and honestly, how Mullings' career had been playing out until this year, you thought he might be the fun trivia question 20, 30 years down the road of, hey, what running back threw a pass in the Ohio State game in Columbus in 2022? Now, people are going to remember Kalel Mullings based on what he's done. More yards in the last 2 games than he had in his entire career entering the season. So a heck of a run. As for the defense for Michigan, I thought this takeaway from first-year D-line coach Lou Esposito was a great synopsis from last week.
I think the biggest thing that I saw against USC is that those guys played as a group. The whole defense played as a group, and they played off of each other. There were times where you never see it, but he got pressure or the D-line got a sack. The D-line got a quarterback hit because the back end was playing unbelievable. And I think that was the big theme all week, the team. Let's go do this together. And you had a bunch of guys being selfless. And then all of a sudden when you play with a bunch of selfless dudes, guys start making plays, and the plays just come to them.
Yeah, some great individual efforts, obviously, last week. Josiah Stewart, Will Johnson, Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant. And that's the formula. That's the path for this defense, because Michigan boasts – they have the most star-studded defense in the country. And when your stars come and play like they did last week, you've got a chance with whatever opponent, whatever offensive game plan, whatever circumstances.
I love the comment from Coach about when you just have a bunch of selfless guys playing together.
Selfless dudes.
Selfless dudes. I was going to try to class it up a little bit. When you got a bunch of selfless dudes playing for one another, all of a sudden it does start to just work out. It starts to work out in your favor, and plays start coming to you, and big-time opportunities just present themselves, because there is something weird about the game of football where there's just this momentum and this inertia, and when enough good things start to happen, things just start to fall into place for you. And you saw that with the defense last week. There was a bunch of stat lines for those guys. I mean, Will Johnson's pick 6 was probably one of the better plays in all of college football last week, and really put Michigan in a spot to win that game, because the offense wasn't going to score much until the end there. But it's just really good to see that they have that mindset. They're playing as one unit. They're all running to the ball, doing their job. And there's certainly enough talent on that defense and enough brains from Wink Martindale and his staff to put together a dominant force throughout the rest of the year.
You know why I think Will Johnson's so impressive is that, I mean, there's many reasons, obviously, but the one I think of is if it were any other player, at times I'd be worried that he might overrun his pick 6 because he anticipates it so well. I know he won't. But if somebody else got that type of a break on a play, he might.
Well, he's so talented physically, and obviously his preparation, the mental side of his game is awesome too, that he can afford to get a little aggressive at times, because he knows even if he's wrong, he's talented enough to make up for it, right? If he's going to get beat on a double move, he's still fast enough, quick enough to turn around and probably catch up with the guy. And you could see it. You saw it week 1 where he had that. You saw it last week too. He's almost baiting quarterbacks, which is what really good cornerbacks can do because they're just that talented. Will Johnson, obviously one of those guys.
We will break down the 2-2 Minnesota Golden Gophers, winless in their 2 tries against power conference teams as we continue. But first, another check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan and Minnesota. We've got a 12:05 kickoff from the Big House, concluding a 5-game homestand. We'll come back and talk about the Gophers next. This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Fish your way to winnings this September at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Play for your chance to win over $115,000 in prizes every Saturday. Every hour from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., 2 lucky guests will reel in $1,000 in premium play and 500 grand prize bonus entries. Then on September 28th at 11 p.m., one lucky angler will take home a brand new 2024 StarCraft STX 2050. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
It's a 60-minute game. I told our team, I said, we played for 30 minutes. So that's the simplistic facts about it, the simple facts about it. The job of the head football coach is to get his team to play hard for 60 minutes, and I failed to do that. And I told him that same thing. I said it's unacceptable, and it won't happen again. They made some adjustments in the second half. We made some adjustments in the second half. Couldn't stop the run. The word of the second half was space. They had space everywhere.
That is a dejected eighth-year head coach of the Minnesota Golden Gophers, P.J. Fleck, a few moments after their loss last week. It truly was a tale of two halves against Iowa. In the first half, Minnesota led 14-7. They outgained Iowa more than 2-1, 227 to 107. Basically flipped the yardage in the second half, 227 to 66. And Iowa blanked the Gophers 24-0. And we talked about the ability for the Hawkeyes to run the football last week. 334 total yards for Iowa, 272 on the ground.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think of P.J. Fleck, a lot of people have their opinions about him personally, but I think he's a good football mind. I think he's got a good staff there. So it's pretty telling that Iowa was able to go in at halftime and not have played well, and then come out after and in the second half find a way to absolutely just bury Minnesota on the ground. And that doesn't necessarily, in my mind, come down to personnel. Like all of a sudden, Iowa's players just got better. It comes down to scheme, and there was something that they were able to find in that Minnesota defense that created all that space that Coach Fleck was referring to. So be really interesting to see if Michigan is able to capitalize on that early in the game. My guess is that they are going to prepare everything in their power to not let that happen. And so Michigan's going to have to be quick on its feet to say, okay, they're not going to allow this. Well, if they're doing that, that means they're willing to give something else up. How do they pivot to that and capitalize on it?
Until that second half, Minnesota statistically was one of the better defenses in the country. They lost a tight one at home in Week 1 to North Carolina, 19-17. Then back-to-back shutouts against Rhode Island and Nevada. Minnesota, a new DC in Corey Hetherman. He came from Rutgers as their linebackers coach. He's incorporated some more blitzing. They have a veteran defensive line. So we talk about this Michigan offense. It feels like a lot of the same keys from how last week played out. You didn't know how it was going to play out. Yeah. But if you're looking at this game plan, I'm guessing it's pretty run-heavy, and you try to make sure that that veteran defensive front and one that likes to try to wreak havoc in the backfield doesn't affect the game too much.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think running the ball, that's our bread and butter. That's who we are and our identity. They're going to need to stop that because, Iowa plays a similar style of football too, and they weren't able to stop it last week with them. I think the key for the offense today is going to be communication. You're going to have a defense that is, to your point, veteran defensive line, lots of blitzes. They're going to try to disguise that and bring a lot of pressure to force Michigan's hand. Now, when you do that as a defense, it's feast or famine. And so if Michigan's able to communicate and pick up those blitzes and understand the fronts and understand who needs blocked where and by who, all of a sudden you can get gash chunk yards out of that. And that's the risk you run when you're a defense that does those things. So if Michigan's able to communicate, and great to see them coming off of last week, that offensive line playing so well, 5 guys playing as one, a really solid unit there. Even with the tight ends and all the rest of it, it's one offense trying to block a defense when you're running the ball. Good to see them do that last week. Hopefully they can take the next step, make sure the communication's there, they've gelled, and they're ready to go for a Minnesota defense that's, to your point, going to try to create havoc.
Offensively, Minnesota lost quarterback Ethan Kaliak-Manis. He transferred in conference over to Piscataway for Rutgers. Max Brosmer, he transferred to Minnesota. He was an FCS All-American last year at New Hampshire. 36 career games for the Wildcats. Brosmer played 11 his true freshman year. Back in 2019, the COVID year of 2020, they tried to play a spring season, played exactly 1 game. The rest were canceled. Tore his ACL in 2021. Last couple of years, a real breakout. Thoughts on Brosmer, a guy who, really interesting, doesn't throw deep a lot, throws a lot, though.
Yeah.
An interesting dynamic, and someone who, we talked about this all year, a lot of veteran quarterbacks or experienced quarterbacks have come here during this 5-game Michigan openings homestand.
Yeah, it was interesting with Brosmer that they had to kind of anoint him as the starter when they went and got him in the transfer portal. Yeah. There wasn't much of a QB competition there, which, is interesting because it's the opposite of the way that Michigan wants to handle a lot of those things. A talented guy, a playmaker type. I think, to your point, he throws a lot, doesn't necessarily stretch the field. It's basically, if we're being honest, what Michigan needs to be able to get to a little bit. Don't want to throw that much, but those types of plays, play action, dumping the ball quick, some unique routes that, just break man coverage, a little slant, boom, stuff like that. So he's a talented guy, no doubt about it. I don't think he's played a lot in this type of atmosphere, right? I think coming into the big house today, he's a guy who was at the FBS level. He's welcomed into major college football now, and now he's going to be in the biggest stadium in America today, trying to play against one of the top defenses in the country. So he's going to have his work cut out for him today.
And this is Minnesota's first road game. They started with 4 at home in a row. So yeah, definitely something to watch. Offense for Minnesota, they've got a good amount of weapons. The local product, Darius Taylor, 222 rushing yards. Marcus Major, the Oklahoma transfer, 162. Their top receiver is Daniel Jackson, one of 3 receivers with more than 100 yards. He's trying to become the 3rd Gopher ever to lead the team in receiving yards in 3 straight years. Their best offensive lineman, left tackle, Ariante Ursary. He was 2nd team in the league last year. 3rd straight year as their starting left tackle. He's getting some first-round buzz. Sharon Moore described it, I think, really well this week. He said they have an NFL-sized offensive line. Some switching around on the right side, but the left side's pretty darn good, led by Ursary.
Yeah, they always have. Ever since P.J. Fleck's gotten there, and probably even prior to, Minnesota's always got. That's just their style of football. And I don't mean this disrespectfully. I consider them like a JV type of Michigan, right? They want. You heard P.J. Fleck's praise last year after the Michigan game that he thought that was one of the best football teams he had ever seen. Michigan is kind of the standard of what they want to be. They want to be a big, powerful team that controls the line of scrimmage, runs the ball. Part of that is the types of guys that they recruit, geographically speaking, too. There's just big dudes. They look like, redwood forest trees out there playing offensive line. They really do. They're just massive, massive humans up there in Minnesota.
Yeah. Oh, I like you caught me there. Yeah. I will say, Minnesota's one of those programs that I think it's going to be tough for them in the new look Big Ten. They needed to take advantage of the fact that they were in the West, and they never got to Indianapolis. They, of course, had the opportunity in 2019 as part of an 11-win season, but they just couldn't beat Wisconsin in the finale, and that cost them a chance. We'll see if their time has passed. But, yeah, this is not an easy out for Michigan or any team in the league. But, hey, we saw Iowa roll last week. It is possible. Busy day in college football and a wild Friday night. If you missed it, we'll do our very best to explain what happened down at Miami and also.
Good luck, Rob.
Yeah. Rob needs a few minutes. We need about 45 seconds for traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan and Minnesota coming up. We'll look around the rest of the college football slate as we continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Once again this season, Sharifa Halal beef franks are available at Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. And Wolverine fans can enjoy Sharifa Halal beef franks, a certified halal concession option at the Big House all season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
Hey, Michigan fans, the best football deserves the best Bloody Mary mix. Zing Zang, Michigan's favorite. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, Worcestershire sauce, and a bold blend of spices, Zing Zang delivers a taste that's as legendary as our team. And for those who love the heat, try Zing Zang Blazing. Proudly served at the Big House, Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. Find Zing Zang Bloody Mary mix at local retailers. Go blue and go Zing Zang.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need. And will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
And before we do that, if the Wolverines defense records 2 or more sacks today, our friends at Big Boy will give Michigan fans 50% off appetizers all day on Monday. They are bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy at participating locations only. I will buy Rob Joyce free appetizers at Big Boy if he can describe this Miami-Virginia Tech finish in a way that is deserving of free appetizers. Rob, good morning. How are you? Good luck.
Thank you. All right, 2 minutes to go. Miami's down most of the game to Virginia Tech. Hurricanes score, go up by 4. So Virginia Tech, basically 2-minute drill, need a touchdown to win the game. Weird clock management, Hail Mary into the end zone. They throw it. After like 10 seconds, a Miami player comes out of a massive dog pile with the ball. They think it's an interception. The lights go off at Hard Rock. Referees confer, say, no. Virginia Tech touchdown call on the field. Virginia Tech goes berserk. They review it for like probably 4 or 5 minutes. They rule. I believe the official statement was the ball came a little loose as the Virginia Tech player came down with it. A Miami player touched that loose ball, and he was out of bounds. As soon as that happens, the ball is out of bounds. The play is dead. It's incomplete. Miami turns out to win. The call on the field was a touchdown. In my heart of hearts, I think they got the call right. But if you're a Virginia Tech fan, certainly you can probably feel a little done wrong by the ruling on the field of a touchdown. Then can you say, is there clear and obvious evidence to overturn that? But Miami wins. They're undefeated.
All right, yeah, free appetizer. I'll get you next
Well
time I
done.
see it. Yeah. The only thing I can compare it to that I can remember was the Hail Mary. Remember the replacement referees in the NFL? That was I think it was a Monday night game, Packers-Seahawks in Seattle. And it almost kind of felt, again, officials have a really tough time.
They do, yeah.
I feel like it might have been different if that's at Lane Stadium and not at Hard Rock.
Well, you know the unfortunate part? A lot of times early in a game, you can get a sense of that the refs are going to have too much of an influence. There were a lot of calls early in that game. You know, they called targeting twice. I think they reversed it twice. There were some phantom hold calls that Miami ends up throwing. They were going to go score. They did score. It gets called back on a hold that was pretty ticky-tack. Then their quarterback throws an interception the next play that goes out to the 50 for Virginia Tech. They score on a run. Then all of a sudden it's 14-14, would have been 21-7. There was just like a lot of weird things that the refs had control on in that game. So to see it end like that, just, you know, sometimes that's just how it goes, and it's probably a little little too much in the refs' hands. They have a very hard job to do, but like Rob said, I think they probably did get that one right.
Make no mistake, the ACC really wanted, in their heart of hearts, Miami to win that game. They're the one team in that league that, because Virginia Tech lost week 1 to Vanderbilt, week 1 or week 2. I mean, it was early, and boy, I mean, if not Miami, I guess Clemson. If not one of those two, boy, that'd be rough.
Big drop off there.
Yeah, no doubt. Also, last night, the Wolverines' opponent next week, Washington. They got their first Big Ten road trip to Piscataway. I'm sure that was requested by the folks up in Seattle. Recap that one and set the scene for the rest of the Big Ten, Rob.
Yeah, Rutgers beat Washington 21-18. You feel like Huskies lost that more than Rutgers won it. Huskies outgained them 521 to 299, but they missed 3 field goals. Admittedly, one of them was a 55-yarder to try to tie it. They had a blocked field goal overturned because a player on the sideline came onto the playing field while the play was still happening. Wipe out the blocked field goal. Next play, Rutgers scored a touchdown. They're also stopped on 4th and goal inside the 2, so just a lot of mistakes. So that was last night. Today, noon kicks, Indiana, Maryland. Hoosiers trying to be 5-0. Do you know the last time Indiana was 5-0?
2019.
Are we talking basketball?
2020.
Little off. 1967. The only team to ever go to the Rose Bowl.
It was Coach Thistlethwaite the third
Yes.
who was
Weren't they really good that COVID year when
they started, I believe, 4-0 that year. Yes.
And then the Ohio State loss. I think that was their only regular season loss, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. 3:30 USC hosts Wisconsin. Remember the Badgers without Tyler Van Dyke rest of the year. 7 o'clock, Michigan State, Ohio State, and East Lansing. Buckeyes have won 8 in a row in that series. 7:30, we have a sneaky good one, Penn State, Illinois. Not many people had that circled at the start of the year. And then 11 o'clock, that Big Ten rivalry, Oregon, UCLA at the Rose Bowl. Boy, 11 p.m.
It's going to feel so weird seeing the B1G on the field. That's at the Rose Bowl, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to feel really, really strange. I want to talk about Penn State, Illinois, because we all knew coming into this season that Michigan's schedule was going to be tough. But nobody was looking at that road trip to Illinois after the first bye week on October 19th as a big game. And we'll see. Penn State's favored. They should be favored. But if Illinois wins that or keeps it close, that's going to be a really tough out for anybody going to Champaign this year.
It is. We will find out more tonight. I'm going to reserve judgment until tonight because we have seen this story before. Oh, Penn State's pretty legit. Oh, Illinois is pretty legit. And then it falls off. So I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait, see how that goes, see what happens tonight in Happy Valley before we start discussing that. We got to take care of the Golden Gophers first.
True. Then tonight, just want to get your thoughts. Pick Alabama, Georgia. They've played some great ones, not very many times in the regular season. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. I think there's a lot of question marks around both those teams. Georgia has not looked to be the dominant force that everybody thought that they were going to be at this point in the season. Alabama, a lot of talent. Caleb DeBoer, good coach. His real first test there in the shadow of Nick Saban at home at Bryant-Denny Stadium. You know, maybe the Tide's able to pull it off, but I've seen this before too, where Kirby Smart has those guys just fired up and ready to go, and they might come out and just absolutely whoop Bam. I really don't know how that game's going to go. Who's favored? Do you know?
I think it's pretty
close,
modest either way. A couple points, It's so funny you say you've seen it before because for so long it was, well, I've seen this before with Georgia, and then they lose this game. This is the first time these two are playing in a regular season game with a sold-out crowd since 2015. They played in 2020. And, 2015 was Mark Richt's last year.
Yep.
So
Kirby Smart's only beat them once or twice, maybe. I think because Nick Saban was there, they it's only a couple victories against Alabama.
Yeah. I think Kirby was the first former Saban assistant to finally beat him, and it had taken a while. And now Coach Saban's on game day. So
sitting right outside the stadium, still wielding massive influence.
Life and reality comes for us all. All right, we'll hear from Frederick Moore for the Michigan wide receiver room in about 5 minutes. First, we've got traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will hear from Michigan wide receiver Frederick Moore as we continue. Wolverines and Golden Gophers a little bit more than 2 hours away. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
For Michigan games, you don't do anything halfway, and that should include wings. Detroit Wing Company makes wings that are as big and as bold as the Wolverines themselves. Order yours now for your tailgate or watch party. Or, if you're attending the game, get to our spot in the big house. Just go to DetroitWingCo.com to order ahead, or see us at the game, because a U of M game is the perfect time to really get saucy. Detroit Wing Co. How Detroit wings.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
You can depend on the Wolverines to keep you on the edge of your seat.
After the game, you can depend on WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
On your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Depend on us on all of your devices.
Touchdown!
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
After opening the Big Ten schedule last week with one of the conference's newcomers, it's back to traditional Midwest football today. We're keeping the Tailgate Show festivities going by welcoming back Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hi, Andy.
Hi there, Brian. Blue Cross is proud to support the Tailgate.
No doubt. So in college football, the best players are measured by the awards they collect at season's end, whether it's a Heisman, an Outland, a Doak Walker, just to name a few. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan has picked up some impressive hardware of its own, right, Andy?
That's right, Brian, and it reflects the success we've had in serving our health insurance members right here in Michigan. We are proud that Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan has been named the J.D. Power Award winner for 2024 as the top commercial health plan in Michigan for member satisfaction. This is the second time for that award in the last 3 years.
Wonderful and well-deserved news. Now, you and I have talked about just how complex and complicated healthcare can be for people, but Blue Cross focuses every day on making your members' experience easy, useful, and personal, and I suppose the J.D. Power Award recognizes those efforts.
It does. Blue Cross invests continuously to make accessing healthcare easier for our members. We're providing access to care wherever and whenever they need it around the clock and around the country. And we're proactively engaging our members in managing their health conditions and offering insurance products and solutions that meet their expectations for quality and security.
This recognition represents your members' feedback across 8 different measurement areas. And for 2024, Blue Cross ranked #1 in all 8 areas. That's incredible, Andy.
8 for 8. It's really hard to do, Brian. We're really, really proud of it. It's gratifying to see Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan as #1 when it comes to providing access to healthcare services, and to see that #1 ranking across measures of trust, ease of doing business, and the quality of our web and mobile capabilities, very gratifying.
And Andy, that very highly rated Blue Cross mobile app is a great tool for your members, and this all is great news for Blue Cross. You can find out more at mibluedaily.com. Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
And we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Great to visit with a member of the Michigan wide receiver group, and that's Frederick Moore. Though you told us off air your nickname is Fredro. Tell us where that came from.
So my mom was out the country. She was studying abroad, and she was finna have me. So my mom was finna first name me Frederico. And so as everybody kept joking around my family, like Frederico, you was really named that. But I was named after my uncle on my dad's side that passed away. But everybody kept making fun of me like, Frederico, that's not a good name. So as I got into Little League, my cousin was my Little League head coach. And one day he was like, your mom was straight finna name you Frederico. And so he was like, I got something better for you, Fredro. So ever since Little League, I had the name Fredro, and it just carried on. Like, nobody calls me my name Frederick no more. It's just Fredro.
All right, so around the building or in the game today, people are going to call you Fredro. Is it pretty much all throughout the program?
Yeah.
That's amazing. All right, to your performance, it seems like it has been an emphasis for the offense to get you more involved, whether it's as a receiver. We saw the run last week. Just how versatile are you, and how has that developed since you've gotten here to Michigan?
Yeah, in high school, I was pretty good at doing everything. Like, I'm a route runner. I can get open with jet sweeps, with screens. That's what I showed in high school. And with Michigan, it just really brought it all into effect and how they can get me open. If I'm getting press this play, or I'm getting off coverage this play, or how I see the safety. It just really, I feel as though emphasizing my football IQ. And the details of stuff I did in high school, I feel as though everybody was lackluster in high school because you were the best person on your team. But now you working against the best people in the country, so everybody above average. So I feel as though with me being great and me being above average receiver, the two differences is you working harder than the next person in front of you. So I feel as though Michigan really implemented me being detailed and working harder than the person in front of you.
Take us through last game when it came to Alex Orji, his first career start. How did he command the huddle? How did he run the offense?
Oh, yeah, I'm 100% behind Alex and Dave. I'm confident behind both of them guys, and I love them guys. And when Alex in the huddle and when Dave is in the huddle, it's just everybody tune in, all ears, no talking, and we just listen. We listen to the play call, we go line up with urgency, and we execute the play with our full percent.
How big was that last drive to take the lead offensively and just the win as a whole? Start a Big Ten play. What can that do for this team this week and beyond?
It was just our bouncing back game. I feel as though we just needed a statement win. Everybody doubted us. I think we was going into the game as a 7-point deficit for 7-point losers. But we knew in our room, and we knew in our team room and our receiver room that we can beat these guys. We knew it since we watching film and since how we practice. We came to practice deliberately and with intentions. So I knew that when we came out there on Saturday, it was no doubt in our mind we was going to win.
Lastly, to the assignment here today, Minnesota, they had a couple of shutout wins. Tough second half for them against Iowa, but what do they do well when they're thriving defensively?
I see their corners a lot on film. I see they get hands on. I know they DC came from Rutgers, they old linebackers coach, so it's gonna be a lot of stuff that he does that I see at Rutgers, and a lot of technique that they teach that we see at Rutgers. But a lot of the guys injured, they starters are injured, so I feel as though that we gonna take advantage of what they put on film and what we see on in the game, and I feel as though they do a lot of things, but I think we do better a lot of things on offense.
Fredro, thank you.
No problem.
I love that nickname from Fredro. Frederick Moore from the Michigan wide receiver room. Before we continue, let's pause 10 seconds to allow our network stations to identify themselves. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Fortunately, I don't think weather will be quite as much of a factor as it maybe could have been in this game. It is slightly drizzling now here at the Big House as warm-ups begin in earnest for the Wolverines and the Golden Gophers. Let's give you more on that, plus some traffic here on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Golden Gophers coming up at the Big House. John Jansen joins us next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Wow. Seeing the autumn leaves from way up here is spectacular.
Yep, the view's worth the climb if you find your true north.
Oh, yeah, I think I see it.
No, that's a winery.
Yep, my true north.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
So how long are we going to stay up here in this tree?
Ask the bear.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
I love watching my child grow through football, learning values and life skills that extend beyond the playing field. Now, there are more ways to play than ever before, from flag to tackle and beyond, with opportunities for boys and girls at any age. To find the right team, explore FutureForFootball.com's new League Locator tool and explore nearby leagues. It's never been easier to get your family involved in the game.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
I'm going to say something that I think you might find offensive.
Oh.
I like the Minnesota fight song.
What?
I do.
I don't even know what their fight song is, nor do I care. What is their fight song?
Told you he would find it offensive.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
Do you remember what game that was before? As we welcome you and John Jansen to the tailgate. Thank you, John. Now, Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix getting a real bang for the buck on this first segment. Do you remember what year that's from?
I mean, it was pre-24.
Wow. You're really narrowing it down. All right. Well, Jack, can you do the rest of the tailgate show with me?
Good luck. This is brought to you by Zing Zang.
Yeah, exactly. I got to be honest with you. I'm a little irritated today. And I'm irritated because when I watch the Minnesota team on our field, for some reason, and I know they've been on it before, they'll be on it again, there'll be other teams. It's irritating me today for some reason. And watching this, the burgundy and yellow, and I know I used to play for a decade for a team that wore those, but it's just, it's irritating. I just want Michigan to go out there today, take care of business, and what is it, the Minnesota Downer? Is that what they're
Minnesota Rouser?
The Rouser, yeah, same thing.
Yeah. Number 4 on Doug Karsh's Spotify.
Yeah, his playlist. Yeah, right. I'm hoping it's underneath the Victors, but.
Well, I think your mood kind of fits today. It's gray.
It's a little
rainy.
gray. Yeah.
It's a little bit. It's a good day to be a little grumpy. And hopefully Michigan plays with that grumpy style and goes and beats them up.
It's kind of what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
It's a good day to kick a Gopher in the tail.
Yep.
Yeah. That was actually
that's the nicest way I could put it.
That was good.
Thank you.
To wrap it for you, that was actually we were here.
Oh.
And the Wolverines were in Minnesota. That was the 2020 opener.
Oh.
And
so we were doing it remotely.
We were doing it remotely. Yeah. Boy, if I told you where we'd be now after that 2020 season, how about it?
Wouldn't imagine on the field and off the field.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I don't know what that fight song is. I hope I never hear it today. But,
no.
Doug, I am going to have to look it up at some point to know why you have an affection for the Minnesota Golden Gophers.
First of all, fight songs are a great part of college football.
They certainly are.
It really is.
Last week,
USC's I have to admit, when USC's band came in and started playing their Fight On, God, John's going to get mad.
No. Don't. No, hold on a second. Do not let him do that, because in his keys last week, he mentioned 2 great programs, 2 great fight songs. So,
right.
no, he can criticize Minnesota.
It can be
but
great, but I don't have to like it. It can still irritate me.
I feel cornered. I got to be honest.
We need Jason up here. He lightens.
Yeah,
he lightens
Jason does lighten the mood. Yeah, he comes in. Hey, bro, what's up? Yeah,
you have no idea what's going on.
Acts like he hasn't seen you in like 2 years. It's like, it's been 6 days, man. How you been?
Yeah, we're checking out his shoes. Yeah, he's still wearing shorts. Yeah, he's wondering he's gonna interview on the sidelines. Yeah. He's just in for a good time.
He always is.
Yeah.
By the way, have you noticed, like, 3 of the 4 TV shows, the last 4 TV shows, he's photobombed us in the back?
Oh, he loves
Inside
every
Michigan
Sunday
football.
morning
He
when I
starts
see it. Yep.
parading behind us. It's
a good little tradition.
Pretty soon, Zing Zang's going to start sponsoring his drop-in. Yeah, it's going to be great.
So,
all right, what can last week's win do for a team? Let's get you a little happier here.
Confidence. It better be confidence, and confidence for the offensive line, confidence for the play callers. All right, now we know what we can do with Alex Orji at quarterback in the run game, the opportunities that it provides. Now we can start building on that confidence. And this offensive line, when you go out there knowing that you've got 5 or 6 plays, no matter what's called, no matter what the situation, we're going to dominate the front. Now all of a sudden you add a little bit of a tweak off of that. And as an offensive line, you're thinking, okay, I don't have to change anything I do. I can still do exactly what I was doing, but everything in the motion in the backfield, now there's some things you can anticipate, but all of that will make life easier. So you start stacking those confidence builders on top of each other, and then you get into a little bit later today, hopefully they're up a couple of scores, and you start spreading your wings a little bit, and you allow the offense to explore what they could be doing. And then some of those things start working. Now, all of a sudden, you go into Washington, you go into the bye week, and you go into some of the rivalry games that we're going to have, and you're going to be playing at such a good level.
Before we go any further, availability report just out. There is a number 18 on it, but it's not Colston Loveland.
Yes.
Colston Loveland's not out,
Not for him,
and
but-
he's not questionable. Jaden McBurrow's the other 18. But some interesting names on there. Samaj Morgan questionable, Josiah Stewart questionable, Will Johnson questionable, and Greg Crippen questionable. So those will be some names to look for throughout the course of this one.
And all those names might be, if needed.
Yeah.
Maybe they won't start, and we'll see how this game goes. If we need to tap into some of our high-end talent, we'll do that. But quite honestly, and I guess I do mean to disparage Minnesota. Shouldn't need them today.
But, John, back to your point about confidence, though. It's not just the confidence of, hey, we know certain plays we can execute. We're finding a rhythm. We're getting good at these things. It's the overall mindset of, hey, we're winners, right? We find a way to win when things go wrong. The offense didn't play great in the second half besides that. But coming off a 15-0 victory, or, season, national champions, all that, some question marks around, do they still have it? Can they still find a way to get it done? And when they do, that goes, all right, we're back to where we were.
Who were the guys that made those plays? All right, it was Will Johnson, Josiah Stewart, and Khalil Mullins. Just to name a couple of them, right? Yep. The ones that were the headliners. What do they all have in common? They were guys that were counted on last year. They understand what a championship effort entails, what a championship moment looks like.
Right.
All right, now we're not sitting here talking about Heisman moments for Khalil Mullins or even Will Johnson right now because he hasn't done anything on offense. The defensive players don't win it. But those are championship moments. And now you get a chance from those guys. All of a sudden, hey, it starts to spread to some of the other.
And they prove they can do it.
Yeah.
But again, Josiah Stewart and Will Johnson on the availability report as questionable, along with Samaj Morgan and Greg Crippen. So noteworthy names we shall see as we get closer to kick. This opening segment with John Jansen, presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix, proudly served at the Big House. Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. Wolverines and Golden Gophers coming up in a little bit less than 2 hours. We got another traffic and weather check.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We have talked about Kalel Mulling's Michigan legend run, as Sherlin Moore termed it. For a moment, it looked like maybe Kenneth Grant would have one. We'll talk about that as we go in the trenches next. Michigan and Minnesota coming up as the rain really falls here at the Big House. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Can you believe these seats? I know, right? 50-yard line at the Big House? Are you kidding me? Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, a soft pretzel, some dog food? Yeah, I'll take... What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything? What are you talking about? I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands. It's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in. Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter. You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd.
Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Join thousands of your neighbors who are using My Green Power to reduce their carbon footprint and support Michigan-made renewable energy. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The full schedules are out for Michigan men's and women's basketball, so you can start mapping out your visits to Chrysler Center this season for all the action. A limited number of season tickets are on sale now, with single game tickets going on sale in early October. Head over to mgoblue.com to check out the jam-packed schedules and register for the latest information on tickets. That's mgoblue.com for all you need to know to enjoy Michigan men's and women's basketball this season at Chrysler Center.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. Let's go in the trenches.
Indeed, in the trenches, part of our Go Blue podcast, offering some good stuff on the pod this week. Defend the block, Silas Swords, new incoming Michigan women's basketball freshman who played for Team Canada. Abby Dent, Michigan rower, won a silver medal with Team Canada in Paris. She is on Conquering Heroes this week, and if you missed those this week, those are relevant for a while. I know, John, you really enjoyed the Abby Dent one.
I really did, and I mean, I've told the story, too, about carrying around my national championship ring, and I asked her, not to spoil anything, if she had her, because she was back in Ann Arbor, if she had her silver medal with her, and she actually said, "Oh yeah, actually, I got it right here. Let me show you," and proceeded to roll up her sleeves, flex a little bit, and here is my silver medal.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
It was great.
Yeah.
So thanks to Chad Shepard. Chad does so much on the football side, but he's also the contact for rowing. Super thankful for him and all that he does, especially with that one. Now, on In the Trenches this week, the focus was the defensive front. Of course, the D-line made some incredible plays against USC. One of them was incredible and then kind of a bummer. Kenneth Grant's fumble recovery that wasn't. Here is a great exchange with defensive line coach Lou Esposito from Monday's radio show. You can always hear that on Go Blue podcast as well from Monday night.
Did you ever think that you would have to put in time in practice on carrying the football?
You know what? It's crazy you say that, but Coach Moore does an unbelievable job about teaching the game, TTGs, and that's something that we talked about in camp. And it's something that, we take pride in. Like, our football intelligence is going to be high. And, it was a bad deal. He made an unbelievable scoop, which we work all the time. We talk about country fumbles and city fumbles. If it's a city fumble, there's a bunch of people around, get on it. If the ball's rolling to the end zone that we would score, scoop and score. And that's what happened. That's what he did. And I felt like, and he'll come in and talk about it too, he just changed the ball's hands, and he didn't even see the running back, and the running back just grabbed it. So he'll learn from it. But, I think everything that happens you learn from. And I think he'll learn from that and be great from it, because it was a great play. It was a good sequence for us. And if he gets by that guy, we might be talking about a 6'4", 345-pound guy running for an 80-yard touchdown.
Love that description, city versus country fumble, from the guy who sounds like he's from the city in Lou Esposito.
Right, yeah, and I've been in that situation too where, I mean, those little people, all of a sudden you're like, where did this kid come from? And I guarantee you, Kenneth Grant did the same thing. Like, all of a sudden he's changing hands because he thinks he's about ready to do the Heisman pose in the end zone, which is still 75 yards away. And all of a sudden he's like, wait, what? Where did you come from?
We know Big Kenny G can motor, but do you think he could have gotten all the way down the field without somebody hawking him? That's a long ways to go for a big man.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because I think it was my second year with the Redskins, Big Daddy Wilkinson, former Buckeye, was our defensive tackle, and he had a very similar play, and he was going in. It was an 80-yard fumble return. Darryl Green was running right next to him, asking for him to pitch him the ball, and Big Daddy the whole way down the road or down the field, he's going, no, and he rumbled. Needed a lot of oxygen when it was done.
Right.
But I think that Kenny G is a little bit faster than Big Daddy would have had.
Hindsight's 20/20. It's funny to look at now when you watch him pick it up and he's so high running in the air and trying to switch hands, and then that little running back just comes and scurries like a little squirrel just comes and scurries the ball away from him. He's like, what happened?
Yeah.
Like a little squirrel. And you're right. He's such a massive. Oh, my gosh. Now, you mentioned that. Kenny G has, he slimmed down a little bit. He's turned a little bit more of the, the baby weight into muscle. He talked on Monday with John about this offseason from a nutrition standpoint.
I mean, just getting my body in shape and eating healthier, I mean, that really played an effect. Abby said I did really good with the nutrition, our nutrition staff. Dropped a lot of weight, created lean mass. So, I mean, just doing that stuff helped. I mean, and then just committing to having to play more snaps. Just committing to that, trying to get better, and just trying to get in condition.
Not that you ever give anything up, but we all know we make decisions for our nutrition. Is there anything that you used to eat where you're like, damn, I really wish I could have more of that?
Probably like I used to eat a lot of bread and cheese, so I tried to stop eating a lot of bread, like just like slices of bread. I really like that. Yeah. So.
White bread, sourdough. What's your favorite?
Whiter wheat. Yeah.
Like a big turkey sandwich.
Yeah.
Simple man, guys. Bread, cheese, some turkey. Lock it in.
I love this guy.
I know.
Absolutely love Kenny G. He's so much fun to watch. And when you watch the progression, now he was damn good last year. But you watch the things that he's doing this year, and I truly believe that having him and Mason Graham next to each other is a great compliment, because Mason Graham came in and with his wrestling background is a little bit more refined at the hand fighting and leverage and doing some of those things. Now watching Kenneth Grant do some of those things as well, that's a big boy.
Yeah.
Using that leverage that he has, the hand fighting that he's picked up from Mason Graham, just simply watching him and playing next to him, I think they're really complimenting each other right now.
Well, and it's good to hear him talk about, the need to get that lean mass on so that he can play more snaps, because that's something that I think we've all been a little curious about throughout the course of the season thus far. Some of those guys, All-American guys not being on the field as much as you want. Now, that's great, and in a perfect world, you're getting other guys reps, you're building depth, all of that. But those guys are game wreckers, and you need them in there in crucial moments. So it's good to hear that they're
Especially
thinking about
downs.
that. Yeah,
no doubt. Reminder, we'll have a post-game episode a few hours following this one, Michigan and Minnesota. More from Jack coming up during our pregame show. John and I will talk more about the offense as we continue, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Golden Gophers coming up. The rain has subsided a good deal here at the Big House. Chance for some more later, but Temperatures in the upper 60s. Should be a good day for football if the rain holds off. Wolverines and Gophers coming up. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
In a world full of empty promises like, we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick, isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to creative and flexible tooling solutions for a quick turnaround of your product launch, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
It's time to step up, Wolverine Nation. The 2024 Recycle Bowl is scheduled for Saturday, November 2nd. We'll count every plastic, aluminum, and paper product put in recycle bins in and around the Big House. Last season, the University of Tennessee set a world record for collecting recyclable material. November 2nd is our chance to take this title, and we need your help. Michigan Stadium has a tradition of recycling and is committed to diverting recyclable material from landfills. Remember, when we all recycle, at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, it's the planet that wins.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
This is Michigan football.
I thought he did an unbelievable job of making decisions to take care of the football. Even when he took a sack, there was guys that were open, and he could have tried to progress and throw it, but he just said, you know what? I got nowhere to go. I'm eating the ball, and I'll punt it away, and I'll be in good shape. So, but the second down one, yeah, I think that was huge because when he did that, I was like, okay, we're in good shape. Like he's made an outstanding decision not to force it in an area, just throw it away. And we always talk about nail it or sail it. So he definitely sailed it when it wasn't open.
That is the head coach of the Wolverines, showing more on Alex Orji's first career start at quarterback last week in the win over USC. Of course, Orji, like everybody, has to improve, continue to refine now in start number 2 coming up today. But no turnovers, John, from a Michigan quarterback for the first time this season, and especially considering the opponent and how Michigan jumped out in front. It was exactly what the doctor ordered. Hold on to the football, run it, and then, hey, if you have a chance to throw it, great. If not, just hold it.
Well, the recipe for the rest of the year is going to be possess the football. And if you have to punt it, you're going to get another possession. Do something better with it next time. But it comes down to decisions. And I thought he did a good job. Watching the film back, there were some times on the read option where it felt to me it would have been a better decision to keep it versus hand it off. But all of this is now happening at game speed and with a lot more repetition than it has in previous games when he's come in for some of those moments. And definitely it's much faster than he's going to see at practice. So now having experienced that and then looking at it on film, there's going to be things that he's going to do better in the run game. There'll be things that he does much better in the pass game. And they will start adding things every week, as they do for everyone, to make this and give this offense a little bit more depth and a little more contour.
And on paper, this feels like what Michigan did last year successfully, running the football, feels like the right potential game plan. Last week, Minnesota gave up 2 times more passing yards, 62, than they scored points, 31. Or they gave up points, I should say, in the loss to Iowa.
Well, and I mean, let's just look back at the last couple of years. Now, there was obviously much more experience on those Michigan teams, but they were able to run the ball early and let the pass game develop through 3 non-conference games and then an easy Big Ten schedule to start the season. When it really came down to, hey, we've got to win this game, wasn't until they went to Happy Valley, and they still only ran the ball. And so it wasn't until the very end of the year where the offense really started to click. So the difference is this year they had Texas, and they weren't, offensively and defensively ready to win that game. Now they're in as part of the schedule with Minnesota, Washington, a bye week, where they can start. Yes, we can go out there, run the ball. We know we should win these games. We've got to execute to win them, and if we possess the ball, we will. Now they can start developing just like they have the last couple of years.
How much to you did the improvement from the offensive line? It seemed like that was, I think, pretty significantly the best effort from the guys up front. How much did that help everything? And looking to this game, an area of strength for Minnesota. They have a veteran defensive line. They've got some injuries. We talked about Michigan's availability report. Minnesota will be without Justin Wally, who's missing his second consecutive game, and Darius Green in their secondary. So Minnesota's a team that's going to have to rely on their guys up front because they're banged up in the secondary.
They are, and so it's going to be one of those games where, do you want to try and take advantage of a team's weakness? And if their weakness is the secondary, well, maybe it's not our strength, but it is something that we can eventually expose. And here's the thing. Michigan knows it. They owned it last week. They've owned it in the media. We're a run-first team. They're going to establish the run, and I love the tone that Sharon sent and Kirk Campbell sent with the first play last week. I used it on Jansen Vision for the Sunday morning TV show, showing those double teams, allowing the offensive line to be violent, to be aggressive, knowing exactly what they were going to see, and then going and executing. I thought it was a great call, and it really set them up for success for that first half.
And with the weather, again, rain's really starting to come down again here at the Big House. Special teams, Michigan has seen Dominic Zavada have a couple of big games. We saw Tommy Doman last week. They have not done it together. And in a game like this where you figure Michigan will be steadily running the football, a kick at the end of the drive is good no matter what kind it is. Those two, if they could sync up and both have a really good effort, that'd be huge.
Well, consistency. I mean, I know I keep saying this year in, year out. Consistency is the truest measure of performance. If you want to be a great player, you be consistent at what you do. Can't have extra points blocked. You got to have good hang time. You got to be able to hit, knock teams when you have the opportunity to flip the field, knock teams inside the 20 or the 10. That's what Tommy Doman did, and we saw Dominic Zavada early on in the season be good from 50-plus. If they can just be consistent at what they do, coaches will know, okay, when I call their number, this is what I'm going to get every single time. Now you can be that weapon that Michigan needs.
Should be a fun one. Wolverines and Golden Gophers coming up in the oldest trophy game in college football. 99th time these two will face off with the trophy on the line. It's so ugly. It's kind of adorable.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's only beautiful when it's in Ann Arbor. And with the schedule the way it is, I don't know when the next time it is. Maybe I don't know how far out the Big Ten schedules go. Who knows when that next opportunity is going to happen? And for right now, it's not on next year's schedule, so it's going to be in Ann Arbor for some time.
Yep, we'll get that number here if there is one scheduled. First, a reminder that Michigan football is sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. First time in a decade, these two are playing in back-to-back years. Michigan rolled up in Minneapolis last year. Looking to do the same here on a dreary Saturday in Ann Arbor. We'll get you when the next time Michigan and Minnesota square off, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan and Minnesota for the second straight year, and for the last time until only 2026, John.
All right.
Only 26 on the road at Minnesota. After that, at least 2029 before we'll see the Gophers again. So make sure you talk to Coach Fleck here pregame.
I don't want to.
And this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you travel, they always say, get a room with a view. And there's no better way to travel than the roomy new Toyota Camry. It's all hybrid all the time, so you can take your travels even farther. Now through September 30th, you can lease a Camry LE for $299 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing with approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Book your room now. Toyota. Let's go places.
The Wolverines defense could score you a great deal at Big Boy. If Michigan records 2 or more sacks during today's game, you can enjoy 50% off all appetizers at Big Boy on Monday. From crispy onion rings to their legendary mozzarella sticks, Big Boy will be the place to be on Mondays if the Wolverines deliver 2 or more sacks. So as you follow along with today's game, remember that 2 Michigan sacks mean 50% off appetizers on Monday. We're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Only at participating locations.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
This is to tie the game. Officially from 56, left hash. Gross is ready. The snap, little high spot, kick on its way. End over end, got the distance, but he missed it. Wide to the left, and the Scarlet Knights hold on. 21-18, your final score. In the Big Ten opener here in Piscataway, Rutgers comes away with the victory over the Washington Huskies.
That is Chris Carlin from the Rutgers Radio Network. Like the only guy who came back from Washington's national championship game run last year, Grady Gross, couldn't quite connect from 56 yards out. That's next week, John. Washington, we knew there'd be some growing pains with Jed Fish's first year with Kalen DeBoer just on game day with Alabama here about a half an hour ago. And that one was one. I think Rob, who will join us again momentarily, he put it best in the first time we talked to him. That was a game that it felt like Washington lost more than Rutgers won.
Yeah, I mean, that was the third of 3 field goals that were missed. They had plenty of opportunity. And I'd have to look back at the numbers. I think last night when I was watching the game, it was like 490 yards of total offense for Washington. They moved the ball up and down the field. They just couldn't finish things when they needed to the most. It was like watching the Lions against Tampa Bay. 7 trips into the red zone, you come away with 1 touchdown. So Jed Fish, we know him, obviously, we're very familiar with him and his ability as a coach because he was an assistant here under Jim Harbaugh. We saw what he did at Arizona. He's going to do the same thing at Washington. They will be right back to where they should be, but it may take a year or two to get back to that elite level of football.
Yeah, this, per our buddy Tony Castricone, first time, or the most that Washington outgained an opponent in a loss since 1974. Not great. Before we get to the football, by the way, how about the Detroit Tigers? This truly, I know fans have enjoyed it because you saw Comerica Park jam-packed, and it's been rocking all week. But I think this is Rocktober-esque from what the Rockies did in 2007, and we all know where that led to. It went to the World Series before they 2007. Yeah. And, I mean, this team, they get Tarek Skubal with extra rest for Game 1 of a wild card series. I know it'll be on the road, but, yeah, give me that anytime.
Give me it any time. And, I mean, what a great time to be a Detroit sports fan, especially if you're pairing that with a Michigan fan, knowing that we finally got something going here. But, I mean, the Lions, Monday Night Football, the Tigers will wrap the season up on Sunday with a couple of encore performances, knowing that everything is locked up. And postseason play in the the first time in 10 years, watching this team develop and then getting a chance to get to know A.J. a little bit, what a masterful job he has done with 12 rookies on the team. I mean, all the stars aligned because at the beginning of August, they were dead and buried. They resurrected the team, all because of what A.J. has been able to do with group effort days. But pair that with the demise of another team in Minnesota, not the Golden Gophers, but the Twins, it has been very enjoyable to watch that as well.
Yeah, man, epic collapse.
Yeah.
It required it, but hey, to the credit of the Tigers, they put the pressure on everybody else in the wild. I mean, the Royals were taking on some really tough times. They're going to be fine, but yeah, heck of a run. And boy, if they can find a way to win that wild card series, Game 3 ALDS at Comerica.
Well, and if it's against Baltimore. They just played 6 games against them. Now, I know they were getting healthy. They got a couple of bats back, but they took 4 of the 6 games. They swept the Royals in between that in Kansas City. So there's no team hotter than the Tigers right now.
No, nobody wants to see the Tigers in that bracket on their side. And yeah, the Orioles, they probably peaked 2 months ago. We'll see. The Tigers they've been peaking for about 2 months. All right, Rob, let's talk about the college football slate. Lay of the land for us here as we are already in week 5 of the college football season.
2 other nooners in the Big Ten, Indiana and Maryland, then Purdue, Nebraska. The 3:30 game today, USC, Wisconsin. Out west, 7 o'clock tonight, Michigan State, Ohio State in East Lansing. Penn State at 19th-ranked Illinois. That's at 7:30. And then that late night 11 o'clock kick, UCLA, Oregon. That's the Big Ten, obviously the game most people have their eyes on nationally, Alabama, Georgia at 7:30.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. I want your picks for 2. Let's go first, Penn State, Illinois. Who do you got in that one where you certainly have a sentimental favorites, I know?
Well, I do. And, I mean, it's just whoever – my sentimental favorite, I know my wife went to Illinois. Whoever can beat James Franklin, that's my sentimental favorite. And I think he will, continue to be and do James Franklin things. However, I'm shocked at the line on that game, 17.5. I think that's out of whack. I know it's a whiteout. I know it's in Happy Valley. But this is one where I think Brett Bielema, Drew Altmaier, their quarterback, I think they'll do enough to give themselves a chance to win the game. I don't know that they ultimately will. And since they're not a top 10 team, James Franklin has a chance.
Oh, boy. By the way, per ESPN bet, it's up to 19.5.
Is it really?
Wow. Yeah, that's heavy.
That's very little respect.
Sure.
Come on. IL.
Oh, okay. Ripping on Doug's fight song love, but you're wow.
He's got no connection to Minnesota.
No.
Am I correct?
No.
I just like the song, man.
I just like the song.
Yeah. This will be. I can't wait till he gets you on the punter game later.
I was born in Champaign, Urbana.
So okay, well, yeah.
So I got a little.
You got a little. A little in the blood.
Very little.
Yeah.
Very little.
The littlest possible. And then Alabama, Georgia.
This is going to be so much fun. And I know everybody's saying, well, the winner of that was probably going to be, has a beeline on the playoffs. And they both might have a beeline on the playoffs, win or lose. Don't count out Texas. We saw Texas, and we've seen Georgia struggle. We've seen Alabama struggle this year. I'm really interested to see what Georgia will do on the road in Tuscaloosa. We saw what they did in Kentucky, and it did enough to win. Can they get by with a performance similar to that against Alabama? I doubt it, but I just don't know what to expect from Kalen DeBoer and Jalen Milroe and gang.
I will be surprised by no result in that game. It could be close either way. It could be a blowout either way. I will not be surprised. And it's good that we're getting this type of a matchup, and you hope the SEC will,
no
grow
divisions.
up and play 9 games.
Well, you would like to.
Yeah, one day. All right. That's a look around the rest of the college football slate. We will talk to Doug about the game and not Minnesota or Illinois or songs or anything in a bit, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Golden Gophers officially a 12:05 kickoff from the Big House. We'll chat with the man who will call it, Doug Karsh, next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's Yacht Ride to float your boat. Saturday, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band. Special guest, the Atlanta Rhythm Section. Tickets as low as $35 and are on sale now at the Soaring Eagle box office and etix.com. Smooth sailing, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band at Atlanta Rhythm Section, SoaringEagleCasino.com.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
It's the Detroit Wingco Tailgate Report, reminding you that you don't have to just wing it for the Michigan game. Not when Detroit Wing Company is ready to play. The tastiest way to watch the Wolverines win is with our delicious brined wings and chef-created sauces. Find your wings at a DWC near you, or visit us at our new spot, Hatched in the Big House. Kick off the game right. Go to DetroitWingco.com. That's how Detroit wings.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Wolverines and Gophers coming up. We will get through this entire segment, Doug, without mentioning any music. I promise.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Good.
I want to ask
about Mr. Brightside. Can we?
Yeah.
You want me to sing a few bars?
Sure. I wish we could play that 3-minute feature that CBS did last week. That was interesting. Except for the singing part. That must have been interesting to record. John and I talked about this on In the Trenches this week. In terms of September wins, last week was as good as any in recent memory. Obviously, this century seems like 2011 Notre Dame has the monopoly on number one because of the uniqueness of it, the way the game finished, the rivalry, all of that. But, I mean, last week's game might be number two since 2000 in terms of September wins.
Oh, it's huge. That USC team's going to be a problem in the Big Ten. I will say this. I made a prediction when all those Pac-12 teams came to the Big Ten that they were going to struggle with all the travel. And going into last week, I know teams that had traveled 2 time zones or more were 13 and 15. Last night we saw Washington lose to Rutgers. USC came here and had their problems. So suffice to say, I think it's going to be awfully tough on them, but not to take away from what Michigan accomplished. You think about the pregame show last week and the things we talked about. Quick start.
Yep.
They forced 3 3-and-outs to start the game. Yep. Michigan scored 2 touchdowns on the ground.
14-0.
Yeah. And third down issues, which maybe, remember the Arkansas State game carried over from the Texas game with terrible on third down. Then they settled down as that game went on. They were much better on third down in that game last week. So they punted and played defense, which was smart. And when your punter bombs 5 punts of more than 50 yards, including 4 inside the 20, you're going to win the field position battle.
You know, there's Jansen vision, right? The Jansen special teams meter, for me, is if he talks about in any positive way the special teams specialists, kicker or punter, that means they might deserve a Nobel Prize.
That's fair, because we know John's relationship with the kicking game.
It's a little touchy here and there. But when you are on the opening drive able to kick your opponent down to the 6-yard line.
Yeah.
And then one that I'm sure that Tommy Doman would like to have back, he bombed one into the end zone. Yeah. All right, so it's something that you learn from. And the next time it happens, they're down on the 10-yard line. That's where you start to see that, a guy gets it. And obviously, he's a veteran player. He's not trying to kick it in the end zone, but there's different things that happen in a kicker's mind or in the game, at the wind, all of that stuff. He was able to make the adjustment, and I thought that was really important for him.
How about Kalel Mullings? What a special young man. If you'd have asked folks about Kalel Mullings 6 months ago, you'd say, yeah, he's going to make a great trivia answer in 20, 30 years of, hey, who was that running back who threw the pass in Ohio State in 2022? And now, he's 4 games in already with a couple of runs that Michigan fans will remember for a long, long time, and they will not forget who ran him in.
What an incredible game he had last week. We always use the term, a player put a team on their back, and you talk about exactly what he did. And
put a couple Trojans on their backs.
Yeah, there's a couple subtleties on that last drive. The broken tackle, the last broken tackle on a 63-yard run, that was a backup in there.
Number 19.
Because of injuries to the SC secondary. He broke that tackle. Backup didn't make a play. On 4th and goal from just inside the 2, Colston Loveland was out. Marlon Klein had cramped up. And you had a true freshman tight end, hand down in the dirt, biggest play of his career. And Zach Marshall, who's, moving his way up the depth chart, but is a sophomore tight end who hasn't played a whole ton. I think that was his 13th snap of the game or 12th snap of the game. So you had some backups in there. They ran behind Marshall's side. They went to the left. And so Michigan's backups were part of getting the job done. USC's backup safety was not.
Kirk Campbell told us this week he is as proud of Zach Marshall as he is anybody on the offense for what he did. And that was one. It wasn't. He said Andrew Gentry's block was the block, but Zach Marshall held his own in that spot. That's all you ask for somebody in that 13th snap.
Yep. And there wasn't a perfectly blocked play.
No, right.
But, there's a lot of unsung heroes emerging for Michigan. Max Bredesen, or Breddy, as they call him. I'd love to see them give him the football down near the goal line at some point this year.
Doesn't have a touch this year.
That kid is doing a lot of dirty work. And you talk about when Will Johnson went down, Jair Sugarhill stepped up.
Yep.
And, he was, his assignment was going to be tougher. And, that kid has had growing pains, as one would expect. And looks like he's maybe turned a corner. Brandon Hillman making plays in the secondary. And Wink Martindale said that was the best game the linebackers played. He said in the Texas game, people got too excited, tried to make a big play, and found themselves out of position. They settled down and just played football last Saturday.
When you look at the players that stepped up last week, and I mentioned this just a little bit earlier, they were guys that were key components of last year's national championship team. They understand in a game like that what a championship effort looks like. And you never know when it's going to happen, but you've got to be ready for the moment. Josiah Stewart was ready for the moment. Kalel Mullings was ready for the moment. Will Johnson was ready for the moment. And now all of a sudden, that example starts to spread. And if Will Johnson can't go or Josiah Stewart can't go, and all of a sudden there are other guys that can step up and fill those shoes.
Well, gentlemen, we look forward to the songs you will sing together coming up at 12:05 here today on the radio.
Mr. Brightside.
Okay, hold on. You say about three more. If you say about 3 more words, then unfortunately we're going to have to invoice you. So please stop. We'll get Doug and John's thoughts, even more, coming up at the top of the hour. We got one more check of traffic and weather, though, to give you here from our friends at WWJ.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Golden Gophers coming up. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Go Michigan!
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
The Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show is almost done. But before we go, let's get John Jansen's keys to the game.
And before we do that, it's time for our tailgate tip. It is brought to you by Meijer. Don't forget the bottle opener, corkscrew, or lighter. 3 essentials that you never want to forget. If you're a tailgating fanatic, we suggest always keeping those items in your preferred tailgating vehicle's glove box. You never know when they will come in handy, as today with a raincoat, too. Today's tailgate tip brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. John, this is a weather day where you separate the contenders from the pretenders from a tailgate standpoint, because we knew there was going to be some rain, and it's not as heavy as it was about, a half an hour or so ago. But, you got to bring it today.
Oh, you do. And when you show up at the same time every day, I talk about consistency and it being a true measure of performance. And you show up, and normally there are 7 or 8 cars in front of you, but then you find that there's only about 4 or 5. You know that those that didn't make it are soft. And they don't have to tell you. They show you by their actions how soft they are, because this is going to be a big Michigan win. It's going to be a great day for Michigan football, but because there's a little bit of weather, they can't show up. So you speak with your actions, just like speaking with your pads out here, which is what this team is going to do today.
Yeah, this is the oldest trophy game in college football, and I expect a fuddy-duddy approach from this team, going old school, finding a way to ground it out. And I'm sure in your offensive keys, that's a key component, the ground game.
Oh, it is. And, breaking news, get the breaking news sounder ready, establish the run. It's one of those things for this team that, that's where you're going to hang your hat. That's the identity of this football team. So you go out there, you establish the run offensively. Number 2, once you've done that, you find some throws and some protections that the offense is comfortable with. And because it's not just making sure Alex Orji is comfortable making the throws, making the reads. It's making sure that this offensive line that at the beginning of the year struggled in protection, that they're comfortable as well. When you find those, now you got some magic and get up 2 scores. If you got to run the ball 30 times to get up 2 scores, that's fine. It shortens the game, and it prevents the other team from having the ball and having a number of different possessions. But then you can sit there with Alex Orji and say, all right, let's work on these 3 protections and pass plays as well. And it may be as simple as you just need to look at the right side of the field. We talked to Jason Avant on Tuesday. He mentioned just look at half the field. Eliminate the other half. That's next week's issue. Maybe it's 2 or 3 weeks down the road. But simplify things and make them good for Alex Orji. Defensively, it's about turnovers. And you've got to be able to create some turnovers. We've seen them. Will Johnson has 2 pick sixes. We've seen other interceptions. But you've got to find a way to pry that ball out in the run game, even if it's special teams. Whoever the ball carrier is, find a way to pry the ball out of their hands, strike the quarterback, and strike fear in the quarterback. I guarantee you, every team that watches the film from last week is looking at, the quarterback's looking at, boy, you guys up front better help me out. Don't let me get hit. Offensive coordinator, can we have a running back? Can we have a tight end chip on some of these guys? Make sure that you keep that fear building throughout the course of the game. And as Doug just mentioned in the last segment, hey, you got to be good on third downs. Against Texas, early on against Arkansas State, they weren't good at getting off the field. They were good at creating third down situations. They just weren't able to get off the field. Now all of a sudden USC, 3 and outs. That sets the tone, and they, other than a couple of drives throughout the course of the game, they were able to get off the field on third downs.
So you gave us offense and defense, special teams critical last week, and an opportunity here with the weather. We expect there to be rain for at least some of this game. Probably not all, but that makes it all the more important.
It does, and it's the operation. We saw last week, I don't think it was necessarily Dom it striking the ball wrong. I thought there was something that was off with snap, hold, and then obviously kick, and it just was low. So you've got to be consistent in protection. You got to be consistent in the operation and making sure that everything is as consistent as possible. Special teams, I would love to see them break a big play in the return game. You don't get much chance these days as a kick return team. So when you get that opportunity in the punt, now today it's going to be a matter of, hey, it might just be catching the ball. That's going to be the big play. If once that's accomplished, now all of a sudden look downfield, set up the blocks, get to your blocking lanes, and you see if you can break one for a big play. Tommy Doman, and it kind of goes with number one, in terms of consistency. Put 2 games together. The first 3 games, not his best performance. Last week, that was outstanding. Pinning USC deep in their own territory, flipping the field, doing things to give this offense and this team an advantage.
Should be a fun one. Wolverines and Golden Gophers for the 99th time playing for the Little Brown Jug. Michigan trying to keep it here in Ann Arbor and keep that trophy room jam-packed. Much to do on the pregame show. We'll dig into our offensive and defensive scouting reports with wire-to-wire analysis from our entire crew. Great conversations with center Dominic Jadis and head coach Sharon Moore, all as we prepare for a 12:05 kickoff on a dreary, at times rainy Saturday at the Big House, Michigan and Minnesota in this Big Ten clash. Thanks for listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Stay tuned. Our pregame show is next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Thanks for listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for more analysis from the crew and comments from the locker room during the pregame show, which starts after this 2-minute timeout. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Left point at 3. Yes, sir! In front, they score! Quarterback run up the middle. Yeah!
Following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
I think it was a classic of a game. It was a close one with a really good team.
Definitely think it was a Michigan style of football, that game, and that was a game plan going into it.
The grind meat mentality, the smash mentality.
Just play our football, smash mouth football, and I think that's what we did.
The pass, here comes the rush, and down he goes! Off the edge! Josiah Stewart, Mullins in the clear. Whoa, look at this! Donovan Edwards will take it to the house! Will Johnson going the other direction! He will score! Kalel Mullings breaking a tackle. Can he get away from the last man? He can. Orji takes the snap. Handoff. Kalel Mullings running left into the end zone with 37 seconds to go.
Everybody on the defense, they held it down, and offense came up clutch like we needed them to.
Never blinked, never flinched. Our best was needed. We gave our best.
Having each other's back every play.
All the way. I'm going to ride with them 3-3.
What we're always trying to do, we're trying to go 1-0 every week, and that's what we did.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines and visit with players and coaches. Wolverines football is brought to you by Absopure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. The Michigan Gaming Control Board. Learn how to play it smart when you're gambling. Visit don'tregretthebet.org. And by Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close shave, America. Close shave, Barbasol. Now, let's go to the stadium. Here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Coming off a huge win, Michigan back in action today to battle for the oldest trophy in college football. For the 99th time, the Jug is on the line after grounding out a historic win over USC last weekend. Will it be more of the same today, or will Michigan look to diversify the attack? Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside the captain, John Jansen. And John, some angst amongst fans about an offense that was, well, one-dimensional last week, and we've heard that complaint actually over the last 3 years on their way to Big Ten championships and a national championship. But Coach Moore said repeatedly all week long, we want to be balanced. John Jansen, what do you expect?
Well, he wants to be balanced, but he's also not going to stop themselves. It's not their job. It's Minnesota's job this week to stop the run, and they will establish the run. And we may see some shots early, but if they're able to get up, and trust me, every possession today for two teams that like to run the ball is going to be very important. There might only be 4 possessions in the first half, so scoring on each possession, you got to find a way to get up a little bit and then see if you can put a little bit more breadth in this offense.
Well, my opinion, in big games, I don't care how you win. And today, Michigan is facing a Minnesota team that has seen one real rushing attack all season long, Iowa. And the Hawkeyes force-fed the Gophers the football on the ground last weekend to the tune of 272 rushing yards.
Yeah, and I don't expect them to make huge wholesale changes in their rush defense. So use all 3 running backs. That's obviously Kalel Mullings, Donovan Edwards, and Alex Orji to start this game off.
Colston Loveland expected to return today. That will help the passing game.
It certainly will. And when you have a target like that, one that is reliable, one that's big, that you can see running down the field, but you've got to find other weapons other than just Colston. That's a great place to start.
Michigan's defense very good last week, especially up front. Josiah Stewart was unblockable.
Loved talking to Phil Esposito this past week. He was on the Inside Michigan Football radio program, and he talked about the rush plan that he lets these guys put together. He tweaks it. Wink tweaks it. By the time they get there, it's second nature. And you saw that with Josiah Stewart. And really was a race to the quarterback because Derek Moore was right there as well.
You mentioned Wink, defensive coordinator Wink Martindale praised the linebacking unit.
They're fast. They're physical. They're downhill runners. And here's the thing. Now that they are familiar with each other, this could be, and I emphasize could, it could be a very special group.
Well, how about punter Tommy Doman? Talk about a weapon last week. 5 punts of more than 50 yards, 4 times pinning SC inside the 20. That could be a huge asset moving forward.
Especially today with the rain and ball handling being a bit of an issue. When you can flip the field and field position, time of possession, all of those things become key, and special teams has a special hand in all of those.
Michigan 3-1. Minnesota comes in at 2-2 with losses to North Carolina, and Iowa. They want to run it with a transfer running back Marcus Major from Oklahoma and Walled Lake Western's Darius Taylor. And they got a couple of good weapons on the outside as well.
Yeah, Daniel Jackson's their best wide receiver, their most experienced wide receiver. They'd like to force feed him the ball a little bit, but again, these are two programs. They want to run the football behind big physical offensive lines. So, hey, you got to be able to stop the run in the Big Ten in days like today and be alert for the occasional pass.
Well, the weather is going to play a factor. It's 66 degrees right now. The rain has stopped. It's expected to hold steady in the high 60s throughout the day, but there is a 47% chance of rain at kickoff, and it should be around all day. It will come and go. Wind gusts up to 10 miles per hour. Coming up here on the pregame show, we'll preview today's opponent, Minnesota. Also, our scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush will be anchoring our coverage, and we'll hear from former Wolverines Jack Miller and number 8, Jason Avant, and later Michigan head coach Sharon Moore. It's the battle for the jug. It's Military Appreciation Day here at the Big House. We kick it off 1 hour from now. It's Go Blue versus Ski-U-Mah. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits. We have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Hands off to Rob Lino, and it is! There it is! Oh, Rob Lino!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
When you travel, they always say, get a room with a view. And there's no better way to travel than in a roomy new Toyota, like the best-selling RAV4. Now through September 30th, get 4.99 APR financing on a new gas-powered 2024 RAV4. Or lease a RAV4 LE for $339 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details. Or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
The 106th matchup between the Wolverines and the Golden Gophers is on the air. And today's broadcast is presented by Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit belfour.com. That's BELFOR.com. Now, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games, and Michigan's coming off one of those style of days here at the Big House when many stars delivered in a narrow win. Many were expected to be great heading into this season, the likes of Will Johnson, Mason Graham, Josiah Stewart, to name a few. But the biggest breakout for Michigan this season, that's running back Kalel Mullings. 17 carries, 159 yards, 2 touchdowns. He has more rushing yards in the last 2 games than he had in his entire career entering the season. Here's head coach Sherrone Moore on Kalel.
He was an absolute beast. He played like a man possessed. All the runs were really good. Every time he touched the ball, it felt like it might break, it might go, and then that last run he had before the touchdown long one, that's going to go down in Michigan history as one of the greatest runs in Michigan history. That was a Michigan legend run.
And in all, John Jansen, Michigan ran for 290 yards, only threw for 32 last week. Probably not a long-term solution, but the Wolverines welcomed USC to the Big Ten with a grinded-out game. Just how big was that win?
Well, and not a long-term solution, but now all of a sudden, if they're going to commit another resource, another linebacker, another nickel, somebody out of the secondary to stopping Kalel Mullins, look for Alex Orji to have a big day on the ground. That's what having Alex Orji at quarterback right now provides you, because now all of a sudden, hey, we're going to crash down that back end, or we're going to put another guy in the box. You all of a sudden get Alex Orji around the side. There's nobody there to stop him. There's nobody there to account for him. So, hey, fine, load up the box. I'm fine with that. That would be a plus for Michigan.
To our offensive scouting reports, Alex Orji made his first career start last week, 7 of 12 with those 32 passing yards, added 43 on the ground, but most importantly, no turnovers. Here's offensive coordinator Kirk Campbell on Orji's effort.
Yeah, I thought Alex had complete control of the game. Obviously, in the past game, he wasn't asked to do a whole lot for us to win the football game, which was kind of by design. Obviously, we expected a little bit more, but we didn't want to put a whole lot on his plate in a huge game. But in the run game, he converted a bunch of third downs for us, extended some plays, did a good job of when the plays weren't there. He didn't force the football. He didn't turn the football over. And ultimately, all we do is care about winning, and he did that.
So, John, what steps do you hope Orji takes in start number 2?
Being able to work through some of the progressions. We saw obviously the wide receiver screen to start the game. That's an easy one. That's a one route. That's a one decision. But then he hit a drag route. And now all of a sudden, hey, you want to be able to look not just into the flat, not just at the drag, but also downfield. And it's just being able to look through some of those things and seeing it all at the same time. And it's like teaching a new driver to try and look at what might be coming ahead. They're so focused on the car in front of them that they can't see, hey, there's a stoplight coming or a stop sign. They got to anticipate those things. Same thing for Alex Orji. It's like learning to drive a car. You just got to anticipate and be able to see through some of those things.
To the Gophers, they allowed 26 total points in their first 3.5 games, but 24 points in the second half last week alone against Iowa. Hawkeyes racked up 272 rushing yards, just 62 passing yards in totality last week. It was a big blip after a strong start for an evolving Minnesota defense, as Kirk Campbell discusses.
They did a good job of stopping the run, and they did defend the pass well. This year has been a little bit different than the past. They've been a little bit more blitz heavy, and that's might be due in part the defensive coordinator's a linebacker guy, not a secondary guy. But they've been blitzing a lot more, and they've been stopping the run pretty well.
Yeah, that is Corey Hepperman, who Campbell's alluding to, the former Rutgers linebackers coach. Before that, he was an FCS defensive coordinator, now the DC at Minnesota. Your impressions of a banged-up Gophers defense?
Well, when you run blitz a lot, all right, there can be a big discrepancy in the outcome of certain plays. You run blitz, and you might be able to, tackle somebody for a 2-yard loss. But there are times where you see run blitzes, and all of a sudden a running back runs right by him, and you're like, what were they looking at? You can't make some of those decisions that quickly, and so you may have a couple of 2-yard losses, and then all of a sudden you give up a 40-yard gain. That's the gamble that it is when you're a run-heavy blitz team. So, I mean, again, when you're watching today's game, there may be some lost yardage plays, but there's also going to be some big gainers mixed in there as well.
Minnesota will be without Justin Wally for a second consecutive game. He played a bunch before those 2 games missed. Darius Green also a member of their secondary who is out. For Michigan, notable players questionable: Samaj Morgan, Josiah Stewart, Will Johnson, and Greg Crippen. We'll certainly update you on what we're seeing from warm-ups with Jason Avant coming up a little bit later. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Plus, for fans outside of Southeast Michigan, you can catch our 2-hour tailgate show leading up to your station's coverage on the Varsity Network app. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. One final note on the availability: no Colston Loveland on there. That's good. He will play here today. We'll bring you the defensive scouting report as we continue. Michigan and Minnesota coming up. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Need metals? Alro Metals Outlet makes buying metals and plastics fast and simple. Our retail stores are open to the public to walk in and shop. Our customers include machine shops, job shops, contractors, welders, hobbyists, artists, and do-it-yourselfers. Alro Metals Outlet stores offer saw cutting and shearing while you wait. Michigan locations include Ann Arbor, Grand Rapids, Jackson, Kalamazoo, Lansing, Livonia, Troy, and Warren. Learn more at alro.com.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility, great pay, and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
The oldest trophy game in college football. It renews here at Michigan Stadium, 99th game with the Little Brown Jug on the line, 106th all-time meeting between the Wolverines and Minnesota. As we get into our defensive scouting report, Michigan's defense delivered its best performance of the year last week. What impressed defensive coordinator Wink Martindale the most?
I think that the way that we attacked right from the beginning set the tempo for the game, and both knocking out the run and we attacked their weaknesses and gave that quarterback some different looks. And you guys know, and it's been noted that, we hit him a lot, and that helped us.
From last week that Michigan needs to have defensively every week.
Well, I mean, you start off the way that they did, and, 3 and out, -5 yards, 3 and out, -4 yards, 3 and out, 9 yards, total offense. Like, that is, you start fast. That's exactly what you got to do. And it sets the tone. The offense had already done that with a score. Now all of a sudden they're like, the strength of that USC team was the offense, and you eliminate that. This sideline was just absolutely bursting at the seams with confidence.
To the Gophers, their offense sputtered in half 2 against Iowa last week at home. No points, just 66 yards. Ethan Kaliak-Manis is gone at quarterback. He's now with Rutgers. The Gophers QB this year is Max Brosmer, a 6th-year senior who spent his first 5 years at FCS New Hampshire. Here's Martindale on seeing Brosmer acclimating to power conference football.
Yeah, I sure do. And I think that he's got a very strong arm, and when he lets it go, you can see that he has some arm talent and getting some receivers open.
And the Gophers have gotten some receivers open, 3 north of 100 yards on the year, led by Daniel Jackson. 2 good running backs, the Michigan native, Darius Taylor, 222 rushing yards. Marcus Major, the Oklahoma transfer, 162. Solid O-line. It's gone through some fluidity on the right side, but left tackle Ariante Ursary, he's a potential first-round pick. Good player, all Big Ten second-teamer last year. Your thoughts on the Gophers offense?
As soon as I hear a potential first-round pick, now all of a sudden Derek Moore, and if Josiah can't go, it's TJ Guides, Cameron Brandt, Tyler LeMcCorn, all of these guys. It's opportunity. I get a chance to show up and show off against the guy that NFL scouts are going to be watching. So, hey, who is this number 8 guy? All of a sudden they start thinking, oh, Derek Moore, look what he did. You become on their radar. It's an opportunity for them. But this is a defense that needs to strike fear in every single quarterback. They will, and I don't believe that Max Brosmer is the guy that can pick apart this secondary, with or without Will Johnson.
And this is Minnesota's first road game of the year, so that's a heck of a 0-60 type of a deal, going from 4 at home to playing in front of 110,000 plus. Michigan and Minnesota coming up. We'll hear from center Dominic Giudice for the Michigan offensive line as we come back next. Wolverines and Gophers. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Join thousands of your neighbors who are using My Green Power to reduce their carbon footprint and support Michigan-made renewable energy. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan completes a 15-0 national championship season here in Houston.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards golf lessons to become a scratch golfer. Progressive cannot guarantee that you will ever become a scratch golfer. Scratch golfers are really, really good. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, and sure, you could put that money towards lessons, but if you can't hit the broadside of a barn and think you're going to become a scratch golfer, you're delusional. Sorry, just telling it like it is. Savings? Maybe. Scratch golfer? Don't hold your breath. Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates. Not available in all states. It's universally accepted that golf is hard. Progressive cannot guarantee improved performance on the course.
Welcome back to our pregame coverage, getting ready for the battle for the Little Brown Jug. Michigan and Minnesota. Great to visit with Dominic Giudice from the Michigan offensive line. First off, take us back to Saturday. Was that the best performance from this offensive line? And if so, what stood out on film about your guys' performance?
Yeah, I would say progressively, over the past couple of weeks, I think you've been able to see the offensive line gel a lot better. And, that's just given the experience of being able to, trust each other and build our communication through the past couple of weeks. So I think it's been progressively getting better. And I think that, it's just going to keep getting better and better as the weeks go on. We're able to trust each other more and really play 5 as one.
Unique dynamic with you and Greg both playing a lot at the center position. How's that relationship, and how do you help him get better and vice versa?
Yeah, I mean, that's what Michigan football is all about, is competition. The best are going to play, and, at the end of the day, we want Michigan football to be winning games. We want our team to be winning games, so whatever we could do to put the team in the best position to win the games is what we're going to do. I think a lot of it is, during game time, trying to help each other out when the other person's on the field, of what we're seeing, of different things that the defense could be doing, and trying to help each other out in certain ways. And, as well as the competition. I mean, pressure is a privilege, and that's something that we talk about here at Michigan football is, the best are going to play, and, let's keep using each other as motivation to be able to, compete and make each other better.
Great example of that for the first 4 games has been Kalel Mullings. Did the team know in camp that this type of a breakout was possible? When did you see this type of performance from Kalel?
I mean, yeah, I feel like we've seen some flashes of it over the past couple of years. He's played a little bit here and there, and we've known for a while, I think, that, the type of player that he is. He's a physical runner. He's just a beast. I mean, I love blocking for him and all the other backs, Dono, everyone else. But, he's a beast, and I'm glad he's been able to show that.
Alex Orji's first start last week, how did he command the huddle out there as a starter?
Yeah, he did a great job. I think, obviously both our quarterbacks have done a great job commanding the huddle. Orji, really felt comfortable and confident, I think, out there. And it was great to be able to block for him. As our offensive line's job, it's, our job is to make his job easier, make everyone else's job easier, not really worry about what's going on back there, and just, block our butts off till the play is over and do everything we can to set them up in the best way possible. So,
lastly, impressions of today's opponent, Minnesota, as you've studied them on film.
Yeah, I think they're a tough defense. I believe they're a top 10 defense, actually. They play really well. They play tough. I think it's just going to be another good challenge for the offensive line and the whole offense as a whole to challenge each other, and to show that progression, as I said, of gelling together as a whole unit, as a whole offense, and be able to put that on display.
Dominic Giudice, appreciate the time. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Come back with more pregame coverage as we continue. Michigan and Minnesota. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Can you believe these seats? I know, right? 50-yard line at the big house? Are you kidding me? Hey, I'm gonna get up. Need another pop, soft pretzel, some dog food? Yeah, I'll take... What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything? What are you talking about? I'm gonna make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands. It's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in. Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter. You're right. I better get going if I'm gonna beat the halftime crowd. Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Unbelievable! Made a spectacular interception.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2024 Ford Explorer at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. The Explorer offers an available twin-panel moonroof and has available seating for up to 7. AZ Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Explorer XLT 4x4 SUV for $369 a month for 24 months, with $1,789 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for a low-mileage Ford Credit red carpet lease. Payment includes $3,750 trade assist. Offer only valid on package 202A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer's stock by September 30th. See dealer for qualifications and details. Lease an Explorer XLT 4x4 for $369 a month for 24 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
It's time for our Leaders in Best Career Spotlight, brought to you by Michigan Medicine. Jobs in healthcare can open unlimited career potential with the added benefit of knowing your work makes a difference. And today, we're talking with Stephen Wood, a recruiter at Michigan Medicine. Stephen's here today to talk about phlebotomy careers at University of Michigan Health. Stephen, thanks for joining us. What do phlebotomists do?
Yeah, so phlebotomists have the very important role of collecting specimens as well as drawing blood from our patients. And of course, having your blood drawn can be a very scary procedure, especially for many of our younger child patients as well. So our phlebotomists are just the ones there to bring the sense of knowledge and comfort during a sometimes stressful and scary procedure for our patients.
What kind of training or experience is required to become a phlebotomist?
Yeah, so one excellent thing about Michigan Medicine is we have phlebotomy careers available for people of all experience levels. So be it somebody that has many years of previous phlebotomy experience or somebody who's never worked in the medical field before, there are opportunities available for everyone. The only base requirements is just having a high school diploma and some customer service related experience. But other than that, we have training available for everybody at all experience levels.
And lastly, what do phlebotomists at University of Michigan Health describe as the best parts of their job?
Definitely. So some of the best parts about being a phlebotomist are just the availability to work at any point during the day. We do need people on staff 24/7, but along with that, it also gives you some incredible experience that you can bring to grow in your career. We have many people that have gone on to join a medical school, become a nurse, going to nursing school, as well as keep on the phlebotomy career track, really grow within your phlebotomy career in the pathology departments. So just the future career opportunities, as well as just being that incredible patient person, being able to be that person for our child patients, for our younger patients, and really be that excellent point of care for all of our patients here at Michigan Medicine.
For more information about Michigan Medicine and how you can unlock your potential with the Leaders in Best, visit michigananswers.org/careers. Stephen Wood, thanks so much for the time today.
Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thanks to Stephen for joining us as we count you down to Michigan and Minnesota. Brian Bush, Jack Miller, Jason Avant with you. And we start down on the field with Jason Avant. We got good news on the availability report that there is no Colston Loveland on it. He's ready to roll for today. But Jason, some names a little bit surprising. Samaj Morgan, Josiah Stewart, Will Johnson, and Greg Crippen. But from your observation, some good news with those four, no?
Well, there's some good news. Josiah Stewart is moving around. He's taking reps here in pregame. Well as Will Johnson doesn't look like he has any restrictions. Samaj is out, but Samaj is not taking many reps right now, so that's kind of concerning. The same way with Crippen. Crippen is not taking many reps. So I would say Samaj and Crippen are looking a little questionable. The other guys should be ready to go.
All right, and that's obviously big with what we saw, Jack, last week from Josiah Stewart and Will Johnson. Those two with some massive plays. And what is a huge win? What can that win do for this team?
Yeah, builds confidence, right? They were able to come out last week, find a way to execute, obviously on the ground, defensively, special teams. All of that was really, really good. Struggle to put the ball in the air. That's something they're going to have to work on as the season goes on. But they got some confidence that they can execute those types of plays now. Bigger than that, I think, is they have confidence like they did last year that they can find a way to win games. Definitely wasn't a great offensive performance, particularly in the second half, but they found a way to get it done when it mattered. A 2-minute drive that they did basically all on the ground, besides for the longest throw of the day for 10 yards. But they were able to go down on the ground, punch it in, find a way to win that game. I think it instills a lot of confidence in this team that they have some of the DNA and the makeup of that team from last year that just knew how to win football games.
So, Jason, I'll start with you just on impressions of Alex Orji, because, again, with what happened with Minnesota last week, getting bludgeoned by the Iowa running attack in the second half of what was a 31-14 loss, Alex Orji's probably not going to need to throw for 200, 300 yards in this one. But your impressions on how he's handled all of this, including the start last week?
Well, as far as a person, he is top-notch when it comes to representing the university, the type of team guy that he is, the way that he answered questions throughout the week. That's what you want. And I believe that the team has a lot of confidence in him. We have to see more from the passing game. And in order to beat good teams, you're going to have to be able to pass it. And I think everyone is still waiting for him to answer that question. But when it comes to morale, comes to team chemistry, I think he fits right in. And especially for a day like this where it's raining and it's going to be raining for most of the game, this is an Alex Orji type of run game day, especially when, like you said, giving up over 250 yards to Iowa last week. I think Michigan is chomping at the bit to get after these guys.
Yeah, Jason, I completely agree. Alex Orji, a great guy, a great representative of the university. We know that he's going to have to find a way, the offense is going to have to find a way to pass the ball a little bit better, get down the field with some of those routes and complement the running game a little bit. We talk all the time from week 1 to week 2, teams look to make a big jump. This is essentially week 2 for Alex Orji. It'd be interesting to see how he responds to that, if he's able to elevate his game. Now, the circumstances are it's raining. It's not going to be a throwing type of game from both teams, and the Minnesota defense struggled against the run. So you put those two factors in there. They're probably not going to have to throw the ball a whole lot today. They probably hope they don't have to, but we all know as the season goes on, they're going to have to figure something out there.
The rain strategy for me, Jack, for always is always when it's raining is run the ball. Don't try to get these first down throws. Either run it or throw it deep. That's the range strategy for me. It's no purpose in trying to sustain offense that way.
Especially when these defenses are going to play cover 0 and try to stop the run at all costs. You know you're going to have an opportunity to get long on somebody.
What's the rain attire down there, Jason? Shorts or pants?
Well, I have pants on and I have a poncho. I'm looking really girly right now. But, hey, listen, the job has to get done. At least I am down on the field like some people that don't want to come down because it's raining outside there.
Are you making fun of me, Jason?
Yes, a little bit.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to enjoy the booth today. But you know what? You're doing us a favor being down there doing brilliant sideline work for us, Jason. Thank you, sir.
Reporting and producing all in one, Jason Avant. All right, we'll come back and talk about what we are hoping to be talking about in postgame on the pregame show. Wolverines and Gophers. We're half an hour away from kick. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up.
Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
Today's broadcast is presented by Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit belfour.com. That's BELFOR.com. Michigan, Minnesota. Welcome back to our coverage of this Big Ten rivalry matchup.
Indeed, Michigan and Minnesota coming up from the Big House. Guys, let's talk about what we hope to be discussing in postgame. Jack, I'll start with you. Michigan drawing up a win here. We figure it's with the running game, but any other particulars you think we'll be discussing?
No, I mean, I think it's going to depend a lot on the running game. If they're able to do that, everything else opens up for them. And then defensively, it's going to be interesting to see what Coach Wink Martindale wants to do. We saw the defensive line have a stellar game last week, and that allowed them to play different coverages and really shut down a prolific USC offense. You think that the recipe is the same here today. A good offensive line, a big offensive line for Minnesota. As always, between these two schools and football in general, it'll come down to the trenches, particularly with this weather, particularly with the style of play that Michigan wants to do. So, it's on the big boys up front. We'll see how the O-line and D-line handle today.
Jason?
Well, I think it's going to come down to the defense, and I think that's what we're going to talk about after this game because Brosmere gets really startled when it comes to pressure, and I think Wink is the perfect guy to get that guy out of his comfort zone, and I don't think that Minnesota will be able to run against our big guys up front. So I think you're going to be talking about a great defensive performance again, and this time by the defensive tackles instead of Josiah Stewart and Derek Moore.
I feel like this could be a linebacker game. Ernest Hausman and we see Jimmy Rolder, obviously, Jayshon Barham, the transfer from Minnesota. Opportunity with some running game attack from Minnesota, and also short passes will be fascinating to watch. Wolverines and Gophers coming up. Stay tuned. Rob Joyce will set the scene for the rest of the college football slate. Then we'll hear from head coach Sharon Moore. Doug visits with him in about 10 minutes. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverines student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo, remarkable fight. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Port Chicago, Illinois.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Michigan fans, as the Wolverines get ready to square off with the Gophers of Minnesota, let's welcome in Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan to our pregame show. Hello, Andy.
Hi there, Doug. Let's keep that little brown jug right here in the big house, eh?
Andy, we've talked about how much change has occurred in healthcare thanks to decades of collaborations between doctors, hospitals, and Blue Cross. Tell us more about how these efforts have benefited patients in our state.
Sure thing, Doug. In 2004, Blue Cross began a determined effort to improve the patient experience, quality, and cost of healthcare by paying for healthcare differently. This effort has moved us away from fee-for-service reimbursement, which means that providers get paid for every test and procedure they perform, no matter how effective those tests and procedures are. And it's moving us toward value-based care, where providers are incentivized and paid to make sure treatments are promoting the health and well-being of every patient.
That movement towards value-based care is why Blue Cross calls these programs value partnerships.
That's right. You could say we've changed the game around how healthcare is delivered and how medical professionals are paid for the services they provide. Today, Michigan doctors and hospitals are working together with Blue Cross to develop best practices that improve quality and safety for patients in our state.
Andy, Value Partnerships has grown to include more than 20,000 physicians, 40 physician organizations and 100 hospitals in Michigan, and I learned that health providers in 27 other states participate in similar initiatives Blue Cross has developed.
That's right. And now medical professionals around the world are leveraging our work. For example, one of our collaborative quality initiatives focused on preventing, slowing, or even reversing type 2 diabetes. That's been shared in more than 133 countries.
So the changes facilitated through value partnerships are making a big difference?
A big difference, Doug, and the impacts are being seen across the board. As we celebrate the 20th anniversary of Value Partnerships this year, we're excited to see how doctors, hospitals, and Blue Cross are collaborating to change healthcare for the better.
For more, go to valuepartnerships.com. Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Doug. Go Blue.
Counting you down to Michigan and Minnesota, 12:05 from the Big House. Rob Joyce with you in the network studios with our first look around the rest of college football. Two other games on the new slate in the Big Ten. Starting in Bloomington, Indiana hosts Maryland. A win would give the Hoosiers their first 5-0 start since 1967. That's the only Rose Bowl team in Indiana history. The other noon kick at Ross 8. Purdue welcomes in Nebraska. 3:30 Wisconsin. Its first trip to USC since 1966 when the Badgers and Trojans meet at the Coliseum. 7 o'clock tonight, Michigan State plays host to Ohio State. Buckeyes have won 8 straight in the series, tying the longest win streak they've ever had over the Spartans. Top 20 tilt at 7:30 in Happy Valley. Penn State and Illinois. Last time the Illini played a game in the Big Ten with both teams ranked in the top 20. 2000 when Michigan won in Champaign. And then the night of the conference rounds out at 11. Oregon makes its Big Ten debut against a familiar foe in UCLA at the Rose Bowl. So there will be about 15 uninterrupted hours of Big Ten football starting in about 15 minutes. The big one of the top 25 today, all eyes in Tuscaloosa at 7:30. Number 4 Alabama welcomes in second-ranked Georgia. Since 2008, the two have met 4 times in the SEC title game, twice in the national title game. This will be the 3rd regular season meeting in that span. Again, Michigan and Minnesota in a few minutes. Pregame continues. We'll get the thoughts of head coach Sharon Moore next as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Go Blue. Go long. Go 5.5% ABV. Go sparkling citrus and real liquor. Go gluten-free and full flavor. Go with the drink that's the fastest growing spirits brand in the world 2023 and is unlike anything you've had before. Go with the Finnish Long Drink, a drink that goes with cheering on the maize and blue unlike any other spirits brand out there. Long Drink, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. 5.5% alcohol by volume, gin with natural flavors. Copyright 2024, The Long Drink Company, Carmel, Indiana. Please enjoy responsibly.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Gambling can be fun.
Here we go.
Kind of like skydiving. The thrill, the excitement. But be careful, or gambling will start to feel like skydiving without a parachute. For tips that will help keep you out of harm's way, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kickoff is moments away. So now let's hear from the Wolverines head coach. With Sharon Moore, here's Doug Karsh.
Getting you set for Michigan and Minnesota, and we're joined right now by the head coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore. And Coach, as always, thanks for being with us. And let's start with last week. Your football team kind of backed into a corner. Everybody was picking against them. They responded. This week, everybody's patting them on the back, so it's a completely different thing. How they respond to getting ready for this Minnesota game?
Oh, they've been good. They did exactly what, the preparation that we had last week, the same mindset, same thought process. And the theme was don't chase any complacency. Any piece of that we're getting out of it and making sure that it doesn't show in our lives. So we're just attacking the day.
It's been a long time since Michigan's lost to an unranked team, which speaks to the preparedness under Coach Harbaugh, making sure that there are no letdowns. What have you taken from his era to apply now, coming off a huge win and playing an unranked team?
Yeah, I mean, for us especially, it's a Big Ten game, so every team has the capability of beating you. 2, it's a rivalry game and trophy game, so take a lot of pride in that. But more importantly, it's the next game and our players. You get so many opportunities to play this game, so every opportunity is a great one, so we have to go take advantage of it.
All right, since you mentioned the trophy, the jug on the line, it's one of the parts of college football to make it so colorful and so cool. How is it to be a part of a rivalry with a trophy like this and the backstory of the jug that everybody knows?
Yeah, it's an awesome rivalry to be a part of, and that's what makes college football fun and makes it special.
All right, your guy Wink, your defensive coordinator Wink Martindale, he is a gem. He met with the media. He's like this perfect blend of charming and grumpy and wise when he talks to the media. Yep. Is that the way he presents to you and the team?
Yeah, I mean, he's awesome. I love Wink. He's always upbeat. He's always happy around me, around the players. Practice time, it's serious. It's real. Meeting times, it's serious. He just wants to win, so he's going to do everything he can to help us win.
It sounds like he's been a little invigorated by the change from the NFL to the college game, like stuff that we're used to. Yeah. He couldn't believe, he used some choice language to describe how loud the crowd was last weekend. Are you seeing him react that way?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, he loves it. He's like a kid again, so he's having a lot of fun, and we were in pregame warm-up the first game. He's like, I don't know what to say. I feel like a kid lost at the grocery store. There's so many people here. But he loves it. He loves our players, and they love him.
Well, let's talk about his defense, because last week they were dominating. The guys up front, he said they set the tone, and he feels like they will take off from there.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the practice that week, and it's not only the first group, but the second group, the guys that come in. All those guys practice with a super high tempo, level of detail, and a level of violence that we wanted, and they just continued that into this week.
You mentioned the level of violence. Coach Martindale made the comment that anybody gets hit by Jayshawn Barham, ask them. That's the hardest they've ever been hit. Yeah. I can tell on film. How do you feel about the way Jayshawn's playing?
I mean, I feel like he's just gotten better and better each week. We knew he had talent and potential, but to watch him get better each week is really cool, and then watch him study the game and learn it even more is awesome. So he's done an unbelievable job of studying with Coach PJ and with Coach Winkin, and excited to see what he does today.
Well, and another guy he praised that is coming along week to week is Brandon Hillman in the secondary. Yeah. He called him a heat-seeking missile. Have you seen those improvements week to week from him?
Yeah, B. Hill, man, you saw it in training camp the first couple of days. We have an opportunity to practice, have different practices, and get him with the younger guys, and all of a sudden he's just outshining those guys, and then you see him with the older guys, and he's blended in, and he looks like those guys, and he's starting to pass guys, and B. Hill's, he has unbelievable talent, unbelievable skill set, pound for pound, one of the best athletes on the team, and he just keeps getting better and better.
Well, this Minnesota offense will challenge your defense, specifically with Darius Taylor, local kid, running back, has put up some big numbers for them. What challenge does he present?
Yeah, I mean, great vision, great speed, balance, contact balance. Him and Majors, they're a really good combination in the backfield. O-line is big. They're huge. They're an NFL-sized offensive line. So we got to do a great job playing with leverage and pad level to try to defeat the run.
We'll come back and talk about your offense next. Sharon Moore with us. It's Michigan and Minnesota. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Once again this season, Sharifa Halal beef franks are available at Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years.
And Wolverine fans can enjoy Sharifa Halal Beef Franks, a certified halal concession option at the Big House all season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
We're back with more from head coach Sharon Moore. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
Back here with the coach, Sharon Moore, Michigan and Minnesota. Kickoff coming up. And, Coach, let's talk about your offense, specifically your offensive line. You have overseen some great offensive lines. Mm-hmm. This was a total rehaul. The guys up front feel like they're getting better and better. What have you seen from them?
Yeah, you definitely see them climb and get better from week 1 to week 4. And really proud of the performance that they had. There's always things that we feel like we got to get better at. But when you rush for 290 yards from the crowd against a really good team, you feel pretty good about it.
Minnesota last week struggled stopping Iowa's run, specifically in the second half. We know you do like to run it, and you did run it last week. Is this a formula that adds up for you guys?
Yeah, I think, we're always going to be able to try to run the ball, and but we want to stay balanced. So there's things in the passing games that we're going to use today, and, we're still going to have our run game stuff, but we've got to try to stay as balanced as possible.
What are some things in the passing game you'd like to see get better and show today?
Yeah, one, it starts with the protection, just being great there and communicating on what we got to do, who we got to go to. 2, with our route timing and concepts, making sure the depths are precise and we're at where we need to be. And then quarterback timing and connection and making the plays, making the plays downfield that we need to.
The Minnesota defense, Cody Lindenberg in the middle, the linebacker, leading tackler. What do you see on tape from him?
Tough, physical, downhill player. And big, leader of the defense, has experience, and he played a lot of football.
Be remiss if we didn't bring up special teams, and I hate to keep going back to last week, but a big weapon last week was Tommy Dolman. Yeah. Winning the field position battle, that has got to make you feel good as a coach.
Yeah, we really challenged Tommy the past 2 weeks to pump better, to kick better, and he did those things at a high rate. So it was great to see, and hopefully he does it again.
Final thing for your offense, Colston Loveland, been banged up, didn't play last week. Do you expect to have him back today?
Yeah, he's had a great week of practice, and he's ready to go.
Coach, good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That is Sharon Moore, Michigan head coach. We'll hear from him after the game. Kickoff is next. Michigan and Minnesota, the battle for the Little Brown Jug. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
There are only a few chances left to watch the Wolverines at the Big House this season, but only a limited number of tickets are available. The marquee matchup with Oregon is sold out, but some seats remain for the rivalry clash against Michigan State on October 26th and the home finale against Northwestern on November 23rd. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets to secure your seats. But hurry, they won't last long. mgoblue.com/tickets for your seats to the Michigan State and Northwestern games at the Big House.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
I think it was a classic of a game. It was a close one with a really good team.
Definitely think it was a Michigan style of football, that game, and that was a game plan going into it.
The grind meat mentality, the smash mentality.
Just play our football, smash mouth football, and I think that's what we did.
The pass, here comes the rush, and down he goes! Off the edge!
Josiah Stewart. Mullins in the clear. Whoa, look at this. Donovan Edwards will take it to the house. Will Johnson going the other direction. He will score. Kalel Mullins breaking a tackle. Can he get away from the last man? He can. Orji takes the snap. Handoff. Kalel Mullins running left into the end zone. With 37 seconds to go.
Everybody on the defense, they held it down, and offense came up clutch like we needed them to.
Never blinked, never flinched. Our best was needed, we gave our best.
Having each other's back every play.
All the way, I'm going to ride with them 3-3.
What we're always trying to do, trying to go 1-0 every week, and that's what we did.
Michigan football is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? And by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Once again with national champion John Jansen, here's Doug Karsh.
Coming off a dramatic win over the USC Trojans, it's a trophy game today here in Ann Arbor. At the Big House, rain's coming down steadily as we approach kickoff with wind. Gonna play a factor blowing towards the south end zone. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh along with the two-time captain and national champion, John Jansen. And John, did you like playing in weather games like these?
This is beautiful. This is exactly what Michigan football was built in and designed to play in.
Well, this team in particular, which seems to like to feature the ground game, which I would imagine will be pretty important today. Last week, Minnesota did a decent job in the first half against Iowa's rushing attack, but couldn't handle them in the second half as Iowa rushed for 272 yards.
Well, and that's typical of a team that likes to rush the football. In the first half, you see some 2- and 3-yard games. And against Minnesota, a team that likes to blitz even on rundowns, you're going to have some lost yardage plays, but then you start wearing them out, and all of a sudden the third quarter comes around, the fourth quarter comes around, and running backs and offensive lines like Michigan has start to take the game over.
Minnesota comes in 2-2 on the year. P.J. Fleck in his 8th season, 80-56 overall, of course, coming from Western Michigan, and 50-34 at Minnesota. He said of the Michigan rushing attack this week, I don't know if we can stop the run, but we need to slow it down. Can they do it? That's one of the big questions. Meanwhile, Michigan under Sharon Moore. What a big win for Sharon last week against USC.
Oh, I mean, you think about the Penn State game and the Ohio State game last year. That was great, but he was the substitute teacher. Now this is his program, and this one is directly on him as a leader of the program. To come in as an underdog and get a win in the Big House against USC, that was a huge win for him in the program.
And here come the Wolverines. Michigan with 23 consecutive Big Ten wins officially, although the total is actually 26, but the conference does not recognize victories in the conference championship game in Indianapolis as part of this streak. Wolverines leading the all-time series 77-25. There were 3 ties. And John Jansen, the Little Brown Jug's on the line. A jug that is somewhat representative. It feels like a moonshine era jug. Like it's something that,
yes,
that somebody down south would have been smuggling across state lines with some homemade moonshine.
Yeah, little prohibition era. It does feel like that, and it's the ultimate college football trophy. When you see a picture of the Little Brown Jug, you think about all of the great moments between Michigan and Michigan State, and it brings back the moments that these two teams have had, but also the eras of college football.
Trophy game's a big part of college football. And again, Michigan and Minnesota will have the coin flip shortly. First, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Back at the Big House, rain's coming down. Let's go down below to our Jason Avant. And Jason, are you all geared up for the weather today?
I am geared up. I'm in a clear plastic bag right here on the 50-yard line, having a good day in the rain.
At least it's not too hot. You don't have to worry about that plastic bag sticking to some sweaty skin.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. It's 70 degrees outside, and it's about 10-mile-per-hour wind, 19 gusts, and it's raining a little bit. It's not that bad. They still can throw it, but I doubt if we'll see a pass today for the first half for sure.
Two programs that certainly love. And this game might be fast. When you talk about stoppages of clock, there's not going to be a lot of them because both programs love to run the football.
Yeah, both programs have a great running game, and yeah, this is a 1905, fielding Yost type of a game going here today.
Well, hopefully it's point a minute.
Well, we all know the story of the jug. Of course, Michigan buying a water jug on a trip to Minnesota back in the early 1900s, fielding H. Yost. And the famous story, there was a Munson, I don't know if he's the athletic director or the groundskeeper at the stadium, but when he found the jug, he was of Scandinavian heritage, and he announced that Jost left his jug. I don't know if he actually said it that way, but that's how it read in one of the fables about the jug. You got to love it. Let's go down below for the coin toss.
This is a head, and the eagle is tails. This is heads, eagle is tails. Minnesota, you're the visitor. You want heads or tails? Tails. He called tails. And it is a head. Michigan wins the toss. Michigan won the toss. They defer their choice to the second half.
So there you hear it. The Wolverines will kick off. Minnesota will receive. As the two teams now align, Michigan will be kicking off from right to left, and Minnesota will possess the football first. The Gophers today wearing a uniform combination they have never worn under P.J. Fleck. White helmets, white jerseys, white pants. It is not expected to play a role in the outcome of today's game. Wolverines come back with their traditional, of course, winged helmets, the blue jerseys, maize pants, maize socks today. John Jansen?
Yeah, a topic that I really couldn't care less about.
I know you can't. I know it doesn't matter to you.
Yes, for
Just
those.
paint the scene here, brother.
Paint the scene. I hear you, and I get it. And I think it's unique. I've never seen Minnesota wear the white helmets, and it's hard, obviously, for us up here to see what they actually look like. But it'll be fun. It'll be memorable.
Go ahead, Jason.
We got to get you guys swag game up, okay?
Well, I'm trying.
I don't know if I like the maize pants and maize socks from a receiver diva standpoint.
Of course. Yes, from an offensive lineman standpoint, I'll just say, just play the damn game.
John does not care about drip.
No. Yeah.
Let's set the Michigan defense. Derek Moore, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, and we expect Josiah Stewart, although listed questionable. We'll see if he indeed starts. That is your defensive front, and that was a dominant group a week ago. The linebackers, Jay-Sean Barham and Ernest Hausman. Wink Martindale, defensive coordinator, said they played their best game. And in the secondary, Will Johnson listed as questionable. He went through pregame warmups along with Makari Page, Zeke Berry, Quentin Johnson, and Jair Sugarhill also coming off an excellent game last week. That is the Michigan defense. And, John, we'll keep our eye on Will Johnson and Josiah Stewart. They really don't want to play without those two. Not ideal.
No, especially after last week. And in the secondary, there's no one that a quarterback will fear throwing the ball at more than Will Johnson. And that fear doesn't stop, or it doesn't start there. It starts when the ball is snapped and Josiah Stewart's coming off the edge. We saw what he did last week and how he affected the game, and it was really a race to the quarterback. He was just the first one to get there, but Derek Moore, TJ Guy have all played at a high level, so I'm excited to see TJ Guy, if he gets more opportunity, if Josiah Stewart is banged up, I'm really excited to see him come in there because they've talked about him as being, they view him as a starter.
All right, Coy Parrish is deep for the Gophers to field Tommy Doman's kick. Parrish, was the MVP of the high school All-American game, and he will field it at the 5-yard line and bring it up the near sideline, cut back towards the middle, and he gets drilled as he gets to the 14-yard line. Taken down right there. Great job in coverage. We believe that was Jaden Mangum. I thought he was listed as out for this game. Is that how it was?
Well, I don't think it was.
Well, we'll find out for
and
sure.
One Fred Moore. Might have been.
We'll figure it out.
Multiple numbers.
That was Fred Moore for sure.
Look at Fredro down there making a stick. All right, so here we go. Minnesota with the football for the first time from their own 14-yard line. The quarterback is Max Brosmer, a transfer from New Hampshire. He's completed 65.8% of his passes, 5 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and he will take a snap from shotgun. Hand it off, running right are the Gophers. Cutting back against the grain is the transfer back out of Oklahoma, Marcus Major, taken down by Jay-Sean Barham after a gain of 3, call it 4 on first down.
Barham done a nice job in pursuit, doing a great job of cutting off that cutback lane. That's where this Michigan front needs to really tighten things up a little bit. You don't want to allow some of those cutback lanes, but you can when you know you've got Ernest Hausman and Jayshawn Barham behind you.
To answer the question about Josiah Stewart and Will Johnson, TJ Guy and Amir Hall are in there, the two outstanding players not starting this game, and Minnesota will run it again right with Major, and he's out close to a first down, yard or two short before Zeke Berry chopped him down. It'll be third and short for the Gophers on this initial possession of the ball game.
Not a surprise at all when you've got two programs like this that know they want to be able to run the football, establish the run early, starting off with 2 runs. This is an opportunity for Michigan to get a 3 and out. 3rd and 1 right now. It's mano-a-mano up front.
Michigan goes big up front with Rayshawn Benny, Mason Graham, and Kenneth Grant. Minnesota, this will be Brosmer under center. And he's barking some commands. Play clock winding down. They'll go quarterback sneak, and he'll punch it forward for the first down across the 25-yard line.
Yeah, they line the tight end up. It's almost like the Philly push, trying to get as many yards as they possibly can with that big front. We saw it last week against USC, that tandem or that triple unit inside. It's not easy to move those big bodies, and they're just trying to get that yard.
Just underway here in Ann Arbor. We are scoreless. The Golden Gophers have it 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line following the quarterback sneak. Brosmer in a shotgun here with 2 receivers split wide right. Now he brings a man in motion from right to left. Handoff up the middle. It's Major again, and he puts his head down and burrows into the pile. Gets what he can. Looks like about 3 yards. Major, this kid has some juice. Transfer from Oklahoma. Decent game last week against Iowa.
Yeah, and this is why every possession is going to be very important for when Michigan does get their hands on the ball. If you're going to go 3 plays every single time to convert first downs, it's going to shorten the first half, and you may only end up getting 2, maybe 3 possessions.
2nd down and 6 for the Gophers. Brosmer in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Will roll out. Looking left. Fires. He's got his tight end who can't hang on to it. Bobbled it and dropped it was Frank Bierman, 6'4", 250, out of Tipton, Iowa. Derek Moore was the man between Brosmer and Bierman.
Great read by Derek Moore. Knows that he's not going to get home. Sees the tight end leaking out and where the quarterback is looking. If he continues to rush, that's an easy dump down for the quarterback by peeling off and getting in that passing lane. He made that throw very difficult. That's a great pass defense by Derek Moore.
3rd down and 6 for the Gophers. Wolverines showing a 4-man front. Crowd getting into it. Now 5th man's crept up there. Brosmer back to pass. Quick screen pass and nowhere to go. And dropped immediately is Darius Taylor for a loss. Ernest Hausman sniffed that one out. Closed quickly, and the Gophers will be forced to punt.
That's the risk you start to run for a team that's not real effective and not comfortable passing the ball. If you do it on 2nd down, you put yourself behind the sticks, and great job by Ernest Hausman. How many times last week did we talk about him covering a tight end out of the backfield or at the line of scrimmage? Great read, great closing speed to cause a punt.
Mark Crawford deep to punt for the Golden Gophers. You know where he's from?
Doug, I'm going to say Australia, but he's probably from right down the road here.
He's from Perth, Australia.
Okay.
He gets off a low-line drive towards Tyler Morris, who is standing back at his own 20, and it bounces out of bounds right about there. Here's the thing about Crawford. He turns 31 this year.
What?
He is a 30-year-old college punter.
How many kids does he have?
We got senior citizens out there.
No, gives me hope. Maybe that year of COVID eligibility come through at the end.
Well, that low-line drive that went out of bounds went for 56 yards, and the Wolverines will take over at their own 20. Women continue scoreless in Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on a beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Michigan will take over on their own 21-yard line following the punt. Setting the offense, Miles Hinton, Josh Preed, Dominic Jadis, Gio Ahadi, and Evan Link, the guys up front. In the backfields, Khalil Mullings and Alex Orji, a quarterback, will set the receivers in a moment as Orji's in a shotgun, ready to go. Takes the snap, back to pass, steps up, fires on a crossing route. He's got Frederick Moore. He's got it and gets drilled immediately. The ball comes out. They're going to rule it incomplete right away. Crossing route there, good timing on the tackle there, dislodged the football.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they're trying to break a tendency early on. Everybody in the stadium probably thought, as well as Minnesota, they're going to come out running the football. But now, just like Minnesota on their second set of downs, you're sitting here looking at 2nd and 10.
Credit Maverick Baranowski on the stop. He's the one that dislodged the football. Now, pistol formation. Orji takes the snap, hands it off to Khalil Mullins. Running right, gets met in the hole and drives forward. Maybe a yard there.
Brought Max Bredesen across the formation as the lead blocker. We've seen that so many times. We saw it on 4th down to win the game last week. He does a great job as the lead blocker and does it again there. We just got to find a way to get some of those double teams up front. They started last week being able to get up to that 2nd level, just weren't able to get the job done there.
It's Baranowski on the tackle on that play as well. So Michigan goes 5 wide here on 3rd and 9. Now they shift Mullings back into the backfield. He's to the left of Alex Orji. Colston Lovely, who's playing, is in motion. Back to pass. Alex Orji looking over the middle. Now he's going to bail out of there. He's got some room. 25, 30, gets the first down, spins out of a tackle, puts his head down, and is knocked out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Alex Orji with the QB run, moved the chains on the scramble, gain of 16.
I love the decision. He didn't try and risk the ball, didn't put it at risk, knows that there's man coverage downfield, and as soon as the pocket breaks down, he escapes to the right, and there's no one with eyes on Alex Orji. And Khalil Mullins, great job by pulling off on the block. Tried to get a block, but would have been in the back.
I like this. They got Donovan Edwards in a slot with Khalil Mullins in the backfield. Now they bring Edwards in motion. Snap, handoff. It is Edwards taking the football from Orji. He's got some room across the 40, fights forward to the 42-yard line. Good gain on 1st down. Cody Lindenberg on the tackle, gain of 5 for Donovan Edwards.
I think we've all been looking for some of that creativity of having both 7 and 20 on the field at the same time. They end up bringing Donovan back into a running back position and hand the ball. Khalil Mullins becomes a lead blocker, and you know, his mentality is seek and destroy, whether he's got the ball in his hands or he's the lead blocker.
C.J. Charleston, Tyler Morrison, Kendrick Bell now in there at wide receiver with Bell split out left. Morrison, Charleston, bunch formation right. Handoff, Khalil Mullins up the middle. Burrows forward, gets a yard out to the 47-yard line. That's going to set up a 3rd and 4. Shaw Joyner on the stop for the Gophers.
And I'm really looking for this offense and Alex Orji in a situation like this where they are 100% loading the box. They've got 8 guys in the box. If he can make that read of that edge defender, whether it's a linebacker or a defensive end, stick that ball in Khalil's belly and then pull it back out, there's a lot of room to roam out there for Alex Orji.
3rd and 4 from their own 43-yard line for the Wolverines. Orji in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Fires far side. Colston Loveland's got it near midfield for a first down. Down and out pattern right there. Kerry Brown in coverage, gain of 6. Move the chains again.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Yep. Not an easy throw, is it, Jason?
No, it's not an easy throw, but to me, that was a 50-yard bomb right there.
Yep. Not an easy throw when your tight end is running away from you, and you got to fit it into a small window, get it to him before he gets out of bounds. That's a nice look for Alex Orji.
Move the ball to the 49-yard line, 1st and 10 for Michigan. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. Orji will take the snap from under center. Puts Bredesen in motion and play action. Back to pass is Orji, looking deep, and now he's in trouble. Going to bounce out of there, get dragged down by the helmet, and there's the flag. Yep. Just as he let it go, Alex Orji got dropped, and that was a kind of a chokehold, and the Wolverines are coming into the defense of their quarterback. And we did see a penalty flag.
Set the tone, Gio. Giovanni El-Hadi took a little exception to that.
Yeah, it came running in, and they were not happy. El-Hadi is right in the face.
Personal foul, illegal horse collar tackle, defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
It was Jalen Logan Redding, and that's who Gio wanted to send a message and say that is not acceptable.
Kind of expected with a guy that goes by 3 names. That wasn't even a horse collar. That was a grab the helmet and face mask, and he yanked him down from behind. But great job in terms of pocket presence, getting outside the pocket.
XLOL with Andrew Gentry in there now, lined up left. Heavy set formation. Everybody jammed in tight. Alex Orji turns and hands it off to Kalel Mullings. Breaks a tackle in the backfield, but here comes a swarm of Gophers, and they will drop him right at the line of scrimmage. Maverick Baranowski leading the tacklers there for the Golden Gophers.
Well, there's not going to be one guy that tackles Kalel Mullins. You know that. And you just don't want him to have to make that first man miss in the backfield. It's an extra effort just to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, you have to get into misdirection, also some bubble screens, something like that, because they have 8-9 guys in the box right now. It's going to be tough to run up the middle.
Yep.
2nd down and 10 for the Wolverines. Bunch formation to the left, one receiver split out wide right. They bring Tyler Morris in motion from left to right. Orji takes the snap, back to pass again. Gonna dump it off. He's got Marlon Klein, 30 down the near sideline, and he skips forward. Where are they gonna mark him out? Did he get first down yardage?
Just shy of it.
Just shy of it. It was Cody Lindenberg who pushed him out of bounds. Marlon Klein, who cramped up at the end of the USC game on the 63-yard run, which led to Michigan having tight end 3 and 4 out there for the final 4th and 2 play.
That's the jailbreak screen. Everybody every offensive lineman makes the D-line feel good. Hey, we just beat our matchup, yet you dump it off to Marlon Klein there for a nice gain.
3rd and 1 from the Minnesota 27-yard line. Wolverines have 2 tight ends to the right. Kalel Mullings in the backfield to the right of Alex Orji and a shotgun who takes the snap, hands it off. Kalel, big hole, 20, 15, 10, outside the numbers to the pylon. Touchdown, Wolverines. Kalel Mullings from 27 yards out, and Michigan takes a lead with 6:34 to go in the first quarter, 6-0.
Minnesota knows that they're going to have to gamble at times, and when you gamble wrong. I mean, that was a run where Kalel Mullins, there was almost a guy that got his hand on him, but he was untouched by human hands as soon as he received the ball from Alex Orji.
When you stack the box and put everybody in one line, all you have to do is pop it through, and that's what happened on that play.
Zavada on for the extra point. The kick is up and good out of the hold of Tommy Doman, and Michigan has an early 7-0 to lead here in the rain in Ann Arbor. 9 plays, 79 yards. Over 4 minutes and 57 seconds. That 27-yard touchdown run by Kalel Mullings, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
Go. No. First base. Go.
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Low snap, quarterback run up the middle. Yeah! He's not going to make it!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The 2024 F-150 is built Ford tough and proud to be the official truck of your Detroit Lions. With intelligent functionality already built in, everything from home renovation to tailgating just got better. Right now, returning Easy Plan lessees can lease a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $339 a month for 24 months, with $3,959 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $3,000 renewal cash. Offer ends September 30th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford F-150 for only $339 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Seven 0 Michigan on top of Minnesota. 6:34 to go first quarter. When life gets real, start at Kohl's, where we've lowered prices on thousands of items your family needs for whatever life brings. Kohl's, where families come first. Doug Karsch, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Jason, has the rain stopped or is it still going? Still going?
It definitely hadn't stopped. It's kind of coming down a little bit more. I'm hoping it stops. It's good for me, for sure. Yes. It's hard for me to write down anything for questions after the game here, so I have to have the memory going. I hear you. I did it for 16 years, believe me. I'm sorry, but I forgot about it for a second.
No, it's okay. I feel great empathy for you. It's I was at a game at Purdue, and the rain was coming down sideways, and one of the members of the print media sent me a text that the soup was rather tepid, and they were disappointed with the soup in the press box.
Yeah, we'll let you know what the meal is at halftime.
Yeah. On that touchdown run, it's a great job of the offensive lineman there, because their linebacker read it, but he had to engage the block, which caused his focus to go off and caused Khalil to slip right there and get that touchdown.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a matter of being able to make contact with that second level. They've got to stop their feet. It's hard for them to recover.
Yeah. Tommy Doman's kickoff sailing towards Coy Parrish, who will catch it at the 2 and bring it out again. 10, 15, gets hit as he gets to the 20-yard line. Dropped right there, and that's where Minnesota will take over. Cole Sullivan, the freshman linebacker downfield, making that stop. Wolverines lead at 7-0 here in Ann Arbor. 6:30 to go first quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
At Greenleaf Trust, we're prepared to help you win. Our clients, having achieved financial success in their own endeavors, come to us not for what they already know, but rather to benefit from our considerable expertise. With a nearly 100% client retention rate and specialized wealth management disciplines, Greenleaf Trust's Michigan-rooted team helps clients play the long game from one generation to the next. A brighter future begins at greenleaftrust.com.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Today's broadcast is presented by Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit belfour.com. That's BELFOR.com. The Little Brown Jug is on the line today at Michigan Stadium. Let's head back to the broadcast booth for more coverage of the Wolverines and Golden Gophers.
Michigan football is sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and BSM covers it all, from mental health resources to online exercises. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. That first defensive series for Michigan, we did not see Josiah Stewart or Will Johnson. Jason Avant, break that huddle down there. Are they in the defensive huddle?
Yeah, they're in the defensive huddle, but neither one of them have their helmets on, so it doesn't look like that they're anticipating going in the game. Neither one of them have their helmets on. Both of them have towels over their heads.
All right. TJ Guy got the start at one of the edge spots, and Amir Hall at the corner opposite of Jair Sugar Hill. It'll be 1st and 10 Gophers from the 20-yard line. They trail at 7-0. Rosemer in a shotgun. He's got Darius Taylor in the backfield. Brosmer keeps trying to change the play out of the timeout. Michigan showing a four-man front. Wolverines now creeping a couple extra defenders into the box. Here comes a blitz. Brosmer's going to step up and dive forward for what he can get, which is about a yard. Actually, a good job by Ernest Hausman for pulling up there, because that looked like one of those plays where you touch the quarterback, you're marching off 15 on a yellow flag.
Yeah, and a great job by Wink of what he's doing with Makari Page. Makari Page is standing right in between Ernest and Jayshawn Barham in a linebacker. He's basically playing linebacker. And a nice job, because he is the one that's covering the tight end. That's where the quarterback, Max, wanted to go with the ball. Last second, he saw Makari Page there and had to tuck it and run.
Give Brosmer a yard there on the scramble. 2nd down and 9. Back to passes. Brosmer, they're setting up a screen. They've got it to Major. 25, cuts back at the 30 and gets dropped at the 34-yard line. Good play call there. Makari Page brings him down. 1st down Gophers on a gain of 13.
Yeah, defensive line, no read on that one. They're trying to get after the quarterback, and they left a big void in between where that defensive line is and the linebackers. Makari Page, nice open field tackle.
You got young players in there, especially with Guy in there in that situation.
Yep.
Christian Driver's in there now, wide receiver, the son of Donald Driver, transfer from Penn State. He split out wide right for the Gophers. Brosmer in a shotgun, points out an extra defender sneaking into the box. Claps his hands, takes the snap. Quick pass, it's Driver, 35-40, and drags a tackler out near the 50-yard line. That's Makari Page. Another big gain there in the pass game. 15 yards this time on the quick wide receiver screen. Move the chains again for the Gophers. They've got it out to the 48-yard line.
Should have been a stop for a minimal gain. Zeke Berry was in position to make that play. I don't know if he slipped or just took a bad angle, but missed the tackle. That's his man. And if he makes the play, you're looking at about a 1-yard gain versus now they're sitting on 1st down.
Cameron Brandt checks in for the Michigan defense. He'll line up in the edge spot opposite of TJ Guy. Brosmer in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Hands it off. Running left. Good yardage for the Gophers to the 40. Inside the 40. Down to the 36-yard line. That's Jaron Mangum, the transfer from Michigan State. And, of course, his brother Jaden on the Michigan sideline out injured today. Quentin Johnson on the stop. And Minnesota has made their first trip into Michigan territory. They've got it at the 36-yard line, 1st and 10.
Getting bullied a little bit up front on this drive there. Mason Graham not in the game right now. Kenneth Grant, and they're trying to attack opposite Kenny G right now anytime they can.
Mike Iwuna, we see him on the Michigan defensive line for the first time. That was 16 yards for Mangum. 1st and 10. Brosmer in a shotgun again. Michigan showing a 4-man front. Brosmer takes the snap. Handoff running to the left is Darius Taylor, and he gets dropped after a short gain Kenneth Grant, big KG, leading the Michigan tacklers. Gain of 2.
I love the fact that he beat his block over the top and actually came around Ike to make that play. That's why when you're talking about the athletic ability of Kenneth Grant, that's on full display. It's hard to see it sometime in the moment, but when you make that play, you beat a block over the top and you actually come around another defender to make the play. Great lateral movement by Kenneth Grant.
2nd down and 8 for the Gophers. Rosemar takes the snap, back to pass, stepping up, fires, and incomplete. It wasn't picked off. No, incomplete. It bounced in front of a Michigan defensive back, Makari Page, who is not protesting, so I assume it's a mere incompletion. 3rd down and long for the Gophers.
He was shocked when that ball arrived at his feet. It sailed the ball over the open receiver, crossing route.
Henrik Lanier was, I believe, who he was throwing to, but I'm not even sure if it wasn't him or the wide receiver on a slant route behind him. But it's going to set up a 3rd down and 8 for the Gophers. They are in field goal territory for their kicker, Kasic. Rosemar in a shotgun, has the snap. Here comes the rush. Quick release and drilled immediately. Jair Sugarhill would like to say hello to Daniel Jackson, who gets dropped for a 3-yard loss. And that'll force a Minnesota, they're right on the brink now of Kasic field goal range. He's actually been good out to 53, so the 36-yard line is their target line, and the ball's at the 37.
In perfect conditions. These are not perfect conditions, but what a great job of Jair Hill reading the play, seeing the throw, and then closing and making an open field tackle. I mean, he had to beat a defender that was trying to block him on that play. Another receiver, he came around it to make that play. What a nice job of using his hands to make the play.
And Minnesota is going to take a timeout as that play clock was ticking down to 0, and they'll be looking at a 4th and 11 here with 2:08 to go in the first quarter. Let's throw it to the update desk for a check with the scoreboard with our Rob Joyce. Rob?
Thanks, Doug. A lot to run through in the Big Ten today. Going on right now, just ended the first quarter. No score between Indiana and Maryland, though the Hoosiers will have second and goal from the 1. Hoosiers have already thrown a couple of interceptions. Maryland's gone 3 and out twice. And also no score, end of 1. Purdue and Nebraska, both teams have already missed field goals. Nebraska will face a about 40-yard field goal when the second quarter resumes. Everything else later on. 3:30 USC hosts Wisconsin. 3 games tonight. 7 o'clock, Ohio State trying for a 9th straight win over Michigan State. That game in East Lansing. Buckeyes have never won 9 in a row against the Spartans. 7:30, 9th-ranked Penn State welcomes in number 19 Illinois. 11 o'clock tonight, Oregon makes its official Big Ten debut when it heads to UCLA. That's your Big Ten scoreboard, brought to you by Abso Pure Water. Hydrate like a Wolverine with Abso Pure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. So if you choose, you could be in hour 1 of 15 of watching straight, uninterrupted Big Ten football today into the wee hours of tomorrow morning. We'll give you the first half highlights and more during the halftime show, driven by Jermaine Alexis of Ann Arbor. For now, back to Doug and John, guys.
Back here at the Big House, rain's coming down. Michigan leading 7-0. Minnesota, P.J. Fleck has some thinking to do over here. Indeed, are they going to... I watched Kasic in warm-ups, and he was good from this distance. Well, from over 50. His long is 53. This would be 54. He is 2 for 4 from beyond 50 so far this year, and he had the tragic miss in their opener against North Carolina in a game that looked like Minnesota was going to win.
Well, what he's trying to go through here is, do we want to take the shot at 3 points? Or if we miss, do we give the ball to Michigan at the 37-yard line? And, I mean, it's either try and go for it. I can't imagine. I just can't imagine they would try and punt. There's just not enough real estate. And if it goes into the end zone, now you're looking at a 12-yard net punt, 17-yard net punt?
If they were gonna punt, they would have taken the delay of game, right?
Yeah, you would think.
They either have to kick the field goal or go for it in this situation. And if they go for it, you can expect pressure from Coach Wink. This is his down that he likes to bring the pressure in critical situations. So we'll see Brosman here running for his life probably.
Well, with your experience from Wink, where's the pressure come from?
It's usually DBs. He likes to have the defensive backs toward the line of scrimmage in these situations. We've seen Barry come a few times today, but he usually plays with more defensive backs, and the linebacker, outside linebacker, nickel defensive back guy is usually his favorite person.
Yeah, I'd like to see Zeke Berry. I'm not a big fan of him in coverage in these situations, and I think he's got a knack for being able to get after the quarterback, much like we saw Mikey Sanders still last year utilized. If Zeke Berry is lining up anywhere near the line of scrimmage, I would expect him to come.
Yeah.
Well, I'm seeing Kesic make his way out onto the field.
Well, yeah.
Dragan Kesic, he's got an amazing story. His family was from war-torn Serbia, and to escape, the Minnesota people told me he rode a tractor. His family rode a tractor for 8 days to get out of Serbia.
Oh, my goodness.
A tractor.
So you're saying that pressure is probably not going to affect him?
Well, he was born shortly thereafter. But
oh.
6'5", 235 pounds. He will try a 55-yard attempt here in the rain. Ball just inside the right hash. 7-0 Michigan on top. Kesic puts his foot into it. The kick is on its way, and it is no good. Low line drive kick from Dragan Kesic.
Looked like it had the distance. It just was wide right.
It looked like Makari Page almost blocked it.
I'm looking at a replay here to see. It was a low kick. Yeah, it tailed right at the end. And Michigan's defense gets a stop, and the Wolverines get the football at the 37-yard line, leading at 7-0 here with 2:01 to go first quarter. Pistol formation with Donovan Edwards deep behind Alex Orji. Offset fullback is Max Bredesen. Orji goes toss sweep to Edwards running right. Gets the corner, 40, and chopped down as he gets across the 40 out to the 41-yard line. Good gain on first down. Donovan Edwards on a toss sweep right, 4 yards, 2nd down and 6.
Michigan might have got lucky with a trip or a hold on that one. Evan Link was on the front side, a little bit trailing his defender, and he just mysteriously fell down. I'll take it, but you got to be careful out there. But that's what Donovan could do. You could stretch that all the way out to the sidelines and just outrun a defense.
You see Zach Marshall in the game for the first time. Also Hogan Hansen. He's on a wing left. Orji takes the snap. Handoff Edwards up the middle across the 42 to the 43. Gain of 2. Jaw Joyner on the stop for the Gophers.
Well, I can appreciate pounding the ball inside. And now you're sitting there with 3rd and 5, looking at it going, okay, well, we've been successful in the pass game. Do we try and hit Colston Loveland again to convert on a 3rd down? I really liked how that first drive was scripted, giving Alex Orji a little bit of confidence. So when you get into a situation like this, and Michigan's going to go with a timeout.
Yeah, it wasn't going to be Colston because he wasn't on the field.
Their first of the half, 30-second timeout.
Schromm didn't like something he saw and took the timeout.
I wouldn't be surprised. They probably looked and said, you know what, maybe we ought to have 18 on the field for this 3rd down conversion.
I'm going to give you a statistic here that's going to make number 8 down there just bristle. Because we know how he likes to put the ball up. Since 2016, Michigan has been held under 100 yards passing 6 times.
No.
In those games, Michigan's 6-0.
My gosh.
The formula is there. I don't know why
that is,
a coach would stray
you
from that formula.
You are a willing blocker, Jason. I know you
I
like
love
to
to block.
You also love to catch it.
Yeah, I would rather catch the ball.
3rd down and 5 for the Michigan offense from the 43-yard line. Orji takes the snap, fakes a handoff, puts his head down, runs right, and he's not going to get there. Come up about a yard short. The 46-yard line. They fake the jet sweep. And Orji got 3.
4 down territory? No,
they're
they're sending their punter.
No, play the field position game. Pin him all the way back. Let Tommy Doman go out there and do what he did last week, and that was flip the field.
Tommy Doman was so good last week. And this is another prime territory for him to maybe pin an opponent deep. 4 times in 5 punts he pinned USC inside their own 20. Parrish is deep to field this kick. He's standing on his own 10-yard line. Doman's punt, a low line drive. Parrish signals for a fair catch and makes it at the 13-yard line, and that's where the Gophers will take over as the clock hits 0. And that was the final play of quarter number 1. 41 yards on the punt. And Minnesota will be looking at a long field when the second quarter gets underway next. Michigan leading 7-0 here at the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is the place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol delivers a thick lather and a close, comfortable shave for half the price of gels. Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Are you ready to raise your game? Introducing 50 States Vodka, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Born and bred in Chelsea, Michigan, 50 States Vodka is crafted from sweet, organic, non-GMO corn and is gluten-free with 0 additives. That's right, every drop is pure, American-made excellence from the heart of Michigan to your glass. It's time to experience the best vodka around. Make sure you're toasting with 50 States Vodka, the pride of Michigan and the choice of champions. Cheers to victory and pure Michigan spirit with 50 States Vodka. Drink responsibly.
Bogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The third annual Night Out at the Big House on September 12th sold out, but due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, October 3rd. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/Big House to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/Big House. Limited seats are available.
Back at the Big House, Michigan leading 7-0 at the end of the first quarter. Minnesota just missing a field goal. Michigan just punting it back. After the first quarter, Michigan was 73 yards to Minnesota's 52. 4 first downs each. 1 penalty, the 15-yarder against the Golden Gophers. Michigan 33 yards rushing so far to Minnesota's 58.
Well, I think it's actually flipped. Michigan has the 58 yards rushing. Minnesota has the 33. Here's where I think the big difference so far in this game is Minnesota's 1 of 3 on third downs. That up until last week has been an issue for Michigan. In that the longest drive that Minnesota had there, all of their conversions were on first and second down. Now, obviously, you don't want to be giving up first downs that early in a possession, but when they were forced with the third down, that's when Jair Hill came up big and made that field goal. Ultimately was a miss, a lot tougher by losing yardage on that play.
Hey, when you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Our statistician is Bruce Monty. Our spotter is Rich Marion. Host is Brian Bush. Rob Joyce back in our studios. And, of course, our engineer is the great Tony Butler. Minnesota backed up to their own 13 here.
So, just to note, Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant's out. Defensive ends are out. So, we're playing a bunch of second-string guys right now.
Well, TJ guys in, Cameron Brandt, Rayshon Benny, Ike Iwanu. Like, these are guys that –
Jimmy Roller.
Yeah, with Jimmy Rolder's in there, that some of them they refer to as actually 1A, 1B with the starters.
To be clear, by out, Jason doesn't mean out of the game. This means not in the lineup at this moment. And this defense is going to string out a play on a toss sweep. Running left, Darius Taylor had nowhere to go. Flag comes down, no gain. And those guys up front getting the job done there.
Yeah, great job by TJ guys setting the edge.
Holding. Offense number 75. The penalty is half the distance to the goal. Repeat first down.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
How do you explain this? That used to make me so mad when the guy holds and it's already a negative 5-yard play.
yeah. It's not a great look. No question about it. But they're holding because they've already been beat. And I mean, especially when you're at the point of attack, there's really no way to hide that. That's why I was talking about on Michigan's first play there with Donovan Edwards. Evan Lakehead, I felt like it was a hold. They got away with one, and they caught Minnesota on that one.
First down and 17 for the Gophers, now inside their own 10-yard line. Rosemont hands it off. Darius Taylor up the middle, bounces off one tackler out across the 10, out to the 12-yard line, where Jimmy Rolder brings him down, gain of 5.
I do want to highlight TJ Guy again. Nice job of setting the edge on that one, which caused the hole. But on this one, he absolutely collapses the pocket by burying the left tackle right into the rush lane.
That's Ariante Irsere, the outstanding left tackle. And he was, I said bounced off a tackle. He actually bounced off the back of Irsere as TJ Guy pushed him back into Darius Taylor. Back to pass is Brosmer on 2nd and 12. Fires, it's batted up straight up in the air, and it'll land incomplete. All batted down at the line of scrimmage.
That was Rayshawn Benny that got a big old paw up there.
Was it?
And here, Rayshawn Benny, obviously hurt at the end of the year, didn't get a chance to play in some of those very important games, but has come back healthy, a little bit trimmer, and is doing a great job at the line of scrimmage. If you're not going to get home, and we've seen it with Kenneth Grant, we've seen it with other guys, find a way to get in the passing lane, and that's what he did.
Yeah, he was wide open in the slot there, the tight end.
And now we see both Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham back in there on this 3rd down and 11 for the Gophers. They've got to get it across the Michigan 23-yard line. Michigan's showing a blitz. Now they back everybody off. Brosmer fires over the middle. He's got it, but short of the 1st down, as a host of Michigan tacklers are there to meet. Done by Quentin Johnson. Gain of 8. Didn't quite see who made that reception for the Gophers, but they'll be in a punting situation nonetheless.
Well, this is why, I mean, the fans wanted Sharon Moore to go for it on 4th and 1, but you play the field position game, and you have some faith in your defense that they're going to get a 3 and out, and now all of a sudden, hey, you get the ball back. You didn't really lose any yardage. You're going to get the ball back about where you punted it from originally, so you reset everything, and you go out there with a fresh set of downs.
Yeah. When you punt and play defense, you love a 3 and out, and that's what Michigan got. Here's the 31-year-old Australian punter getting one away. That's going to come down to Tyler Morris, who makes a fair catch at his own 39-yard line. That was Mark Crawford on the punt. Tyler Morris with the successful fair catch, and Michigan will take over after a 41-yard punt on their own 39-yard line. Michigan leads at 7-0, 12:59 to go first half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Fish your way to winnings this September at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Play for your chance to win over $115,000 in prizes every Saturday. Every hour from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., 2 lucky guests will reel in $1,000 in premium play and 500 grand prize bonus entries. Then on September 28th at 11 p.m., one lucky angler will take home a brand new 2024 StarCraft STX 2050. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Hey, when rivalry rivalries heat up. Choose chill. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Please celebrate responsibly. Rivalry game today here in Ann Arbor. Battle for the Little Brown Jug for the 99th time. Michigan leading at 7-0. We're early second quarter, and the Wolverines in the rain will take over on their own 39-yard line. So far today, we have not seen several Wolverines that were listed as questionable, including offensively Greg Crippen and Samaj Morgan, defensively Josiah Stewart and Will Johnson. Orji in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass is Alex Orji. Over the middle, he's got Colston Loveland right near the first down marker, close to midfield. Depends on the spot. But there's his big target out of Gooding, Idaho. Not like this.
I don't like the way he's running off the field.
Right to the bench.
He's holding his shoulder.
Took a hit on it. And here's the thing about that pass. Great pass, great completion. But if it leads him just a little bit, he's able to take that ball and turn up just behind him.
Michigan's leading receiver, give him 10 yards and a first down. From the 49-yard line, Orji in a shotgun. Takes the snap, handoff. Kalel Mullings met in the backfield, and he'll fight. That's a heck of a run just to get back to the line of scrimmage. Maverick Baranowski on the stop. Called his name a lot today.
I love the way Dom Jadis finished that play. Buried somebody on top of the pile, but there's way too much penetration on the left side there. It was hard for me to see who was the offending party, but you can't have penetration, especially linebackers running through.
No gain. Now pistol formation with Kalel Mullings deep. Second down and 10 for the Wolverines, moving left to right. Play action, rolling out right as Alex Orji fires, and he's got Bell, and he cannot hang on. That was a catchable pass, but Kendrick Bell got hit as he juggled it, and it looks like Kendrick is down hurt.
Yeah, he ended up taking the shot low, and because he was trying to wrangle that ball in. I mean, that ball hit him right between the 1 and the 2. Should have been a catch. If he catches that early, he's also able to defend himself.
Yeah, you hate to see that for a guy that didn't get many opportunities. You want to make the most of your opportunities, especially when your quarterback has not been known for throwing the ball that much. He throws you one catchable, catch it.
He limped off. Well, they've lost Colston Loveland and Kendrick Bell here. 2 of the last 3 plays, both on the sideline injured. Third down and 10. And Sharon, Colston's back out there? Okay. Colston did come back out for that 3rd and 10. Well, that's good news.
And Kendrick went right to the tent, and they're helping him to the tent, too, as well.
That's unfortunate. Michigan will be facing a 3rd and 10 from their own 49-yard line when we continue. 11:39 to go first half, 7-0 Wolverines. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
McClellan up in the air. Touchdown, Michigan! Do you believe this comeback?
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Neighbors help neighbors. That's why when the unexpected happens, floods, fires, or tornadoes hit, Belfour has your back. At Belfour, we are the people who live next door. Faces and names you know, right here in Michigan. For us, the only thing more important than restoring your property is helping you rebuild your life whenever disasters strike. 24/7, 365. Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. Call 800-800-BELFOR or visit belfour.com.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House with Michigan leading Minnesota 7-0, 11:39 to go here in quarter number 2, and Michigan facing a 3rd and 10 from the 49-yard line. And we mentioned Colston Loveland, who left 3 plays ago. Like he had an arm injury or shoulder, was back on the field before Michigan called timeout on 3rd and 10. And I would think that he would be a primary target as they break the huddle, and indeed, Colston will be on the field for this, along with Marlon Klein. 2 tight ends here.
Kendrick Bell went into the tent, and it's kind of interesting to see who they'll have out there because Kendrick Bell and Charleston has been playing most of this game. So it's looking like O'Leary and Tyler Morris are out there now.
Indeed, that is the case here.
Well, in a situation like this, I love that Peyton O'Leary is getting the call. He's a guy that he's not going to create a lot of separation, but he runs really crisp routes and has reliable hands. So look for him to be an option on this one as well.
I'm looking for the co-offensive MVP of the Sawtooth Central Conference.
He's going in motion.
From right to left. Now Colston Loveland split out in the slot left. Orji back to pass, looking that direction, and fires incomplete. Bounced it in front of Colston, who was well covered there. Minnesota was aware of where the co-offensive MVP of the Sawtooth Central Conference was, and Michigan will be forced to punt.
Yeah, Jason, I don't know if you saw this as well, but I think everybody here knew that he was going to Colston Loveland because as soon as that ball was snapped, his eyes were glued to 18 and never looked away. Defense read it. It's a good thing that was an awful throw, and maybe he did just ground it because there were 3 defenders that could have made a play on that ball.
Yeah, it looked intentional. It looked like he intentionally threw it low in that situation. But yes, he has to figure out another target.
Tommy Doman's punt towards the goal line in the south end zone will bounce into the end zone. So Minnesota will take over on the 20-yard line. You know, I heard Coach Moore say to you this week, John, nail it or sail it when it comes to Alex Orji. Either hit your receiver or, in this case, he dirted it instead of sailing it, but I think there was some intent behind that.
There certainly was, and his job is to protect the football and make sure that you don't have any unforced errors. And I asked him about the 2nd down and goal on the very last possession against USC when they ran the play-action pass, and it was sail it or nail it, and he sailed that one into the crowd. This one, whether you're going high or low, if it's not there, you just throw the ball away, and he did a good job of protecting the football.
Gophers from the 20 with the ball on the left hash. Seeing Dominic Nichols in there on the Michigan defensive line, lined up at the right edge spot. Again, Josiah Stewart was listed as questionable, hasn't played today. And running left is Darius Taylor. Flag is down, give him a yard. No room there for Taylor. Quentin Johnson.
False start. Offense on the center. 5-yard penalty.
Greg Johnson, the center, he had one of those false starts last week against Iowa.
And when you look up from as soon as you put your hand on the ball and there's Mason Graham, don't be surprised that he's not the last center to get a little bit nervous.
Mason Graham will make your life difficult if you're an interior offensive lineman in the Big Ten. 1st and 15. Fans getting into it. They filled in nicely here on a rainy day in Ann Arbor. As they go reverse to Darius Taylor, Derek Moore tries to drag him down well behind the line of scrimmage. He gets out of that tackle, but here comes a host of Wolverines led by Jair Hill, who will drop Darius Taylor. Brandon Hillman in there as well. Another loss for the Golden Gophers as they back up 3 more.
A great read by Derek Moore. Beats his offensive lineman on the inside, sees the reverse coming and tries to widen out. Isn't able to get there, but does enough to throw the timing of that play off. And I tell you what, Jair Hill, we were talking at the break. He seems like a different player now than when we saw him against Fresno State.
Young player growing up, Kankakee's finest. 2nd down and 18 for the Gophers in the shadows of their own goalposts. It is Brosmer in a shotgun. Wolverines showing a 5-man front. Back to pass. Brosmer fires quickly out here in the flat. He's got Jackson. There's Jair Hill. And here comes the posse. And the Wolverines rip the ball out. They rip the ball out. The Wolverines signaling it's their football. The question is, had a whistle blown. And it's Jair Hill who tore the football out of there. The officials are still talking about it.
I don't think that they blew the whistle.
We didn't hear one up here, that's for sure.
Might be Zeke Berry. Who came away with the ball?
My coach
in the field is a fumble recovered by the defense. First down.
It is Zeke Berry.
Coach Sue Campbell would always say, don't tussle with the guys in the rain because they're going to rip it out.
Well, Jair Hill was the first one there. And everybody else, your whole goal is a great job by Zeke Berry of ripping that ball away. First man there, wrap up. Everybody else next to the ball, attack the football. That was one of my keys early on today, was to make sure, hey, try and force some fumbles. They've been good at picking off balls, but force some fumbles. Now you put your offense in a great position. They're already in the red zone.
Wolverines in the plus territory from the Minnesota 16-yard line following the pilfer by Zeke Berry. 1st and 10, Orji in a shotgun. They bring Charleston in motion. Orji, handoff. Khalil Mullins makes a man miss inside the 10, carrying tacklers down to the 5. He's just a truck.
Man.
It was the receiver in that situation has to pick a side sooner so Khalil can know which way to cut.
Baranowski's the man that brought him down, but what a run.
Yeah, Peyton O'Leary just got there a little bit late for that last defender.
1st and goal from the 6-yard line. Khalil continues in the backfield, lined up to the left of Orji, who's in a shotgun. Orji takes the snap. Handoff, Khalil Mullins up the middle, into the pile, pushing forward, inside the 5. Down close to the 1-yard line is Khalil Mullins. It's just man ball. It's just rage running down there for Khalil.
And as soon as the offensive line sees him starting to slow up a little bit, they join in the fun and start pushing the pile forward. Oh, but I tell you what, Giovanni El-Hadi did a great job. They're starting to move the defensive front. He allowed that to happen in front of him and just threw him right out of the gym.
Michigan goes I formation. This is the same look they had against USC on the final play on the 4th and 2. And the same play. They hand it off to Khalil, running left into the end zone. Same result. Touchdown, Wolverines. Khalil Mullins' 2nd touchdown run of the day, and Michigan extends the lead to 13-0.
No muss, no fuss. Just keep handing the ball off to Khalil Mullins, and eventually you're going to hit pay dirt. And I love the fact that, okay, you finally get a fumble, you get a sudden change situation, and it's a no-doubter drive into the end zone.
Zavada's on for the extra point. Wagner will snap it. Tommy Doman holds it. Kick is up, and the kick is good. You were saying, Jason?
I was saying a star is born in the USC game. Now it's the Khalil Mullins show.
Yep, this kid is something else. A linebacker for 3 years. He started the opener at linebacker 2 seasons ago and has since morphed back to being a running back, which he played in high school, growing up in the Boston area.
I wonder how much that helps him running the ball.
He says a lot, and he's a smart kid. He takes a lot in and processes and plays better because of it. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Sorry about that, Doug.
It's all right. 14-0. Michigan on top. I like talking about stars for the Wolverines. Michigan leading with 8:59 to go in the half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Family is a full-time job. There's lunches to make, laundry to do, the list goes on. It's a lot. But with Kohl's Epic Deals, I don't spend a lot. I got active styles for $9.99, a kitchen appliance for $12.99, and teas for $7.99. Plus, I earn 3 times the rewards as a Kohl's Rewards member. See for yourself now through Sunday only at Kohl's. Select styles. Offers in September 29th. Kohl's Rewards enrollment required for rewards. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check the kickoff time first before showing up at the stadium.
What? The slot's full already? You said kickoff was at 3. It was last week.
That's not how it works, Bob. Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Back at the Big House, Michigan leading 14-0, 8:59 to go in the half. 16 yards on the drive, all Khalil Mullins, all on the ground, and Michigan capitalizes after Zeke Berry stole the football away from Daniel Jackson. Corey Parrish will field this kick from Tommy Doman.
Well, sometimes those plays like that become addictive. And more defenders want to get there and see if they can rip the ball out.
Doesn't look like Will Johnson's going to play today, so somebody else has to make some plays back there, and Zeke Berry doing a good job of it there. That Wolverine touchdown brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Well, we talked about Jair Hill and what he's been able to do and how he has progressed since week one. Opposite Will Johnson, he's really grown into that role. And on that play, he was all alone on that side of the field. So it's simply, hey, let's make an open field tackle. And as soon as you hold him up, you let reinforcements arrive. Second, third, fourth, whether you're punching, you're ripping, doing whatever you can to get that ball out. Zeke Berry was the first one there, forced it out, took it away right away from him.
D-line coach Phil Esposito continues to cycle guys through. Trey Pierce on the field for the first time. Back to pass is Brosmore. Now he's flushed out of the pocket, rolling out to his right, looking downfield, and he's just going to loft one into the first row. Nobody to throw to, live to play another down. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
What a great job in the secondary. I mean, there was very little pressure on the quarterback, and he had absolutely nowhere to go with the ball. And even when he extended the play out, that's when guys start to leak free. He just simply couldn't find anybody. Everybody was covered like a blanket.
Quite frankly, Trey Pierce in there collapsed the right side of that Minnesota pass coverage. No pocket for Brosmore to step up to. Now they'll hand it off up the middle, and getting out close to the 30-yard line is Darius Taylor. Give him 4, maybe 5. Jayshawn Barham on the stop. Transfer from Maryland.
Those plays for Minnesota are taking so long to develop. I mean, there's just nowhere for him to go, and not a lot of penetration right now, but no alleys to run through.
3rd down, and call it 5 here for the Gophers. Nose of the football just shy of the 30-yard line. You got to get it across the 35. 2 receiver splits either side. Michigan showing a 4-man front. Although Brandon Hillman's teasing as if he will blitz. Back to pass is Brosmore. Over the middle, into coverage, and it's broken up. Who was that downfield? That was Hillman.
Yep.
Who dropped out of a blitz position and dropped into coverage and gets the PBU there. And on the incompletion, Minnesota will be forced once again to punt.
Well, they dropped him from that blitz look at the line of scrimmage into coverage, and they brought Jayshawn Barham right up the middle, and he pushed the offensive guard right into the lap of Max Brosmer.
Michigan had 2 returners deep the last time Minnesota punted. And once again, they've got that with Tyler Morris along with Joe Taylor. Chelsea Bulldog back deep. Crawford puts his right foot into it. Fair catch signaled for and made in the rain by Tyler Morris at the 25-yard line. And that's where Michigan will take over with 7:46 to go here in the first half, leading 14-0. 43 yards on the punt.
Well, I like the adjustment on the punt rush team. On that last one of the things about these Australian rules guys, as they punt, they like to run to the right. And if there's no pressure, they're just going to keep running, which allows the coverage team to get downfield. Now, you got to be careful because you can't just send everybody deep. Your gunners get to go downfield. And this time, Michigan brought a rush off their left side, which forced him to kick that ball a little earlier than he wanted to.
They go double barrel here with both Edwards and Kalel Mullings on the field. They split Donovan out wide left. Shotgun for Alex Orji, 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Orji takes the snap, hands it off to Kalel. No, Orji keeps it on the quarterback keeper. That didn't work. Didn't work on either front. Kalel got swallowed up, and then Orji got dropped for a 1-yard loss.
That's the same look as we had the last time, where they brought Donovan back into the backfield. Last time they handed him the ball. This time they kept him moving, and they thought maybe the defense would keep going with them, but not the case.
Orji dropped for a loss. It'll be 2nd down and 11 from the 24-yard line. Pistol formation with Donovan Edwards deep. 2 receivers split wide right, 1 split wide left. Orji back to pass, looking to his left. Bounces out of there. Looks like he's going to run, turns upfield, and scampers out of bounds across the 25 out to the 26-yard line. Short gain there. It'll set up a 3rd down.
Yeah, I know he was looking left, and great protection, but
they just grabbed Kendrick Bell down the entire route. It was crazy. No flags on the field. That was insane.
I just saw the replay, and he got essentially tackled.
It's good to know he's back out there.
Yeah, that's good. 3rd down and 9. Empty backfield for Alex Orji. Now they'll shift Dono off the right hip of Orji. Colston Loveland goes in motion from right to left. Back to pass as Orji fires down the seam, looking for Marlon Klein, incomplete. He overthrew him near the 50.
Well, it's a good thing he did, because the free safety saw that one coming, made a move on the ball. If that ball's not high, that Marlon Klein wasn't going to catch it one way or the other.
Well, that was nail it or sail it. It was over his head, and that was, all right, if my guy isn't going to get it, nobody is.
Yep, nice decision.
Take care of the football, job one. So Michigan to be forced to punt following the 3 and out with 6:25 to go first half. The Wolverines leading at 14-0 on a rainy day in Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
Punt sailing down to Parrish. Fields it at the 20. Runs to his left, turns upfield. 25, 35, out to the 40. Good field position for the Gophers, and a good return by Parrish, the true freshman out of Esco High School in Minnesota. Christian Boivin brings him down. And that's where the Golden Gophers will take over on the 42-yard line, 1st and 10. 53-yard punt, 20-yard return.
Well, you'd like to obviously see a little bit more out of your offense than we did on that last drive, but when you talk about punt and play defense, the last 3 times Minnesota has had the ball, it's been 3 and out. The 2 plays that they had, and then obviously Zeke Berry comes away with the fumble, and then 3 and out again. So let's see if the defense can force another 3 and out.
Brosmer in a shotgun, trailing 14-0 are the Gophers. Takes the snap. Handoff. Dancing around back there is Taylor, and he's got nowhere to go. I mean, Darius Taylor was seeking for just a crease and couldn't find anything as Michigan collapsed the interior of that Minnesota offensive line. Jimmy Rolder on the stop, no gain.
Here's the beautiful thing as well is you got 2 double teams. They're doubling Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant, and they just didn't go anywhere.
2nd and 10. Brosmer in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Here comes the rush. Now he's going to tuck it and run and get what he can, which is not back to the line of scrimmage. Kenneth Grant falls on him at the 41-yard line. A loss. It's called a loss of 2. It'll set up a 3rd down and long for the Gophers.
He just got nowhere to go with the ball, just like last time, where you're looking downfield, and when you're only rushing 4 guys and you're dropping 7 into coverage, that's where Wink really found a good rhythm last week of when to bring that extra rusher, when to bring a defensive back, and then when to drop everybody and just trust your front 4 to put pressure.
Secondary, a good job in coverage, and the front 4 eventually gets home. 3rd down and 11 for the Gophers. Brosmer in a shotgun, takes the snap. Wolverines bring an extra rusher, and down he goes! It's Mason Graham on the jailbreak. And drop Brosmer for a big loss of 10. And Minnesota will be forced to punt.
2 sacks in a row by our stalwart defensive tackles, Kenneth Graham and Mason Graham.
That just was Mason Graham setting up the guard, right guard, rushing up the field, swam back inside. I mean, he beat him right off the snap of the ball. There was nowhere that Max could go with that one.
I feel like we're going to see that one on Jansen Vision tomorrow morning, aren't we?
No, we're going to see first down on that one.
I'm not the producer or director of the show. Merely the host. Flag down on the punt, which is blocked. Wolverines going after it. Poivin picks it up inside the 20, but we await this flag. And I see some disappointed people on the Michigan sideline. We'll see what the call is. Michigan blocked the punt. Christian Poivin picked it up and returned it to the 11-yard line. But will it stand? I don't know.
Illegal formation.
There you go.
Yeah.
Team number 18 was not lined up at the line of scrimmage.
I think the disappointment was over the fact that Poivin didn't score. And the Wolverines will take over inside the Minnesota 20 for the 2nd time today. You think it was Keyshawn Bennett that blocked the punt? Poivin picked it up.
Yeah, it was. Bennett. Big 52.
Poivin, he of the epic mutton chops. Have you seen the mutton chops he had?
Yeah,
I think he shaped.
Only a college kid can rock that.
I think I was going to ask you, should I go for the look?
I think it would be amazing. Have to
I think he
check
shaved.
with your wife.
1st and 10 from the 11. It's Orji looking to throw out of the backfield. He's got Tyler Morris to the pylon. Diving. Is he in, or are they going to rule him out? Looks like they rule him out at the 1-yard line.
Oh.
Come on, give the receiver some love, ref.
Morris ruled out at the 1-yard line. I believe that's good for a first down.
The runner stepped out of bounds at the 1-yard line. Results in a first down, 1st and goal.
Ooh, review that one. I'm not sure he stepped out.
Well, Jason, I'm sure would be.
His feet are above ground.
Yeah, we just donating to the running backs the touchdown right here.
Oh, it's taking a little time. I think they're going to take a look at this one.
Yep, they're going to.
After review, it was determined the runner hit the pylon. It is a touchdown.
Yep.
There you go, Jason.
Yeah. Yes.
Alex Orji to Tyler Morris, 11 yards. And Michigan extends the lead to 20-0 here over the Golden Gophers.
Boy, you put Alex Orji on the edge, and it really puts the defense in conflict. They have to come up to defend him, and now, I mean, that's just a little dump-off pass.
On for the extra point is Dominic Zavada. Will Wagner will snap. Tommy Doman will put it down. Snap is good. Hold is good. Kick is up, and the kick is good. That is the 2nd touchdown reception on the year for a Michigan wide receiver. That close shave replay was brought to you by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave. And great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
It really feels like Kurt Campbell and this offensive staff is starting to get a rhythm of what Alex Orji is comfortable with.
Yep.
Now that they're up 3 scores, don't be surprised to see some more shots downfield as they try and add a little bit to his repertoire of taking a look and not just looking at 1 and 2. And because 1 is probably Colston Loveland, 2 is, Fred Moore coming across the middle, but now you get a chance to look at Samaj Morgan downfield. You get, not him because he's not in today, but you get a chance to look at more down the field.
And by the way, good for Keyshawn Bennett, a senior, got in there on that punt rush, blocked the punt. Great job there, and after giving up a long punt return earlier, I'm sure that J.B. Brown, the special teams coordinator, is very happy with the block punt, which set up that Michigan touchdown. Tommy Domo will kick it off to Parrish, who will signal for fair catch and make it at the 1-yard line. On a day where you have not seen Josiah Stewart, Will Johnson, Samaj Morgan, other guys are stepping up and making plays for this Michigan team.
Yeah, remember what we mentioned. It was 3-and-out punt, fumble, 3rd and 5, 3-and-out, another 3rd down situation. They lost 11 yards on that drive, and that's when the punt was blocked.
Hey, last 2 scoring drives for Michigan, 16 yards and 11 yards.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
Love the short field. And here's the thing is, not every offense goes in there and is able to capitalize. Sometimes they settle for 3. It's great to see this offense go in there and be able to punch it in every time.
And Oeda in there for the first time in the middle of that defensive front as Brosmer's back to pass. They're going to take a shot downfield, and it's thrown up for grabs and caught by a Wolverine. Is he inbounds? That's the question. They're saying yes.
Oh, wow.
Intercepted, and it's Jair Hill.
John, did you just see that play?
Oh, dude, he was.
My God.
He turned around at the very last second so they wouldn't get called for pass interference, and the ball hits him right in the belly. Did a great job.
They always tell you to wait until you get back in phase before you look for the ball. That was teaching tape. That's one that you can show for the next couple of years here for the defensive backs.
Wow, it's Jair Hill. We've been talking about him all day. The question is he inbounds? We're looking at a replay, and it looked like his toes hit in. If his heel did not hit the ground.
Wow. What a great play by Jair Hill.
I think we're going to get a review.
The ruling on the previous play was an interception. The play is under further review.
Jason, I think you did a great job of describing exactly what Jair Hill did on that play. He was step for step, as Doug likes to talk about. He was in phase. If he doesn't look back, I think he is in.
This is going to be close.
Toes touch first.
I mean, the fact that it was ruled a catch on the field is going to help.
Yeah, it's hard to overturn that one there.
This close shave replay brought to you by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream for whatever your day brings. Choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
John, you know what I love about that play is that's a play being made. That's not a tip ball that just happenstance falls into your lap. He went to go make a play because of great technique. That's a good sign of a premier and up-and-coming player.
Yeah, and Jason, I'd love to hear a little bit more from you. We talk about how much better he has played since that Fresno State game. There's a lot of pressure on him because people aren't going to throw against Will Johnson. How have you seen him develop?
Well, he's done a great job, especially when it comes up to stopping runs and plays. But you remember in that Fresno State game.
Review. The ruling on the field stands.
Wow.
First down, Michigan.
You remember in that Fresno State game, he was 10, 11 yards off.
Yeah.
Now he's given less of a cushion and playing more confident. After the Texas game as well, he saw what it's like to play against the best in the country, and I think he has confidence going forward.
Well, he's looked great here today. Jair Hill with a pass breakup already, a tackle for loss on a wide receiver screen, and now an interception. Michigan from the 40-yard line. You heard the review. Goes Michigan's way. Orji in a shotgun. Hands it off to Donovan Edwards, who hesitates, looking for a hole, finds what he can, which is 2 yards out to the 42-yard line. We're at 3:30 to go first half. Michigan already leading 21-0, looking to add to it.
I really like the patience that Donovan Edwards is running with right now. It's not always going to be there, and it might not always develop, but you got to give the play just a half step at a time. He does that and then is able to get what he can.
2 receivers split wide right with the ball on the left hash. 2nd down and 8. Orji in a shotgun. Edwards continues in the backfield. Max Bredesen, wing right. Now Bredesen goes in motion out further to the right. Back to pass. Alex Orji. Here comes the rush. He bounces out of there to his right. Looking downfield. And he'll get what he can out to the 44, maybe 45-yard line. Depends on the spot. It'll be 3rd down. Cody Lindenberg chased him out of bounds.
Yeah, nothing open downfield.
These are not spectacular plays, but they're also not throwing into coverage.
Well, and that's the beautiful thing is the decisions that he has made of when not to throw the ball, when to sail the ball, when to ground the ball. He has really done a nice job of protecting the football and allowing Michigan, not giving the ball back to Minnesota.
It's 3rd down and 6 now for Michigan from the 44-yard line. Minnesota showing a blitz up front. Orji back to pass. Pump fakes and gets wrangled to the ground, and he'll be dropped for a sack. It's Jaw Joyner in there for the Golden Gophers. And Michigan can't capitalize off the turnovers. The clock ticks down to the 2-minute warning here in the first half, with Michigan leading it 21-0 here at the Big House. Michigan will punt when we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
A spectacular 92-yard punt return for a touchdown!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2024 Ford Escape at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. The Escape comes with Bliss blind spot information system with cross-traffic alert and plenty of cargo space to fit your lifestyle needs. Right now, AZ Plan trade-in customers can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 24 months with $1,839 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit red carpet lease. Payment includes $4,500 trade assist. Offer only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by September 30th. See dealer for qualifications and details. So lease a Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers.
Minnesota's about to get the football back for Michigan. Well, of late, that has been a good thing. The Zeke Berry fumble recovery inside the Minnesota 20, a block punt by Keyshawn Bennett, recovered by Christian Boivin, led to a Tyler Morris touchdown, and then the interception by Jair Hill. That has been the last three Minnesota possessions and how they have ended. But Michigan, unfortunately, couldn't capitalize, and they're looking at a 4th down and 10 here.
Well, they couldn't capitalize.
4th and 14, my apologies.
But they did a nice job of keeping possession of the ball. And that's where Alex Orji, I think, has really grown up in the last couple of weeks. The last 2 starts that he's had is not putting the ball in jeopardy. And not that everything was on Davis Warren in those first 3 games, because some of those were either tip balls or receivers running the wrong route. But Alex Orji has had opportunity to try and do something more than he can do, an extra effort, and he hasn't taken those chances with the football.
Yeah, they had a nickel blitz off the right side right there. He made up in his mind that he was going to throw it to his right, and the guy wasn't open. He just ate it, and that was a good decision by him.
Yep.
Tommy Doman standing on his own 22-yard line, and Parrish deep for the Golden Gophers. Doman's punt has Parrish signaling for a fair catch, and he'll make it at the 22-yard line of the Golden Gophers, and that's where Minnesota will take over with 1:54 to go first half, and Michigan leading 21-0. 42 yards on the punt from Tommy Doman. Jason, where are we with rain? It looks like it's slowed down?
Yeah, it's slowed down significantly. It's not much rain at all. It's just being able to manage the wet ball. Usually around this time of the game, when the ball is like soaked in and the rain is soaked into the ball, it's usually not that hard to catch at this point in time.
Well, the Gophers see if they try to generate some offense here late first half, trailing 21-0 with the football on their own 22-yard line. They have 2 timeouts remaining. Michigan has 1 if the Wolverines want to try to get the football back. Rosemer on a screen and chopped down immediately by Makari Page is the running back, Darius Taylor. We have a flag in the backfield.
And extracurricular activities. I think Michigan's going to be penalized.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Defense number 1. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
That's too bad.
Martindale said to us in one of our pregame shows, some penalties are the price of doing business.
Yeah, this is not one of them.
Is this too much?
Yeah, this is not one of them. This cost your team, especially when you get somebody on the back end that's making a great play for a stop at the line of scrimmage. That's one that too many steps. It wasn't like Jay Sean had launched and couldn't stop himself. That was a decision. I'm just going to take a pop at the quarterback.
Move the football out to the 37-yard line. Brosmer back to pass. Michigan brings a blitz. He gets it out of the backfield quickly, and Barham makes up for it as he drops Darius Taylor for a 2-yard loss as soon as he caught it. And wow.
Well, he made up 2 yards of it. He's still got 13 to go.
John, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Brosmer back to pass as the Gophers go quickly. Looking down the seam, fires underneath now to Taylor, and he gets out of one tackle and is dragged down by Makari Page. Short of the first down at the 46-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 1 with 1:16 to go in the first half, clock running.
You would like Barham to make that play right there.
Yeah, he had a chance to get him well short of the sticks. 3rd and 1, handoff, Taylor up the middle, and he's got the first down. Brought down by Ernest Hausman out at the 48-yard line. Rayshawn Benny on the stop as well. They'll move the chains with 1:03 to go.
Oh, I thought P.J. Fleck was calling timeout there.
He took a weird one last week he didn't need to take at the end of the first half. Back to pass, Brosmer. Here comes the rush, and he gets swarmed under.
Mason Graham again.
Mason Graham was in there. Kenneth Grant was in there. Cameron Brandt.
Minnesota.
There's your timeout with 49 seconds to go. A loss of 7 on the sack on a jailbreak blitz.
I'm not even sure that was a blitz. That
might
was
not have been.
Beat at the line of scrimmage. You had 4 guys up front. It was a race to the quarterback. Mason Graham just had the shortest path. He started closest to the ball.
Well, Minnesota now stops the clock. They have 1 timeout remaining with 53 seconds to go, and the Wolverines leading it 21-0.
Well, and there are times, too, where I mentioned it before. Wink is doing a really nice job of rushing 3, 4, 5, 6 at times, but changing it up and keeping Minnesota's offense guessing. When you keep a tight end or a running back in, because you think a blitz is coming, and then all of a sudden they drop everybody back. Now you're down a receiver in the route tree.
2nd down and 17. Here comes Minnesota. Shovel pass with Taylor up the middle of the field across the 45 out to the 49-yard line where Ernest Hausman makes the stop for the Wolverines. Gets much of the sack yardage back, setting up a 3rd down with the clock running. 37 seconds to go here in the first half.
Hey, John, Wink has been a little bit more conservative.
Yeah. Very much.
Back to pass. Brosmer fires near sideline. He's got Jackson. Beat Amir Hall, and Hall couldn't bring him down. Jackson dives forward and gets it down to the 32-yard line with 26 seconds to go. Clock stops to move the chains. Minnesota with 1 timeout. They're in field goal range. Brosmer's going to dirt the football here to preserve the timeout. 2 seconds tick off. 24 seconds to go first half.
Well, Jason, to your point, he has been a little bit more conservative, but I think there's been more trust built up that you can win one-on-one battles up front. Of those, now obviously Josiah Stewart's not a part of it, but TJ Guy has been a part of those one-on-one battles. Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, Derek Moore, they've all had their hand in winning some of those matchups.
Now we see Kayshawn Bennett lining up at one of the edge spots for the first time today. He has a block punt today already. 2nd down and 10 for the Gophers, and we get a whistle and a flag. And what's it going to be?
I think there's a little wiggle offensively.
Before the ball was snapped. Ball start. Offense number 65. 5-yard penalty. Remains 2nd down.
Okay, that takes him back to the 37, and that puts him on the edge of Dragon Kasic's field goal range. 2nd down and 15, 24 seconds to go first half. 4 wide for the Gophers. Brosmer in a shotgun takes the snap. Michigan brings 4. Brosmer's in trouble, and down he goes! Rayshawn Benny collapsed the interior of the Minnesota offensive line. Another Michigan sack, and it looks like the Gophers might let this one tick down.
What Wink is doing here is...
Minnesota, their 3rd and final charge timeout.
He's trying to create one-on-one matchups, and he had Ernest Hausman line up over the right guard, threaten the blitz. Now all of a sudden that right guard's got to honor it. You rush 4, and it's one-on-one across the board. Rayshawn Benny was the beneficiary of that one. He just beat the left guard, right at the snap of the ball, and it's a race to the quarterback again.
That is Michigan's 4th sack of the first half, their 8th tackle for loss in this game.
Yeah, defensive linemen love the 2-minute drill because you don't have to think about the run at all. You can just tee off on the quarterback, and you can see Derek Moore was in on that play as well, beating the left tackle or the right tackle.
Yeah, those defensive linemen, they're all jerks, and they're all opportunistic.
Says the lineman.
Yeah.
Some of them didn't speak very highly of you, John.
I'm sure they did. Yes, yes, it's been well reported.
3rd down and 23 for the Golden Gophers. 10 seconds to go in the half. Could be a Hail Mary situation. And Brosmer's going to let it go down near the goal line. Jump ball, and looks like the Gophers might have come down with it at the 1-yard line with 2 seconds to go. And they're out of timeouts. They're going to have to run a play. Michigan's hustling their defense down there. They got the field goal unit on. They're going hurricane field goal, snap, kick, up, and good.
As soon as I saw the play, I thought that they was going to catch the ball because the defense weren't in position. They were running back with the receivers. Usually you want the defense set and in position, looking at the quarterback, looking at the ball, and they didn't do that.
Wow, impressive execution of the short, hitting the field goal unit on. It was a 44-yard pass.
Hold on, there's P.J. Fleck is not happy about something. I'm not sure we're done.
That's the end of the first half.
Nope.
Michigan's defense wasn't lined up, and actually they were running onto the field, so I'm pretty sure he thought it would be like a procedural penalty.
Okay.
Well, Minnesota gets a field goal out of that last 2-minute drive on a well-executed, I think Michigan calls it hurricane when they got to rush the, or was that the Lions?
That was Dan at halftime.
Mayday field goal.
Yeah.
Well, Mayday, yeah. Well, they got it off, and Kesich's kick was good on the final play of the first half. Michigan leads at 21-3 at the break. The Wolverines will get the football to start half number 2. Halftime festivities, including scores from around the country, analysis from our Jack Miller and Brian Bush. And, of course, we'll hear from Jason Avant as well and hear what Jerome Moore tells his team at the halftime locker room. 21-3, Michigan on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Wow. Seeing the autumn leaves from way up here is spectacular.
Yep, the view's worth the climb if you find your true north.
Oh yeah, I think I see it.
No, that's a winery.
Yep, my true north.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
So how long are we going to stay up here in this tree?
Ask the bear.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the Halftime Show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at lexusofannarbor.com. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Halftime for the Big House. Michigan leads Minnesota 21-3 as we look at the highlights from the opening 30 minutes of action. Gophers had the ball first, one first down, then punted. Wolverines, meanwhile, had some early success on third down on its first drive. An Alex Orji scramble on a 3rd and 9, a completion to Colston Loveland. Fast forward a few plays, last week's hero, another third down conversion. More than just the first down, though.
Wolverines have two tight ends to the right. Kalel Mullings in the backfield to the right of Alex Orji, and a shotgun who takes the snap, hands it off. Kalel, big hole, 20, 15, 10, outside the numbers to the pylon. Touchdown, Wolverines. Kalel Mullings from 27 yards out, and Michigan takes a lead with 6:34 to go in the first quarter, 6-0.
9 plays, 79 yards, 7-0 Michigan, 9 minutes in. Gophers would have a little something going on its second drive into Michigan territory. The very fringes of field goal range on a wet day in Ann Arbor, ultimately missing a 54-yarder. Offense would then go 3 and out, so end of one. 7-0 Michigan. Teams traded punts for a while. 4 straight drives ending in punts with 1 combined first down in there. Few splash plays defensively, but little need for them. Then Zeke Berry made one.
Back to pass. Brosmer fires quickly out here in the flat. He's got Jackson. There's Jair Hill. And here comes the posse. And the Wolverines rip the ball out. They rip the ball out. The Wolverines signaling it's their football. The question is, had a whistle blown?
The whistle did not blow. Zeke Berry came up with the ball, and the Wolverines took over in the red zone, and that's becoming Kalel Mullings' territory. 2 runs by the big man to the 1, then a third to double the lead.
Michigan goes I formation. This is the same look they had against USC on the final play on the 4th and 2. And the same play. They hand it off to Kalel, running left into the end zone. Same result. Touchdown, Wolverines. Kalel Mullings' second touchdown run of the day. And Michigan extends the lead to 13-0.
Second score of the half from Mullings, and then the defense clamps down. Minnesota doesn't sniff a scoring possession on its next few possessions. Fast forward 4 minutes in the half. Christian Boyvan blocks a Gopher punt. It gives Michigan the ball at the 11. 1 play later, the offense would take advantage. Orji would find Tyler Morris. Originally ruled he stepped out at the 1. A quick review showed he did not, so it was a touchdown instead. 21-0 Michigan, a couple of short fields, scoring drives in the second quarter of 16 and 11 yards. Michigan only picked up 34 yards offensively in the second quarter, and then they would get another short field. First play of the next Minnesota drive, Jair Hill, a tiptoe interception by the sideline, a 3-play sequence of blocked punt, touchdown pick, kind of summed up the first half for Minnesota at least until the dying seconds of the half. A de facto Gopher Hail Mary in the final seconds of the quarter was caught down at the 2. The Gophers got a field goal off, so kind of out of nothing, Minnesota gets on the board and is 21-3 Wolverines at the half. Today's halftime show driven by Jermaine and Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. We'll take a timeout, tell you what else is going on around the Big Ten and Top 25 next as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown,
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Bogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The 3rd annual Night Out at the Big House on September 12th sold out, but due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, October 3rd. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/Big House to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/Big House. Limited seats are available.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on the beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
At the half, Michigan leads Minnesota 21-3. Time for another check of the out-of-town scoreboard. Two games in the Big Ten in progress, both at the half. Indiana doubling up Maryland 14-7. And then there's no score at halftime between Nebraska and Purdue. The Huskers have gotten the ball inside the Purdue 30-yard line 4 times, 0 points. No points for either team again at the half. Everything else later on, 3:30 USC hosts Wisconsin. 3 games tonight at 7 in East Lansing. Ohio State takes on Michigan State. 7:30, it's 9th-ranked Penn State at home, welcoming in number 19 Illinois. And then 11 o'clock tonight, Oregon officially a Big Ten debut heading to UCLA. So that's the day in the conference. Time now to look nationally at the top 25, brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. Going on right now, if you remember a few weeks ago, Kentucky gave Georgia fits. Well, the Wildcats doing the same to Ole Miss at the half in Oxford. Kentucky leads the 6th-ranked Rebels 10-7. Other games in progress. Number 20, Oklahoma State, and number 23, Kansas State. K-State with a 21-13 edge. And then at halftime, 22nd-ranked BYU all over Baylor, 31-24. Notables of what's to come: 3:30, 16th-ranked Notre Dame playing host to number 15, Louisville in South Bend. And then 7:30 tonight, 2nd-ranked Georgia, just its second trip to Tuscaloosa since 2007, facing number 4, Alabama. That top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Again, 30 minutes complete. Michigan up on Minnesota 21-3. Brian, Jason, and Jack break down the first half, and we return as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm gonna move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan has realized its destiny and won the national championship in the Rose Bowl.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofanarbor.com.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town, with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now, when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
It is 21-3, Michigan leading Minnesota at the half as we welcome you back into the halftime show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofanarbor.com. Brian Bush, Jack Miller high atop Michigan Stadium, Jason Devant down on the floor here at the Big House. Jason, unique style of game because technically with that Hail Mary to the 1-yard line to finish the first half, Minnesota's outgaining Michigan 130-107, but it shows you the importance of turnovers and the field position that has come with that, and also just some of the sequencing of this game where Michigan's had great field position and Minnesota's largely been awful.
Yeah, Michigan has been able to turn the ball over, and when you talk about weather games, whoever turns the ball over, usually the team that loses, and Michigan's been able to capitalize on some of those drives right inside the red zone, and we know that we have one of the best red zone offenses in the country just because we can run the ball so well. And another thing, on that last play, I don't think Coach Wink understood that they were going to go for a Hail Mary. I thought that he thought that they were going to get for 5 or 6 yards or sideline throw and try to kick a field goal. In that situation, we weren't prepared at all.
Yeah, should have had a little prevent defense there, Jason. I would agree with you. I think overall, Michigan has to play a complementary style of football. That means all 3 facets of the game have to be firing on all cylinders to help one another. And we're seeing that today. Special teams really helping out. Defense putting the offense in a really good position. Passing game not necessarily clicking, but not that far off. They just haven't had to go do it. They've had short fields sometimes. They've been running the ball effectively. We saw the couple drives in particular where Khalil Mullings looked dominant. They want to go back to that. They need to go back to that. That is the identity of this team. And it's good to see the other two facets of it, the defense and the special teams, not only pulling their weight, but helping this offense put them in a better spot to be able to put up points.
Hey, guys, go ahead, Jason.
Well, Jack, I think Michigan had the mindset, let's try to develop Orji in this game because we know that we can dominate them in the run game. Let's give him a few more passing opportunities than we gave him last time, and I think that's what they're doing.
Been fun watching, too, here, guys, the fact that without Will Johnson, without Josiah Stewart, that others have really stepped up. I mean, defensively, the front from Michigan has overwhelmed Minnesota at times, Jack. You've seen it all game long.
Yeah, well, it's particularly at the end of that second quarter there were a number of those sacks that they ended up being Mason Graham or one of the other guys. They could have been all four of them because the offensive line was just back in the quarterback's face. There was nowhere to go, and you basically just have to wave the white towel, take a sack before you do something stupid with the football. This defensive line is playing great. I think the secondary, without Will Johnson even being in it, has played pretty well today, save for that last play that they were able to get down to the 2-yard line. So, the defense creating havoc, getting turnovers, special teams showing up, playing the field position battle, getting a punt block, doing their part here, and the offense running the ball pretty well. Obviously, the passing game is the question mark. I agree with Jason. I think they were trying to find a way to get Orji some comfortability, some opportunities back there. A couple of them not so great throws, couple drops out there. So they're knocking on the door there. They're doing the right things. If you take away that last play that set up the kick for Minnesota, you feel pretty good about where you're at right now.
And Jason, maybe with the score as it is, maybe the Wolverines can, getting the football to start the second half, give Alex Orji a chance to really flex his muscle as a passer here on this next drive.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I know we saw a receiver score a touchdown, so lightning must have struck here a minute ago. So Tyler Morris getting in there. So you want to reward these guys because they're blocking their tails off down the field. So I would always love to see our quarterback go to that next level and become, a more balanced offensive player, which includes the pass. So I doubt if we see a bunch of that because the rain is starting to pick up just a little bit more. But we definitely need another score in order to put this game away.
Well, Jason, the Tyler Morris touchdown, it was a gain of 11. I think that was the longest pass play of the day, or maybe of the last two games. And but he caught the ball basically at the line of scrimmage and turned upfield and was able to run for 11 yards. So we're still working on that, number 8. We're gonna get you down there coaching the boys up and find some way to get that air raid offense going you want to see so bad.
All I know, Jason, is that if you're a broadcaster, you can't say lightning when there's rain. We don't like rain delays on broadcasts. I know you don't like them as players either, but we gotta rid that from your vocabulary down there.
Well, when Tyler scored that touchdown, I went over to the section I was in. I said, a receiver scored a touchdown. Everybody started laughing.
Man, Jason would be excited about a receiver scoring a touchdown in a spread attack, though. Come on, he's a little biased. Jason, we'll get your rain-soaked thoughts as this second half gets underway momentarily. Jack and I will catch up with you all during our SeatGeek postgame show. This has been the Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor halftime show. Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. It's lexusofannarbor.com. Again, the score after 30 minutes of action, Michigan 21, Minnesota 3. Stay tuned. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, and Jason Avant bring you all of the coverage here from the Big House in the 99th battle for the Little Brown Jug. Our coverage continues next as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Just like your favorite sports team, you need a solid defense to protect your home and business. Whether you're tackling unexpected accidents, fouls, or fumbles, Al Bordeaux Insurance Agency and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance are on your team. Visit Al Bordeaux Insurance Agency today at www.albordeaux.com. That's www.albordeaux.com. DEAU.com.
When you travel, they always say, get a room with a view. And there's no better way to travel than in a roomy new Toyota. Like the family-size Highlander with room for up to 8. Now through September 30th, you can lease a Highlander XLE all-wheel drive for $489 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details. Or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Today's broadcast is presented by Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit Belfour.com. That's BELFOR.com. Michigan is hoping to keep the little brown jug here in Ann Arbor. Let's return to our live coverage. Here again, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Wolverines halfway to that goal of keeping the jug. We welcome you back to the game, brought to you by Founders Brewing Company. Michigan leading at 21-3 at the half. Kalel Mullings leading the attack on the ground. 8 carries, 45 yards. Alex Orji through the air, 4 of 8 for 36 yards. And the touchdown, Colston Loveland, leading receiver, 2 catches, 16 yards. Mason Graham with a pair of sacks. Wolverines sacked Max Brosmer 4 times in the first half. John Jansen, can you name the last quarterback the Wolverines sacked 4 times in a first half?
Oh, in a first half?
Yep.
No.
His name was Jalen Milroe.
Oh, really?
Yep.
It was a great way to start that game, that's for sure.
That welcome back brought to you by Founders Brewing Company. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Kraft. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Let's go down to the field. Jason Avant, Sharon Moore just spoke to the team at half. What did he emphasize?
To the offense, start the half fast, take it to them, put doubts in their mind, be physical up front, and when we pass, make sure the passing lanes are clean and execute your assignment. And for the defense, compete for balls. That sounds crazy. We can have more picks. Stay in front of your man. Tackle. Make sure that there's no extra yards after the catch into the team. Make sure that we leave it all on the field and start fast this second half.
It's nice to see defensively what you mentioned there. Some other playmakers starting to make plays. Jair Hill being one of them. Zeke Berry stepping up. So lots going on there for Michigan defensively as Dragon Kesic sails his kick through the south end zone, and Michigan will take over at the 25-yard line to start the second half. Wolverines lead it 21-3 here in Ann Arbor.
Offensively, I'd love to see them just march right down the field, pound it, spread things out, but just hand the ball off to Kalel.
We'll start in the backfield to the right of Alex Orji, who's in a shotgun. 2 receivers split wide right. Charleston goes in motion from left to right. Handoff, Kalel Mullings running right, gets dragged down from behind as he gets across the 25 out to the 26. Gain of 1 on first down. Logan Redding on the stop.
Not sure where he came in from. Kerry Brown was in on it as well. There was a nice double team at the point of attack, but you can't allow any leakage backside.
2nd down and 9 for Michigan. 2 receivers split wide to either side. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. Orji in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Rolls out to his right. Looking downfield, fires and overthrows his intended receiver at the 42-yard line.
Johnny had Fred Moore for a 5-yard right in front of him, which would have ran for the same distance.
Yeah, I know. That's where I know that he wants to take some shots downfield, and they may have told him at halftime, hey, we've got a nice lead, we've got a nice cushion, let's start looking downfield, but you can't. You just can't look through what's obvious and right in front of you.
And Fred Moore was
wide open.
3rd down and 9 for the Michigan offense. 4 receivers split out for Alex Orji. Back to pass. Minnesota blitzes. Orji steps up, fires far side. He's got Kendrick Bell at the 34-yard line, and he is dropped right there by Zaquan Bryan, short of the sticks by a yard.
Yeah, this will be
like a yard and a half.
Looks like
oh
boy, they're going to go for it. I like the whole punt and play defense in this situation. You're up 18. Don't give this offense is short field. They already had a little bit of momentum going into halftime.
Minnesota sending a returner deep, and now they got to get him off the field. Are they really going to go for it here? 4th and 1 from their own 33.5-yard line. Snap, handoff, Mullings stopped at the point of attack and spins out of it for a first down.
Wow.
I mean, there was nothing there, and he spun out of that to move the chains.
He's a man, John.
You want to talk about a guy that just refuses whether, hey, you got to go 63 yards or you got to go 1. He knows exactly what he has to do.
I mean, there was nothing there, and that's Kalel finding first down yardage.
Frustrate the hell out of the defense. They had him stopped.
1st and 10, Michigan, ball at the 36-yard line. Orji in a shotgun. Takes the snap, toss sweep, Mullings running right. Hit the backfield, breaks out of one tackle, down the sideline, gets chopped down as he gets to the 40-yard line. Once again, not much there. Kerry Brown on the stop, but Kalel finding yardage where there is none.
Now, the first guy to make contact is just simply not going to make the tackle. I think everyone across the country should know that there's not one person that's going to bring down Kalel Mullins. He was hit for a 2-yard loss. Ended up picking up, 4 yards on that play? That's crazy.
Saw Jalen Hoffman in there for that snap, a walk-on tight end. Burke, Virginia. 4 wide on 2nd down and 7. Mullings in the backfield. Orji back to pass. Looking, fires. Colston Loveland on a slant. He's got it. First down as he's dragged to the ground at the 49-yard line by Jack Henderson. Move the chains. Colston's 3rd catch of the game. Gain of 10.
Here's what I like about that play for Alex Orji. Kalel Mullins was on his left. He made sure that he put him over on his right. That's where the blitz was coming from. So wherever the pre-snap read was, Alex Orji knew what the blitz was going to be. He also, in turn, knew who the wide receiver was going to be that was open and hit Colston Loveland on the money.
1st and 10, Michigan, ball on the 49-yard line. Orji in a shotgun. Mullings continues in the backfield. Alex takes the snap, back to pass, steps up in the pocket, bails out to the right, keeping his eyes downfield. Tries to make a man miss, dives forward. And we'll see where they mark it. 49-yard line, right at the original line of scrimmage. Alex might want it. That might have been a sailing situation, just throw it away.
Well, he did get back to the line of scrimmage. I know P.J. Fleck is over there with the rest of the assistant coaches telling the officials how wrong they were on the spot. But I don't believe they're going to change their minds.
He's been yelling at the officials pretty much all game, especially on that 4th down.
Do you think the play should have been blown dead, or was it
That's
spottish?
about the only argument.
What do we have here?
They call timeout.
PJ wants the spot review. Is that what this is? They say Orji stepped out back close to the 41.
He was on the officials right away. I don't know what it was for. He's fighting over that 1 yard.
And I got to tell you, it doesn't. Is it really worth it?
In this situation, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't know if, it's 2nd and 10 versus 2nd and 13. Is that going to make that big of a difference to spend a timeout right now? That had to be what they're doing to stop the clock, because the officials haven't even talked about. No one is even looking at a monitor to review anything.
Timeout, Minnesota. They're first of the half.
All right, well, let's.
A minute later.
We'll take a break here. 11:03 to go, 3rd quarter. Michigan up 21-3. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Pioneer State Mutual has been insuring Michigan for over 100 years. And as a Michigan-only company, we're focused on helping our neighbors with over 230 agents statewide. You get all the benefits offered by the national companies with the convenience of an agent who works nearby. If you're ready to make a change, visit insuringmichigan.com to quote your auto or renter's insurance today. And feel confident knowing you'll also have a local agent who can answer your questions. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app. Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner. Crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
I love watching my child grow through football, learning values and life skills that extend beyond the playing field. Now, there are more ways to play than ever before, from flag to tackle and beyond, with opportunities for boys and girls at any age. To find the right team, explore FutureForFootball.com's new League Locator tool and explore nearby leagues. It's never been easier to get your family involved in the game.
Hogan Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, they're inviting retirees and pre-retirees to attend their night out at the Big House on Thursday, October 3rd. Visit mgoblue.com/bighouse for more details. Second down and 10 for Michigan out of the timeout here. Michigan moving right to left. We're early third quarter. Wolverines leading at 21-3. Michigan with a fourth down conversion. Sharon Moore really rolling the dice deep in his own territory. Did move the chains on this initial drive of the second half. Bunch formation to the left. Orji in a shotgun. Donovan Edwards deep on 2nd and 10. Orji takes the snap, fires it to Edwards. Screen pass out to the left, and he gets back to the line of scrimmage. Dragged down around the 50.
Pass complete to Donovan Edwards.
Maybe give him a yard.
Yeah,
third down.
It was such a quick read for him to throw it out to Donovan Edwards. The offensive line didn't get a chance to get out there before the pursuit of the defense, so there was just no angles. He would have to cut that all the way back to the middle of the field, and it just wasn't there.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it was, timing was off there.
Yeah.
Third down and 10 for Michigan. Wolverines go 3 wide, 2 receivers split wide right. Fred Moore split wide left. Arlen Klein, tight end, goes from right to left. Edwards in the backfield. Orji on 3rd and 10, back to pass. Stepping up in the pocket, now bails out of there to the right, looking downfield. Still looking, turns the corner, 50, 45, puts his head down, drives towards the marker. Depends on the spot. Down at the Minnesota 41-yard line, very close to a first down, and they're going to say first down.
Wow. How many times have we sat here and talked about a quarterback that converts something like that on 3rd down? Now to have your quarterback be that mobile and that elusive.
He's built like a horse. He's a big dude.
Yeah, if I was him, I would never wear a shirt.
Well, that makes 2 of us there, John.
Yeah.
Well, we invite you to keep your shirt on.
Yeah,
listen.
Like I said, I'm not built like him.
The ladies behind me told me to take it off a second ago. So. No, just messing.
All right, here we go. 1st and 10, Wolverines from the 41-yard line. Orji in a shotgun. Handoff, Donovan Edwards up the middle. Some running room. Good hard running for Donovan to the 35-yard line. Gain of 6 on 1st down before Jack Henderson, the transfer from Southeast Louisiana, brings him down.
No, they're doing a really nice job right now of, and this is where they just need to take their time. Hey, there's no rush to get out of the huddle. No one's salting away the clock right now, but take a breath. Gather yourself, and especially for the quarterback, make sure you understand everything that's going on. There's just absolutely no rush to this offense.
9 minutes to go here, 3rd quarter. Michigan up 21-3. Orji in a shotgun. They're going to go reverse to Fred Moore. He's got to break a tackle in the backfield, and he can't. Got dragged down. And for a 2-yard loss by Ethan Robinson, another transfer on the Minnesota defense. Ethan Robinson from Bucknell. Tried to get a little razzle-dazzle with a reverse to Fred Moore and lost 2 yards.
Yeah, and here's where I would really like this offense, and just for Alex Orji, to have the freedom of calling a quarterback run at that point. You line up with 2 wide 3 techniques, nobody in the middle. You take 1 step and just hit it right up the middle. Everything was right there for him to have an easy 7 or 8 yard run.
Jeff Percy in at left tackle here for Miles Hinton, who limped off. Shotgun. Handoff on a jet sweep to Donovan Edwards, who gets down to the 35-yard line for a short gain. It'll set up fourth down there within Zavada territory. Kerry Brown on the stop, and we will see Dominic Zavada here.
A couple plays ago, they got away with a face mask. It looked like that initially, but they didn't call it on the Fred Moore reverse.
Any rain right now?
No, there's no rain. Just a little mist, but it's not rain. It's non-existent. Really.
This is going to be a 53-yarder from Dominic Zavada into the wind. Wagner will snap. Tommy Doman will hold. Snap is good. Holds good. Kick is on the way, and it is good. Dominic Zavada, 53 yards, and Michigan extends the lead to 24-3.
With ease. That was a no-doubter.
Wow.
Boy, I mean, you talk about being in range to get points. His range is great right now.
That field goal brought to you by Citgo, top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline. Michigan fans, when you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Michigan leads at 24-3, 7:36 to go third quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverines student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Is that intercepted? Holy cow, Jordan Lewis!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history. Crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Doug Karsch, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Michigan on top of Minnesota 24-3 here. 7:36 to go third quarter. No one gets you closer to the game than SiriusXM Big Ten Radio. Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through the regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2024.
Doug, we got some bad news. We were just told that John Powers, a former offensive lineman here at Michigan, graduated in '81 from Fenwick High School, Oak Park, Illinois. He was drafted by the New York Giants, and he was a key member of that 1981 Rose Bowl game, which you remember was Bo's first win in the Rose Bowl. Passed away this past week, so thoughts and prayers go out to his family, friends, and obviously the Michigan family as well.
Certainly. 24-3, Michigan on top. Parrish is deep to field this kick from Tommy Doman. And Parrish will field it at the 2-yard line. Signals for a fair catch, and Minnesota will take over at the 25-yard line. Well, John, that was chewing up some clock there to start the third quarter.
Yeah, Oldham would come away with 3, but it does... You know, it burns any momentum that Minnesota felt like they had going into halftime by being able to squeak out 3 points. You're able to put a drive together to start the half like that. You'd love to come away with 6, but we'll take that anytime.
Marcus Major in the backfield here as the Gophers take over from the 25-yard line. Max Brosmer continues at quarterback. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Over the middle, delivered. It's tipped and almost intercepted. Or do the Wolverines get it on a second deflection? They did not.
Oh, my goodness, John. Talk about defensive backs.
I know.
Well, it was too easy interception.
That's why they play defense, but it goes right off the receiver's face mask, and 2 Wolverine defenders had a chance.
They're allergic.
Macari's going to be kicking himself over. He had the second deflection chance. Couldn't pull it in. 2nd and 10 for the Gophers from the 25-yard line. Rosemer. Handoff running right is Taylor, and he gets dropped right as he gets to the line of scrimmage by Ernest Hausman, the man that the defensive coordinator calls Ernie.
I don't know how Ernie found his way through all of that traffic, but he knifed through it, coming over the top of 2 blocks to make that play at the line of scrimmage. That was, when I talk about these guys being strong and fast and being able to play downhill, that's a teach tape.
No gain. Officially 3rd and 10. Wolverines showing a 5-man front. Rosemore in a shotgun, takes the snap, back to pass, fires wide receiver screen, left side. Here come the Wolverines, and they bury him immediately out there. It's Daniel Jackson, and again, it's Ernest Hausman leading the Michigan tacklers, gain of 2 before he's dropped, and Minnesota will be forced to punt.
You know, being able to cover wide receivers, or at least on some of those wide receiver screens, linebackers getting out there, that's not something you see linebackers do all the time. And for Ernest Hausman to make a downhill play on a running back and turn around and make a play outside by the numbers on a wide receiver, that's just terrific.
Tyler Morris standing on his own 30-yard line to field this punt from Crawford. As Morris will back up and get it at the 25. 2 Gophers are right there. He breaks 1 tackle and then gets knocked out of bounds at the 28-yard line, and that's where Michigan will take over with 6:05 to go in the 3rd quarter, following a 48-yard punt, 3-yard return. 24-3, Michigan on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP.
You deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
you deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
The 106th matchup between the Wolverines and the Golden Gophers is on the air. And today's broadcast is presented by Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit belfour.com. That's BELFOR.com.
Dominic Zavada is now tied a Michigan program record with 4 made field goals of at least 50 yards. He's done them all in one season. He's the first kicker ever to record 4 made field goals beyond 50 yards in a season.
What a weapon.
And we just started. We're only 4.5 games in.
Yeah.
6:05 to go, third quarter. Michigan takes over. Swing pass out of the backfield to Donovan Edwards. Turns upfield at the 30. And a flag flies in as he gets across the 35 out to the 38-yard line.
That one came in from center field.
Yeah, that was Olympic caliber flag throw. Gain of 9 if it stands.
It's going to be holding.
Holding. Offense number 3. 10-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
Fred Moore.
Yeah, that's why it came from deep. They're the ones looking at the receivers.
By the way, Jeff Percy continues at left tackle. We noticed Miles Hinton limping earlier.
There is a referee, a sideline referee right next to that. So for him to throw it from center field is kind of mind-boggling.
Came in from near the 50.
We've seen Jeff Percy 2 years ago. He got a start against Rutgers. He's got some experience, so it's a nice opportunity for him.
Back up the Wolverines, 1st and 19 now from their own 24-yard line. Orgy in a shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass. Bouncing around, fires, crossing route. He's got his man at the 35-yard line. A sliding catch, and down right there is Kendrick Bell. Okay, Jason, that gave me Chad Henne flashbacks. I'm not saying he's Chad Henne, but that was a fastball, and I bet you've run that route.
He's been throwing it that way the entire game. The guys look a little bit afraid to catch it from him.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a nice thing on the ball. And here's the beautiful thing about that. One, it was accurate, but he was throwing to a spot. That was at least the third, if not the fourth read that he had gone through, and then throws it to a spot just as Kendrick Bell becomes open.
16 yards to Kendrick Bell, 2nd down and 4. Orgy in a shotgun, and
too many people
Moore's
moving. Oh, he calls timeout just in time.
Timeout. Michigan, they're first of the half.
Miles Hinton was laboring a few series in a row, so they took him out just for precaution.
Okay. Well, then Jeff Percy is continuing at left tackle. Let's go to the update desk and our Rob Joyce. Hi, Rob.
Hey, Doug. This Big Ten scoreboard update brought to you by Abso Pure Water. Hydrate like a Wolverine with Abso Pure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. 2 other games in the Big Ten, both close games. We won't say good games, close games. Indiana, Maryland tied at 21 midway through the third quarter. Roman Hemby just went 75 yards for Maryland to tie the game. And then late third quarter at Ross-Ade, Nebraska 7, Purdue 3. This was a scoreless game at halftime. 5th time is the charm for the Huskers. 4 trips inside the Purdue 30 in the first half. No points. 5th trip, early second half. Finally, they get a touchdown. Everything else later on. 3:30 USC hosts Wisconsin. Then 3 games tonight, Ohio State and Michigan State in East Lansing. That's at 7. At 7:30, 9th-ranked Penn State at home against number 19 Illinois. And then 11 o'clock tonight, Oregon, its official Big Ten debut, heading to UCLA. Again, that one's 11 o'clock. One notable national score, meanwhile, late third quarter in Oxford, Kentucky leads at number 6 Ole Miss 13-10. Remember, the Wildcats nearly upset Georgia a couple of weeks back. That's your check of scores. We'll recap the rest of the day in college football, get to the highlights of our game, and post-game reaction, all on the SeatGeek postgame show. For now, back to the guys. Doug, John.
About that Purdue-Nebraska barn burners. Or Purdue, yeah, 7-3. That's in West Lafayette, right?
Yes, it is.
Is your daughter at that game?
She sold her ticket for this one because you think we had a little bit of rain here. That's where the hurricane ended up parking
for
a
right?
little bit. Yeah, so she ended up selling her ticket. But, yeah, I can't imagine there's a whole lot of happy fans going into halftime 0-0, coming out, lighting it on fire at 7-3.
Maryland, Indiana, you heard tied there.
Yep.
It's getting late in the third quarter, 21-all.
Cignetti at Indiana has really changed the mindset of that program.
I feel like the second tier of Big Ten teams is really interesting. With teams like Indiana and Maryland playing each other today.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not ready to put Nebraska in any top tier. You know, these are teams that are with the expanded Big Ten, trying to hold on and make sure that they're not in the forgotten group.
Yeah.
And you know, freshman quarterback at Nebraska, Indiana with Cignetti, and remember what he said in his initial, you know, when he was at one of the Indiana basketball games.
Yeah.
He put the whole Big Ten on notice.
Yeah.
So
they noticed.
It's a lot of fun, if nothing else.
Interesting one tonight. Illinois travels to Penn State.
We're going to see how good Illinois is tonight.
Well, they're not in the top 10, so James Franklin shouldn't be too worried.
I hear it all day being in Pennsylvania.
I'm sure you
oh
do.
my gosh, they hate James Franklin. I'm watching the sideline. Coach Martindale is a character, man. This gold chain and him walking around, it's funny.
The mullet, the cut-off sleeves. Coach Martindale is a treasure. 2nd down and 4 for the Michigan offense out of the timeout. Handoff, Donovan Edwards. He's got some room. 40, breaks a tackle out to the 45-yard line where he's tripped up. Gain of 10 for Donovan Edwards. Move the chains. Rylon Kelly on the stop there for the Golden Gophers. First down, Michigan.
Another opportunity, and this is where I think Michigan is starting to really take advantage of their personnel. You've got Khalil Mullins and Donovan Edwards on the field at the same time, along with, obviously, your quarterback, Alex Orji. When you have both of those weapons, all 3 of them lined up in the backfield right now.
This is a new formation if they leave all 3 of them in the backfield. Edwards to the right, Mullins to the left. Now they put Edwards in motion. He's going to take off down the field. And firing down the middle for Colston Loveland, and coming over and picking it off is the Golden Gophers.
It was
good play there in the secondary by Ethan Robinson.
Well, don't give him too much credit. It was there for Colston Loveland. That ball should have been outside the hashes. If it is, that's a touchdown for Colston Loveland. And he could have even gone up top to Donovan Edwards. Both of those guys were running free, but that ball was thrown way too far inside to where the safety was.
And also, the offensive line gave up a late pressure right there. When it was time for him to throw the ball, he had to move, so it was late getting to Colston.
Alex Orji's first interception of the season on the interception by Ethan Robinson, who went to the ground immediately at the 24-yard line, and that's where Minnesota will take over with 4 minutes to go, 3rd quarter, and Michigan up 24-3. Shotgun here for Brosmore. He's got the snap. Back to pass, looking over the middle, dumps it off to his running back, Taylor. He's got some space, 30, 35, and he's dropped right there by a pair of Michigan tacklers, led by Zeke Berry.
Nice open field tackle by Zeke Berry. At that point, he's the only one on that side of the field. If he gets beat and lets him get to the outside, there's a lot of green grass. Did a nice job of slowing him down and making an open field tackle.
Minnesota going north to south here, late 3rd quarter. Taylor running left. Splits a pair of defenders and slices upfield to the 43-yard line, gain of 3 on 1st down. Ernest Hausman there again.
But this is where Michigan needs to be very careful. In this drive so far, you've allowed him to complete a nice pass downfield, come back with a 3-yard run. You don't want him to find a nice rhythm here.
Call it 2nd and 6. Brosmore back to pass. Again underneath to Taylor. He's dropped immediately as he reels it in at the 42-yard line. Again, Ernie on the stop, gain of 3.
Well, they use him in so many different ways. He was dropped into pass coverage there. We've seen him outside the numbers. We've seen him, coming downhill.
It's going to be 3rd down and 3, and here come reinforcements off the bench.
the big boys.
Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham sauntering onto the field. Minnesota's 4 of 10 on 3rd down in this game. And are they going direct snap here? Who's that, a quarterback? And they're going to go QB run up the middle and making a man miss. And scampering for the 1st down is Tyler Williams, the wide receiver, took that snap. Gain 5 and enough for the 1st down. Looks like they had him dead to rights in the backfield, but Williams made a man miss. Williams, whose uncle is Tracy McGrady.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, this is the big boys are going to stay in there, and you've got to be good on 1st down. Force them into 2nd and long. Even though they've completed a couple of passes, they've all been underneath passes.
Brosmer back in at quarterback on 1st and 10. Michigan showing blitz. Back to pass is Brosmer. They bring Zeke Berry late. He runs right past him. Getting out of there as Brosmer fires downfield, and it's caught by Brockington at the Michigan 29-yard line. But as John said, there is a flag on the field back at the Minnesota 39.
Sorry to interrupt your call there.
Quite all right.
Holding. Offense number 77. 10-yard penalty. Repeat 1st down.
Quinn Carroll, the transfer from Notre Dame. His father, Jay, was a 2-time All-Big Ten performer with Minnesota and played for the Vikings. He held Derek Moore there.
Yeah, Derek was trying to escape to make a play on the quarterback, and as he did, 77 just refused to let go.
Back him up 10 yards. 1st and 20 from their own 36. That negates a big gainer into Michigan territory. Brosmer in a shotgun. Surveys the Michigan defense. Takes the snap, back to pass, fires. He's got his man. That's Elijah Spencer to the 45-yard line. Tripped up as he gets to the 49 by Jimmy Roller. Gain of 13 on 1st and 20.
Nice job by Jimmy of cutting off the sideline and just sticking out a hand to be able to trip him up.
Late 3rd quarter, Michigan up 24-3. Inside a minute to go here. 3 receivers split wide right, 1 to the left. Brosmer in a shotgun. Back to pass is Brosmer looking downfield, fires and caught at the Michigan 40-yard line. It's Elijah Spencer. Jair Hill in coverage, 1st down for the Gophers at the Michigan 40. 20 seconds to go in the quarter.
So Minnesota had success in the 2-minute drive, so they said, let's do it again.
And the Wolverines jump into the neutral zone.
Yeah, but I think they got back. They got back before Minnesota's offensive lineman moved.
Sean Benny.
Offside. Defense number 26 entered the neutral zone. Caused the offensive player to react. 5-yard penalty. Remains 1st down.
Oh, that's a weak call. That's an absolute weak call. So Shane Benny got back before the offensive lineman moved, delayed.
Michigan's 3rd penalty on the day. Inside of 10 seconds to go here, 3rd quarter. Brosmer takes the snap, back to pass. Rolls left, throws back to the right to Taylor, 35, down the near sideline in front of the Michigan bench, dragged down at the 26-yard line of the Wolverines by Sean Benny downfield on what is the final play of the 3rd quarter, a 9-yard gain. The Gophers do what they do. Their head coach sprints to the other end of the field, which is the north end zone, and they follow in tow. And Minnesota will have it 1st and 10 at the Michigan 26. With the Wolverines on top, 24-3, here at the Big House on Military Appreciation Day. 4th quarter is next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
We know you're a fan, but is Michigan pride in your blood? Here's your chance to prove it. This season, Abbott and the Big Ten are kicking off the largest blood donation competition of our lifetime to fight one of the worst blood shortages in a generation. Simply visit bigten.org/Abbott to sign up for the We Give blood drive and help settle once and for all that the Wolverines give the most spirit. Again, visit bigten.org/Abbott to sign up.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Detroit's hottest shows are coming to Motor City Casino Soundboard. Don't miss ventriloquist Terry Fader and his ever-growing cast of characters October 5th. Celebrate the legacy of Led Zeppelin with Get the Lead Out October 13th. Then catch the world-renowned violinist Damien Escobar on October 20th. It's only at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Michigan leading Minnesota 24-3 through 3 quarters of play. Alex Orji 9 of 15 for 71 yards, a touchdown and an interception. Kalel Mullings on the ground, 11 carries, 51 yards, and 2 touchdowns. John Jansen, a couple things you said in the pregame. One is get a 2-touchdown lead or so and start taking some shots. It's exactly what they did. Fortunately, it led to the interception.
Yeah, I mean, if that ball is on the money, and here's where you've got a young quarterback that is learning. He's going to take a look at that And, obviously the interception's not good, but he'll know, hey, if I just throw that ball right down the hash marks, not only is it a completion, but it's almost an easy score for Colston Loveland at that point. There are just some things that you look at for Alex Orji, and he's had other times where he hits Kendrick Bell right between the 1 and 2, and there's a drop pass. So, his numbers right now is 60% completion, but he has made good decisions. It just was an errant throw.
The other thing you mentioned was get a big play in special teams, and certainly Kayshawn Bennett blocking that punt, setting up the offense with a very short field. The defense has done it twice. That's complimentary football, but you called for a big play in special teams, and they got one.
A big play in special teams. The offense has had short fields, and when that happens, you want to seize the momentum, seize the opportunity. Both times with short fields, they've been able to punch it into the end zone. And whether it's a punt return, kick returns aren't going to happen because the return's not there. You've got to find a way to make some big plays in special teams. And I'll take a 53-yarder as well. I'll call that one a
53-yard field goal?
Yeah, Minnesota's receivers are body catching everything. That's usually a good sign that they don't trust their hands. So if our defensive backs can get in position, we can see a turnover here.
To the serenade of the Killers, the students singing down on the field as we're ready to go in the fourth quarter. Brosmer back to pass, stepping up in the pocket, and he's going to run and slide at the 22-yard line. Gain of 4 on first down on the first play of the fourth quarter.
Nice job of getting coverage downfield. Eventually that pocket is going to disintegrate.
Minnesota's headed into that student end of the field. It's about half full right now. Pass batted up in the air at the line of scrimmage and drops incomplete. Who got that one?
I think that was big old Kenny G again.
Well, with Will Johnson out of this game, if it is Kenneth Grant, that breaks the tie.
Yep.
Kenneth Grant now leads the Michigan defense in passes broken up.
From his defensive tackle position.
Yep.
That's a big body.
That's his 4th of the year. Will Johnson has 3. Third down and 6 for the Gophers on the Michigan 22-yard line. Michigan up 24-3 here. And we get a whistle and some movement up front. It looks like the right tackle again.
Offense number 77.
Quinn Carroll.
5-yard penalty. Remains third down.
I mentioned earlier his dad played at Minnesota. Quinn Carroll started his career at Notre Dame, transferred to his dad's school. It's the 6th penalty on the Gophers. Back him up 5 yards, and it'll make it 3rd and 11.
Yep. And if they're not able to pick up any yardage, it just makes that field goal a little bit tougher.
Kasich 1 for 2 in field goal attempts today. Well within his range. All Big Ten performer a year ago. 3rd and 11. Brosmer in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Michigan brings an extra rusher. Pocket collapsing. He fires deep down the right sideline. Incomplete as he sailed it out of the end zone. Looking for his guy, Daniel Jackson. TJ Guy is the man pressuring Brosmer, and they're leaving the offense on the field on 4th and 11. Down by 21 points here in the fourth quarter.
They're going fast, too.
They line up with 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Fans getting into it. Brosmer is changing the play, barks some commands, pointing out the Michigan defense. Now he's ready to go on this 4th and 11. Brosmer takes the snap, back to pass, over the middle. It's tipped at the line of scrimmage. Flags fly everywhere. Ball falls harmlessly incomplete. And I think it was Mason Graham who got the paw up that time. We'll see what the flags are about. They're in the Minnesota backfield. This looks like holding.
Personal foul. Hands to the face. Defense number 55. The penalty is half the distance to the goal. Automatic first down.
Well, that's not holding.
No. It's that's disappointing. But Doug, what was Wink's comment?
Some penalties are the price of doing business.
That's the price of doing business right there. Now, you don't want your hand to get up there, but it's not hitting a quarterback late. Sometimes your hands unintentionally go places where they're not supposed to go.
From the 13-yard line, the Gophers have it following the penalty. 1st and 10. Rosemore in his shotgun. And Michigan's defense get a stop here. They lead it 24-3. Back to pass is Brosmer. Pocket collapsing. Fires on a slant. He's got his man inside the 5, and the Wolverines drop him right there. Jimmy Roller downfield. Quentin Johnson in the mix there as well. And it'll be 1st and goal, or are they going to give him the first down yardage?
Jason, I don't know if you're looking down the line of scrimmage, but that left tackle looks like he is off the ball.
Handoff, Darius Taylor running right and into the end zone for a Minnesota touchdown on 1st and goal, and the Gophers,
John,
first touchdown of the game.
I agree with you, John, but if the official doesn't call it, he's going to continue to cheat back.
Yep.
A 3-yard touchdown run by Darius Taylor. And Kesich on for the extra point to try and trim the Michigan lead to 14 points. Kesich, a left footer. Huge kicker at 6 feet 5 inches tall. Kick is up, and the kick is good. So 14:01 to go in the ball game. Minnesota goes 73 yards in 11 plays. Over 4 minutes and 59 seconds to slice into the Michigan lead. 24-10, Wolverines on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Gambling can be fun.
Here we go.
Kind of like skydiving. The thrill, the excitement. But be careful, or gambling will start to feel like skydiving without a parachute. For tips that will help keep you out of harm's way, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Jason Avant back at the big house. Michigan leading 24-10. The Gophers just capitalizing on the interception. Alex Orji's first of his career, taking a shot downfield, looking for a big Colston Loveland. Gophers get a 4th and 11 conversion on a penalty, an illegal hands to the face penalty on Mason Graham.
Well,
Keyshawn Harris and Joe Taylor deep to field this kickoff.
And it just goes to show you, Michigan's been able to capitalize on some of the turnovers, whether it was the fumble that Zeke Berry had, it was the blocked punt. Michigan turned those into points, and now Minnesota does their turn by taking a drive after an interception for points.
Kesich approaches the football, puts his left foot into it, and Keyshawn Harris will let it sail into the end zone, and Michigan will take over at the 25-yard line. Okay, so with a 14-point lead, I'm sure the Wolverines would love the idea of just shoving the ball down Minnesota's throat here in the second half. But, you know, during the week, Dominic Jadis was asked, who on this offensive line gets everybody going, gets everybody fired up when necessary? And he said Josh Preeb, who was a captain at Northwestern, transferred here after 4 years at Northwestern, and see if the offensive line can blow Minnesota off the ball here as they hand it off to Kalel Mullings, who makes a man miss, pushes forward across the 30 to the 32-yard line. Good run on first down. There's 8 yards.
John, they had a run blitz right there, and it seems like Khalil made them miss and got some yards.
Yeah, and that's one thing. When you're a blitzing team like they are, and they love to blitz on run downs, you can, and that's, honestly, that wasn't even a run blitz. That was a TE stunt on the right side. Sometimes you just run right past the running back.
2nd down and 2 for Michigan. Orji in a shotgun. Mullings in the backfield. Hand off Kalel Mullings, and he's met in the hole, tries to spin out of it, and then here comes the reinforcements, and not much there for Kalel. And it'll be 3rd down and short. Jalen Logan Redding leading the Minnesota tacklers.
Sometimes you got to pick and choose when you're going to spin. I know Kalel has had really good production out of that spin move. We saw it last week on the 63-yarder, spun out of a tackle and goes 63 yards. But that's one right there where if he just lowers his shoulder, he probably picks up the 1st down.
This is a 3rd down and 1 for the Michigan offense from their own 34-yard line. Michigan 4 of 10 on 3rd down in this game. Kalel Mullings met in the backfield and dropped. Oh, right away. Minnesota just collapsed the right side of the Michigan line. Logan Redding in Minnesota feels a little pulse here as they're going to force a Michigan punt with 12:30 to go in the ball game, and Michigan up 24-10.
Well, and here's what you have, and I mentioned this in the pregame, a team that likes to blitz on rundowns, and even 3rd and short. That's a rundown for this Michigan offense. They're going to have some lost yardage plays, some tackles for losses. They're also going to give up some big runs. We've seen that again today. Michigan just needs to get back to what they do. It's blocking everybody up front.
Tommy Doman into punt. And Parrish comes up and fields it at the 24, running right. Now up the middle of the field to the 40. Parrish, he's got one man to beat. It's Doman who slows him up at the Michigan 30, down the sideline, the 20, and he's run out of bounds inside the 20. As Parrish comes up now limping, Tommy Doman slowed him up, and the Wolverines eventually forced him out of bounds. But another big return for the Gophers. I said they felt a pulse.
Yep.
Now they feel a full heartbeat, down 24-10 with 11:52 to go. And they'll have it at the Michigan 15-yard line, 43-yard punt, 60-yard return.
This is where your captain's got to step up. Bakari Page defensively, hey, rally the troops. There's no need to panic. Yeah, Minnesota certainly has a pulse, but you have a chance to keep them out of the end zone and ruin some of that momentum that they're having with a 3-and-out, forcing Michigan into a 3-and-out, and now a big punt return.
Inside the red zone are the Gophers. They start this drive in plus territory. Rosemore in a shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass. Looking, has time, fires over the middle, and he's got his man inside the Michigan 10. And down at the 8-yard line, it's Elijah Spencer, dropped by Ernest Hausman right there, just shy of the 1st down at the 8. Minnesota going quickly. Rosemary in a shotgun, takes the snap, handoff to Taylor up the middle. He's got the 1st down inside the 5, down at the 4-yard line, and it's again Hausman. And the Gophers have it 1st and goal with 11:22 to go, and this game has changed quickly.
Well, Jason mentioned it earlier. This is a team that has played well in a hurry-up, high-tempo offense.
Rosemar takes the snap, hands it off. Taylor running, pushing to the goal line and into the end zone for a touchdown. And Minnesota has suddenly made this a football game here in the 4th quarter. Michigan was a kill shot away 2 drives ago. An interception, a long drive, a critical penalty, a big punt return. Now the Walled Lake native, Darius Taylor, takes it into the end zone, and Kesich is on to try and make it a 7-point game with 11:05 to go.
That hands to the face penalty was huge.
Would have been Michigan's ball. Snap is good. Kesich's kick is up, and it is good. It is 24-17 here in Ann Arbor. Wolverines will get the football back when we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility, great pay, and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2024 Ford Explorer at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. The Explorer offers an available twin-panel moonroof and has available seating for up to 7. Easy Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Explorer XLT 4x4 SUV for $369 a month for 24 months, with $1,789 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for a low-mileage Ford Credit red carpet lease. Payment includes $3,750 trade assist. Offer only valid on package 202A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by September 30th. See dealer for qualifications and details. Lease an Explorer XLT 4x4 for $369 a month for 24 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Well, last week, Michigan was nursing a lead when they turned it over for the first time. USC took the lead from Michigan at that point, and the Wolverines battled back and won. This week, Michigan was going for a kill shot when they turned it over for the first time, and 2 Minnesota possessions later, it is 24-17. We got a one-score game here at the Big House with 11:05 to go.
Yeah, Michigan needs to put a drive together, and it needs to be a methodical drive down the field. I mean, I can appreciate taking the shot downfield. The shot was there, and whether Alex Orji's timing got thrown off or he just had to get off of his mark, the ball was too far inside. Since that moment, there's been 2 Minnesota scores. There's been a big punt return, a 3-and-out for the Michigan offense. It is imperative that somebody on the offense steps up. Maybe it's Khalil Mullins again. Maybe it's Josh Preeb, who you talked about. Hey, he's the guy that gets everybody going up front. Somebody needs to generate some excitement on that offense.
We're a missed tackle away because the way that they're playing defense is that the guys on the outside are one-on-one, so they got to get those guys the ball somehow in order and make one guy miss.
And they're going to keep putting pressure on Orji. They're blitzing on first down. They're blitzing on every single down. And they've got to find a way to beat the blitz.
Kasich will kick off. Keyshawn Harris and Joe Taylor deep for Michigan. As Kasich will boom this one, and it will go deep into the Michigan end zone and out of the back of the end zone. And with 11:05 to go, the Michigan offense will take over. Now the Wolverine offense now without left tackle Miles Hinton, who left the game with an injury. Jeff Percy is continuing at left tackle for Michigan. Samaj Morgan hasn't played today for the Michigan offense. He was listed on the availability chart as questionable.
Look for him to continue to attack the left side of that offensive line. I know Preeb's very experienced, but Percy does have some experience, but not nearly as much as Miles.
Orji will take this snap from under center. Toss sweep. Khalil Mullins running right. 25 chopped down as he gets across the 25 out to the 27-yard line by Kerry Brown. 2-yard gain there for Mullins.
Boy, that one seemed like it was really close to breaking. If he's just able to pick up his feet and not get tripped up, there's a lot of green grass to be had, but you've got to find a way to avoid some of those. And those are ones that you can't even see coming.
2nd down and 8 for Michigan. Pistol formation. Alex Orji with Khalil Mullins directly behind him. One receiver split wide left. Handoff, Khalil Mullins hesitates across the 30. He puts his head down and drives out to the 33. And that'll set up a 3rd down and short for the second series after a second 6-yard gain. Last series it was 3rd and 1, and Mullins got dropped for a 3-yard loss.
Yeah, and this is where, as a play caller, you got to think, okay, what is this defense going to try and do? Where are they going to blitz? Because you know they're going to bring the house on 3rd and short.
John, what they've done the last few plays on offense is bring the receivers and the outside guys in to reduce splits to make the cutoff angles a lot better for them, and also to be able to pick up a defensive end on crack a guy.
Injured Gopher on the field is Ethan Robinson, and we'll get a timeout. Michigan facing a critical 3rd and 2 with 10:15 to go in the ball game. Wolverines on top, 24-17. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's Yacht Ride to float your boat. Saturday, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band. Special guest, the Atlanta Rhythm Section. Tickets as low as $35 and are on sale now at the Soaring Eagle box office and etix.com. Smooth sailing, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band and Atlanta Rhythm Section, SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Need plastics? Alro Plastics is your source for cut-to-size performance plastics. Our inventory includes sheet, rod, tube, grating, and plate. We cut and ship many orders the same day. Since 1987, Alro Plastics has provided value-added processing to meet the most demanding fabrication requirements. Whether your business is large or small, we will provide you with competitive pricing, technical support, and superior service. Learn more at alro.com/plastics.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On Big Ten Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Sports.
Fogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The third annual Night Out at the Big House on September 12th sold out, but due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, October 3rd. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/Big House to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/Big House. Limited seats are available.
Today's broadcast is presented by Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. For more information, visit belfour.com. That's BELFOR.com. Michigan, Minnesota. Let's return to Ann Arbor for more live action.
It's time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be with the Wolverines. John, the best so far?
Well, so far it's been that defensive front. 4 sacks right now. I put it on the pass rush, but also 8 tackles for loss for this Michigan defense.
Huge 3rd and 2 out of the timeout. Shotgun, handoff. Kalel Mullings, first down up the middle. That was some rage running right there. Give him 5 yards as he ran over Devin Eastern, who met him short of the sticks. Kalel, not to be denied, moved the chains out to the 38-yard line.
Yeah, no spin necessary on that one. That's just straight downhill. Nice job by Gio, who's blocking Eastern, of keeping his feet moving, so Kalel didn't have to do the work by himself.
Now 72 yards on the ground for Kalel. 1st and 10 Michigan from the Minnesota. Check that from their own 38-yard line. Clock running inside 10 minutes to go. Orji in a shotgun. Back to pass, steps up in the pocket, fires. He's got his man at the 50 on a crossing route and ridden out of bounds inside Minnesota territory. Down at the 48-yard line is Colston Loveland.
Yeah, they got to beat man-to-man because that's all that Minnesota's doing, stacking the box and saying you got to beat us on the outside.
15 yards to the Minnesota 47-yard line.
Nice job by Orji stepping up, but keep an eye on the center, Dom Jadis. Came up limping on that one, and I know Kripp is already on the unlikely to play list.
Toss sweep, Mullings running right, and he's met in the backfield and dropped as he gets back to the line of scrimmage. And the Minnesota tackler, Maverick Baranowski, it looks like he is hurt.
That'd be very opportunistic for Dom to be able to get over there, see what he could do about that leg. I don't know what it is that he's limping on, but if Greg Crippen is unable to come in, that puts this offense in a pinch because you'd be down to your 3rd center.
Raheem Anderson?
Probably.
Yeah, Cripp is dressed, but he hadn't had his helmet the entire game. I've been talking to him on the sideline.
Well, Raheem Anderson right now is snapping the football to Jaden Davis, the freshman quarterback, as they're getting him warmed up. They're already without Miles Hinton. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Again, they continue to work on Baranowski. right in front of the Michigan bench. He is down. Michigan will be looking at a 2nd and 10 from the 47. This is a critical area of the field because Michigan, with the elite leg of Dominic Zavada, they're about 5 yards away from being well within his range. But
you'd like to
it's a big 5 yards to get.
It's a big 5 yards to get. It's only 2nd down, so there's plenty of time to pick up yardage. And it's not just about getting in field goal range. You'd like to be able to take a little bit more time off the clock. And if you do settle for a field goal, see if you could take another 3, maybe 3.5 to 4 minutes off the clock.
Now, let me be clear. I say 5 yards because Zavada's been good out to 60 in practice. And that would give him in 60-yard attempt if they get 5 more yards. That's no gimme.
No, but you mentioned it earlier. Going to the north end zone, there is a little bit of a wind that he was kicking into, and he was good from 53 by a lot. He'd have a little bit of a wind at his back going to the south end zone. But again, we don't necessarily want to count on a 60-yard field goal.
Jason, how strong is the wind down at field goal?
It's not bad at all. It really isn't. I would say that it's probably around that 9 or 10 that we started the day with.
Yeah. Baranowski's up and is making his way towards the Minnesota bench.
Well, and it's interesting now if Dom is banged up a little bit, and if he's not able to
Dom Jadis.
Yeah, Dom Jadis is able to complete some of those double team blocks, get up to the 2nd level, it takes away what Michigan has been so good at, and that's really running between the tackles.
Jadis is still in there.
It's definitely his legs.
Wolverines with it at the Minnesota 47-yard line. Pistol formation with Kalel Mullings deep. 2nd and 10 for the Wolverines. Orji takes the snap, handoff to Mullings up the middle and inside the 45. Still fighting is Kalel Mullings down towards the 41-yard line. Now it's a scrum, and finally they blow the whistle at the 40. Good run there for Kalel Mullings. And that'll set up a 3rd down and short.
John, 4-down territory?
I think you are right now. I wouldn't want to. I don't know how much the weather's playing a factor in it, but Minnesota went with the odd front there. They're going to cover up Dom Jadis. They know that he's hobbled a little bit, so they're going to make him try and get to an edge on a head-up nose.
Mullings in the backfield next to Orji on this 3rd and 3 from the Minnesota 40. Snap, handoff, Mullings up the middle, 1st down, 35, and drags a tackler down to the 30. Big run there to move the chains. And how about this Michigan offensive line and this Michigan run game, John? Just when we called for it, they are stepping up. A gain of 9 there. Check it 10 for Kalel Mullings.
And Kalel, Kalel's doing a lot of work all by himself, but this is a nice job of positioning. Dom had the nose play just off to his right. He pinned him backside.
Double barrel backfield. They've got now Donovan Edwards split out wide right by himself. Mullings in the backfield. Now they bring Edwards in motion. Orji back to pass, looking downfield. Nobody open, and he's going to throw it, and it's going to get batted down right in front of him for an incomplete pass. I think he was attempting to throw that one away, so mission accomplished. 7:02 to go in the ball game. Michigan looking at a 2nd and 10, leading 24-17.
Yeah, when he runs to his left and is throwing across his body there, he tends to almost have a sidearm sling, which brings that ball down lower and makes it susceptible to being knocked down.
They're well within Zavada range here. Orji in a shotgun with Mullings in the backfield. To his left. Snap, handoff. Mullings got a hole. 25. Kalel Mullings cuts it up. 20, 15, 10. Kalel Mullings, can he break away from the last man? He can't inside the 5, and flags fly in downfield there. I think we're going to get a holding downfield.
Those wide receivers.
But the question is, with the march off, I believe it'll still be 1st down yardage. We saw this in the Rose Bowl, of course. Would have been C.J. Charleston downfield blocking.
Yeah.
That's a spot foul.
Holding. Offense number 5. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Repeat 2nd down.
So when a running back is in open field like that, instead of trying to block your man, stop block your guy, what you do is you just go and try to throw at his feet right at the end. Therefore, it cleans up the picture for the running back.
Well, that'll back it up to the 21-yard line. As you heard, still second down. So it'll be 2nd down and 1. Edwards in the backfield now. Lined up to the left of Alex Orji in a shotgun. 2nd and 1 for Michigan. Now Edwards shifts from left to right. Snap. Handoff. Donovan Edwards fighting forward, and I think he's got the first down to the 19 with the clock running. 6:35 to go, and Michigan with this 7-point lead in Ann Arbor.
That's the best part of this one, is especially if you can end with points, and they're obviously within easy field goal range, but there's a fine line between, yeah, you want to score quick, you want to put a touchdown on the board, we'll take it any time, but the more that you salt away the clock, the harder it is for an offense like Minnesota to be an offense that can come from behind.
We have not seen Colston Loveland since he made that catch earlier in this drive. 6 minutes to go. 1st and 10 Michigan from the Minnesota 19. Orji under center with Edwards in the backfield. Handoff to Edwards. Up the middle, puts his head down as he's met in a hole and drives forward for maybe a yard. And Kalel Mullings comes off the Michigan bench. Back into the ball game for a 2nd down and 9.
Yeah, Donovan, if he was able to just see off to his left, there was a nice running lane. Felt like he just kind of predetermined that he was going to hit that one in the left A gap.
And he had both hands on the ball. He was just worried about keeping the ball, keeping possession.
Remembers what happened last week. Clock running, 5:27 to go. 14 on the play clock. They can milk this a little bit. Mullings in the backfield. This is the lone setback. And he will take the handoff from Alex Orji and slip through a hole, get what he can down to about the 17-yard line. And with the clock running, 5:10 to go, and Michigan up 7. Michigan will be looking at a 3rd down and 8.
And again, take your time, huddle up. This drive is now taking just over 6 minutes.
Rhymes Waho on the tackle there for the Gophers. 3rd down and 8. Big play here. Although well within Zapata field goal range. It's empty backfield here for Alex Orji. I think QB run maybe?
Yeah.
Orji in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Fires and low. And C.J. Charleston can't pull it in on the near sideline. And that means Zapata comes on to try and make this a 2-score game with 4:37 to go.
Yeah, I don't particularly like the throw on that one because it stops the clock on a dead play instead of, hey, let's trot the field goal team out there. Let's take our time. Let the clock continue to run down. They could have kicked the ball at about 4 minutes.
I thought he had Colston Loveland right there. I thought it was an easier, shorter throw.
So this is a 35-yard field goal attempt for Dominic Zapata to make it a 2-score game. Snap is good. Ball set down. The kick is on its way, and the kick is good. Dominic Zapata comes through and gives Michigan a 27-17 lead here with 4:33 to go in the ball game. As he tucked that one inside the right upright. And Michigan, that's a big drive. On a day where the offense has struggled, a big drive, 14 plays, 58 yards, and they killed 6 minutes and 32 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that obviously being up 2 scores, getting points on the board is the main objective, but taking 6 minutes off and keeping that offense that had a really good rhythm, an offense that put together a 12-play drive and then obviously only a 3-1 after the punt return, that was 14 points really quick. Now you set them on the sidelines. They've got to come out here and try and regenerate that rhythm. It's not an easy thing to do. Michigan has to be ready for that up-tempo offense. Have your playmakers on the field on 1st down, because if they got caught on the field, at least as things are going down, you don't have time to run guys on and off. So make sure Mason Grant, Kenneth Grant, your playmakers are on the field 1st down.
Coy Parrish deep to field Tommy Doman's kickoff. Parrish already has a couple of good punt returns, but he won't get a chance here as this one will sail 6 yards deep into the end zone. And Minnesota, with 4:33 to go, will take over at the 25-yard line. And I'm sure they're going to go hurry up, and Michigan has not responded well to the hurry-up offense. So we'll see what adjustments they make here with a 10-point lead and 4.5 minutes left in this ballgame.
Yep, you got to find a way. I mean, they're not going to abandon the run. There's still plenty of time left, but there's going to be a sense of urgency for Minnesota. So keep everything in front of you. Defensive back make plays when they're ready to make plays.
Our defensive line hadn't got home the last 2 series.
Bosmer in a shotgun takes the snap. Back to pass. Michigan bring in a late blitzer. He fires to Taylor out in the flat, and he's got it and is dragged down at the 27-yard line immediately by Amir Hall. Gain of 2 on first down.
That's a great play on first down. Take away everything deep. Make them dink and dunk down the field, and eventually the clock will become a major issue for Minnesota.
Clock is running. 4:15 to go in the ball game. Minnesota from their own 27-yard line, looking at a 2nd and 8. Brosmer in a shotgun. Michigan showing a 5-man front. Brosmer claps his hands, back to pass. Fires, and he's got his man out at the 45-yard line. Elijah Spencer dropped right there at the 46 by Quentin Johnson. Good throw into coverage. Move the chains for the Gophers. Inside 4 minutes to go. 1st and 10, 19 yards there. Brosmer. Back to pass. Michigan brings a blitz. Stepping up. Nowhere to go. And he's dragged down from behind by Mason Graham? Or no? It was a TJ Guy who didn't have his helmet on. Got it knocked off, and TJ Guy gets a sack with no helmet.
42 of the defense lost his helmet on the play. Must leave the game for 1 down.
He's telling the officials, dude, how did I lose my helmet if it wasn't a call?
Well, now they bring in Dominic Nickel to play in his position. But remember what I just talked about. It's hard to run guys off the field when they're playing with high tempo. TJ Guy, you want on the field in this drive.
2nd down and 12 for the Gophers. Clock running, 3.5 minutes to go. Michigan up 10. Brosmer in a shotgun. Barks some commands. Michigan showing a 5-man front. Snap, back to pass. Brosmer fires and incomplete. Right side of the field, Jair Hill out there in coverage. I'm not sure who Brosmer was throwing to there, but he
passed to nowhere. That was a miscommunication. The quarterback was reading one route, and the receivers ran a different one.
3:18 to go. Clock stopped. Michigan up 10. 3rd and 12 for the Gophers. Brosmer 21 of 31 now for 203 yards. Fans getting into it.
TJ Guy back in.
Yeah, they keep going with Nichols at the right edge spot.
TJ Guy wasn't ready to go in.
Interesting. 3rd and 12. Shotgun. Brosmer back to pass. Looking, fires over the middle. He's got his running back at the 50, and he's met and dropped right there by Jayshawn Barham. Short gain. It's going to set up a 4th down. Gain of 6 yards to Darius Taylor. And Minnesota's going to take a timeout.
Minnesota, their 2nd of the half. 30-second timeout.
3:03 to go. Remember, they wasted that timeout over a dispute of a spot.
3 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is interesting. I mean, they take the timeout. They have a must-have-it play. But you can well, I guess they didn't want to let the play clock go. They want to stop the clock. Fair enough. All right, so 4th down and 6 for the Gophers here.
Yeah, and this is one where you want to be able to apply. This is where, whether it's Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, Derek Moore, and now TJ Guy, who was back on, if that play would have gone on 4th down here, you got to win up front. And maybe it's one of those where they show a blitz by Ernest Hausman or Jayshawn Barnum, but end up dropping 7 guys and make it very difficult to see downfield. But you got to count on your big up front to get a win. And they take out, actually, Kenneth Grant. They put in Rayshawn Benny.
TJ Guy is back on the field for this 4th down and 6 for the Gophers. Ball's at the 50. Michigan leading by 10. 3:06 to go. Brosmer in his shotgun. Surveys the defense out of the timeout. Takes the snap, back to pass, fires, and caught at the Michigan 40. Move the chains for the Gophers in a must-have-it play. They got it. That was Daniel Jackson.
And they dropped 7, rushed 4, just weren't able to get home. And Jayshawn Barham was just a split second late in coverage.
1st and 10, back to pass is Brosmer. Here comes the rush, gets it off over the middle, and it's incomplete. Looking underneath for his running back, and then almost downfield. It was almost caught as he overthrew his running back, and it's incomplete with 2:41 to go in the game. 2nd and 10.
Derek Moore, TJ Guy coming from those edge positions, rushed that throw, knocked him off his mark, causing that incompletion.
Brosmer continues in a shotgun with two receivers split to either side. Michigan playing without Josiah Stewart and Will Johnson today. Others have stepped up. They need a play here. Back to pass is Brosmer. Looking over the middle. Fires. He's got his man at the 35. And dragged to the ground there by Jayshawn Barham is Elijah Spencer. Gain of 6 on second down. It'll be 3rd and 4. Clock running. 2:24 to go in the ball game.
Well, when they run into Barham, they're not getting any extra yardage.
Big play here. 3rd and 4 for the Gophers. Michigan rushing 4, back to pass. Brosmer looking downfield and fires underneath. He's got Taylor at the 30 to the 25. First down yardage inside the 25 down to the 22. Michigan dropped everybody deep. That took a long time, and eventually Taylor slipped out and was wide open. Gain of 10. And we're at the 2-minute warning with Michigan leading 27-17. And we'll take a break and come back with the conclusion of this football game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm gonna move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
This last call is presented by Founders Brewing Company, a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, welcome to Craft. So the Wolverines leading this one 27-17. We're at the 2-minute warning. Minnesota looking at a 3rd down inside the Michigan red zone here. Check that. They just got the first down. It's 1st and 10 from the 22-yard line. My apologies.
Now, this is an opportunity for this Michigan defense to apply some pressure. I wouldn't be surprised to see them add in a rusher here.
T.J. Guy and Cameron Brandt at the edge spots. And, of course, Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham in the middle. 1st and 10 Gophers. Michigan showing a 5-man front. Now Barham backs out of there. Back to pass is Brosmer. Stepping up, fires, and incomplete. Looking for his running back out of the backfield. Boy, I read a lot about them trying to add to Darius Taylor's game. They wanted him to catch the ball more out of the backfield, but he has been targeted, what, a dozen times today?
Yeah, I mean, they're really trying to force the ball to, but the problem is they're not able to get the ball downfield. Michigan is doing a good job of covering things downfield, and Cameron Brandt reached out just as Brosmer was trying to throw that ball, and I think that's what caused him to change his arm angle and force the incompletion.
2nd and 10, 1:57 to go. Gophers from the Michigan 22-yard line, down by 10. Brosmer in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Michigan brings a blitz. Back to pass. Fires over the middle, and it is incomplete. inside the 5. He was looking for his tight end down the seam, overthrown. Under heavy pressure there was Brosmer. And it'll be 3rd and 10. Minute 52 to go in the ballgame.
Doing a great job of applying pressure. A little twist up front with Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham, and hitting the quarterback right under the chin.
Fans getting into it on 3rd down and 10. Minnesota breaks the huddle. Splits 2 receivers wide to the left. 1 wide to the right. Taylor in the backfield. Michigan's crowding the line of scrimmage. Brosmer takes the snap. Here comes the blitz. Back to pass. Fires crossing route. He's got his man inside the 15 to the 10. Wiggling through tacklers is Elijah Spencer inside the 5, and he stopped right there with 1:43 to go in the ball game. And the Gophers, after that 17-yard gain, looking at a 1st and goal. And we have an injured Wolverine. It's Makari Page.
Zeke Berry was in coverage, and he just got beat on a little post move.
At this replay, Makari Page trying to make the tackle. Oh, he's down. As we see the replay, Minnesota's receiver's knee hit the ground outside, I think it was outside the 10-yard line. Page got hurt on the tackle attempt, and we may get a review here.
Yeah.
We'll put a replay up on the big board, and
you could hear the crowd's reaction.
Yeah, it looked like Elijah Spencer's knee hit the ground when he made his initial move when he caught the pass. The question is, was it good for a 1st down or not? They're moving the chains back. This could be a big moment.
After review, the runner was down at the 12-yard line.
So that's right where the 1st down marker is.
This might get a strange thing where they have to review it to see where to spot the football, and then they might have to measure. Meanwhile, Makari Page is still down. I don't like this.
Yeah, Makari Page, the way that he hit him, it looked like it either be a stinger or a concussion. That's the way it looked. I'm not a doctor, but that's the way it looked.
Page is up. And he will make his way off the field under his own power.
So they actually marked it at 12.5, so he's about a half yard shy of the 1st down, which obviously brings up 4th down. So if you're Minnesota, you going for the touchdown or you take the points in hand?
It will be 4th down and a half yard just outside the 12-yard line.
They've got to score
the game clock to 1:48.
Twice no matter what.
They could kick the field goal here.
Yeah.
But they're not going to. 4th and half a yard for the Gophers. Just inside the Michigan 13-yard line, 1:48 to go. Wolverines up 10. Brosmer in his shotgun. He's got Taylor in the backfield. Now Brosmer barking some commands, runs up under center, goes QB sneak, and I think he got it.
I don't know. They're right on the line.
Wow, that spot.
They're right on the line.
Really
Depends on
close.
who spots it.
And
that may be short.
You're right there.
They may be short.
Jason, you got a good angle?
Yeah, I have a great angle right here. It looks short by maybe about 2 inches.
Wow.
Well, we'll see how good your eyes are.
Yeah.
Let's see.
But so here's what I don't understand. They've got to score twice. Why waste the time? Take the field goal and then hope your defense can get a stop.
Well, they only have 1 timeout. I think they'd have to go onside.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Well, it might be a moot point if they're short here. It's ball game. But, Jason, what are you thinking? They stretch the chains out here.
I'm thinking they're short by about 2 inches.
And are you right?
No, I think they got it by about 2.
Wow. First down.
It came down to which ref spotted the ball.
Which foot.
Yeah, but here's the thing is, I mean, the time is of the issue. Now that when they spot the ball, they're going to wind the clock. Clock will start, and Minnesota's just going to simply run out of time at some point.
1:45 to go. They've got 1 timeout. They need 2 scores. Michigan leading 27-17. Brosmer in a shotgun. Bunch formation. 3 receivers split wide right. Back to pass is Brosmer. Looking downfield. Fires to the end zone, and it is caught back of the end zone. Incredible catch. Flag is down. I believe it was Zeke Berry.
Yeah, they're going to call pass interference.
That was a heck of a throw.
Gosh.
Did he catch it?
Did he catch that?
Is there any question that he caught it? He laid out in the back of the end zone. Zeke Berry draped all over him. I think he caught it.
Yeah.
That was
the ruling on the play was the ball was caught out of bounds.
Okay.
Pass interference. Defense. The ball will be placed at the 2-yard line. Automatic first down. That ruling on the previous play is under further review.
Ruling of whether or not he caught it out of bounds. I think this might be a touchdown.
That was an amazing play by Jackson.
And Daniel Jackson, I think this is a touchdown.
Yeah, it just depends on, are they going to say he had full control when he goes to the ground, because the ball does hit the ground.
I don't know if the ball moved once it hit the ground.
I mean, it is allowed to touch the ground. You just can't move.
Yeah, can't move in your possession. So if this is a touchdown, Minnesota will be kicking an extra point to make it 27-24.
That's a touchdown.
You think it's a touchdown?
Yeah. Well, I was just wrong a second ago, but.
After review, the ball was caught in the end zone. Touchdown.
There you go. So.
That was an amazing play by that guy.
It was a great catch. Daniel Jackson's good.
Yep.
Fifth-year senior out of Kansas City. He's on the Bolitnikoff watch list, and we see why. Kesich is on for the extra point to try and cut the Michigan lead to 3 with 1:37 to go in the ballgame. Snap is good. Hold. Kick is up, and the kick is good. 14 plays, 75 yards, 2 minutes and 56 seconds. And Minnesota has made this a 27-24 game. Opportunities to get off the field, and the Wolverines just couldn't get off the field.
Nope.
And now
it comes down to 1 first down.
And it comes down to the onside kick, ability to field an onside kick first. And then, I don't even know if you need a first down. If you get the onside kick, they'll run a play.
Yeah,
I think the math doesn't work for Minnesota. So this is just got to field the onside kick. So we see a bunch of receivers out there. See Peyton O'Leary, C.J. Charleston, Kendrick Bell, Donovan Edwards is out there, Kalel Mullings, Marlon Klein. And Kesich is going to line up with the ball in the near hash, looking as if he will kick it towards the far sideline, the Minnesota sideline. Gophers got 6 guys over there. Michigan's got 6 guys ready to field it, and Kesich goes onside kick. It bounces, and the ball rolling downfield. Minnesota's on it. There's a flag at the 35-yard line, and I believe you're right.
It's coming back.
Minnesota recovered it at the Michigan 35-yard line. That ball took off.
Offside, kicking team number 49. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Re-kick.
Well, that's a bit of a break, but I thought they looked like a couple of guys were offsides, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think there were 3 or 4 of them were offsides. But the point is, if Michigan just would have recovered it, it would be a moot point that they were offsides. Now we just get to line up and do it again.
1:37 left in the game. Michigan leading 27-24. Minnesota's executed 1 successful onside kick, negated by the offside. They'll have to try it again. And everything looks exactly the same, just 5 yards back. Kesich with the ball in the near hash. Wolverines with 6 guys on that side of the field, ready to field this kick. Kesich puts his foot into it. And it's recovered there by the Wolverines at the 38-yard line.
Great job.
And just smothering that one is Kalel Mullings.
What a great job. Don't let that ball hit the ground again. It's not a round one. You never know which way it's going to bounce. Great job by Kalel Mullings of attacking the ball and not even letting it get 10 yards.
That play needs some work, John. No, seriously, that play, they had 6 defenders over there, and we had 2 guys blocking. We should have at least 6 guys blocking and 1 person trying to get the ball.
So Minnesota has 1 timeout. And after that, they can't stop the clock. So it all comes down to ball security here for Michigan with 1:36 to go. Shotgun, Alex Orji takes the snap, hands it off. Kalel Mullings running right, and he's buried as he gets to the line of scrimmage. And Minnesota would use their timeout with 1:32 to go. A loss of 2 there.
30-second timeout.
So you have to run a play here on 2nd down. It's going to take 5 to 10 seconds. And then you got a 40-second play clock. So let's say 5 seconds takes it down to 1:27. And you start the 40-second clock, run it down to 47 seconds, run a play. And you can milk it down to 2 or 3 seconds in this game.
Yep.
You can run a 4th down play with 2 or 3 seconds. You just run around and fall down.
Yeah, or just chuck it deep. Chuck it out of bounds.
You can do that too, yeah.
Let it hang up in the air, but you make sure that ball ends up 4 rows up in the stands.
Well, they can take a knee here if they so choose, but you also want to run a play that takes some time. So he probably won't do that. Shotgun for Alex Orji. And we get a fumble. Ball's loose back there, and Orji drops on it. Wow, that snap hit Max Bredesen, who was in motion. And that play was almost a disaster. Michigan recovered it back on their own, let's say the 49-yard line, but the clock is running. Still Michigan's friend here. Orji recovered it, man.
Yeah, great job just hopping on the ball. That play did take a little bit of time, not the time that they wanted. But yeah, it did hit Max.
Clock is running. Michigan still huddling. 10 seconds on the play clock, 55 on the game clock. And it looks like they're going to take a timeout. This play clock gets down to 1. That's what happened with 47 seconds to go. So if you can run a play that lasts 7 seconds.
Well, you would hope you'd be able to run 7 seconds, but obviously it's snap, handoff. I mean, this may be one where you just say, "Hey, Khalil, you're a blocker. Everybody's a blocker. We're not going to hand the ball off. We're just going to let Alex Orji run around for 7 seconds and then slide down."
You actually could. You can actually hold up front and then just run around in the back end, but you would lose yards.
Which are irrelevant unless you don't kill the 7 seconds, and then you've got a punt. And we've already seen Minnesota get a great return from Parrish.
Or not even hold, but just run. If you run backwards right here, you would lose a lot of yards, but you would win the game.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to kill 7 seconds.
Yeah.
Offense coordinators don't like that idea.
No. It kills your numbers, but who cares? You're trying to win a football game. Michigan up 27-24 with 47 seconds to go. And here we go. Can they run a 7-second play? Orji in a shotgun takes the snap. Hands it off. Kalel Mullings running to the outside. 50, 45, driven to the ground. 40 seconds to go, and the play clock hasn't started, and that's going to do it. They ran a 7-second play, and Michigan will not have to snap it again as the game clock is down to 27 seconds. The play clock 2.5 seconds behind, and Minnesota put up a fight, but Michigan gets the job done in the end. P.J. Fleck comes across and hugs Sharon Moore down on the field as this one is over here in Ann Arbor. Michigan improves to 4-1 on the year and faces their first road game at Washington. Let's go down on the field with number 8, Jason Avant. Jason?
I'm here with Mr. Hill. Great game by you. Talk us through the interception. That was a great play.
Low key, I ain't know they was gonna throw the ball until I seen the wide receiver eyes. It got big, so I turned around. I caught the ball and I tried to toe tap it. I got it.
Now you've been making steady improvement throughout the week. What's your mindset going into the games in order to get better each week?
Shit, do what I can. One play mentality. Shit, get through the play, win every play.
And the last question I asked for you is that how good can this defense be? You guys did a good job of securing the game. Talk about that.
Shit, we could be really good. Shit, like like last season defense, we just got to keep working in practice, getting better.
Congratulations on the win.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. From down on the field, Jair Hill with Jason Avant. Michigan closes it out 27-24 over Minnesota. Let's preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meyer. Next week, Michigan goes on the road for the first time to take on a new Big Ten brother in the Washington Huskies. The game will be a 4:30 start here. Local will be on the air at 1:30 with our pregame show on our flagship station, AM 950, and on the Varsity app. Look forward to bringing you that one as a rematch of last year's national championship game. Michigan remains undefeated in Big Ten play, and they extend their winning streak in Big Ten play to 24 consecutive games officially. Now, preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season, a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Wolverines get the win and keep the little brown jug on Military Appreciation Day here in Ann Arbor, 27-24. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meyer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meyer.com/community.